and we're in the live scene. How you all doing? It's really good to see you there. Seeing the likes of Michael John Scott, K-Doc, and very numerous others, I'm sure. No doubt thousands upon thousands of you tuning in here to catch this magical stream. And what are we going to be talking about today? Well, we're going to be broadening our horizons somewhat and going back into the traditional worlds for a wee jaunt to take a look at the biggest names in trading right now. No prizes for guessing what that chart is up behind me, especially given that the name of it is written right there for everyone to see. Of course, that's the GameStop chart. We'll be taking a look at GameStop, Nokia. I almost said Bollinger Bands there, but BlackBerry. Of course, its ticker is BB, so Bollinger Bands. Anyway, so we take a look at Nokia, or NOK, which of course, when I read it, I think of the North Korean coins or something. I don't really know. Anyway, we'll be taking a look at all of that good stuff and bringing our expertise, technical analysis to the fore once again to see if any of that is applicable in the circumstances, and no doubt it actually is. Now, people, of course, we know that what we're looking at is a market's dynamic play here. We're not looking at this from a sort of value perspective when it comes to GameStop necessarily. Instead, what we're doing is we're looking at this here and thinking, well, there's a market dynamics play on the go. If you want to know more about that, be sure to check out TradeSpotting's video where he explains it all for us. And but you know, so there's that element about it, and there's other elements as well to be taken into consideration. I mean, what we're talking about here is a coin, which is a coin. I keep calling them coins, it's stocks, but I've been in crypto for so long, I call everything a coin these days. Soon enough, they will be coins. You know, they'll have their own little tokenized ways of trading them and everything. So it's all down the line. I'll just keep making a mistake until the world catches up with me. Right? Am I in the right stream right now? I don't see any of the live chat popping up here, and I'm just clicking over. Yeah, I'm streaming live. It's good. It's good. It's good. Nice to see everybody there. Good to see you, Tony. By the way, good to see you, K-Doc, Michael John Scott, and all of the others. Are we excited to be talking about these Wall Street bets, meme stocks and shares or whatnot? I'm sure we are. And do you know what? I have a big message to send out back to the traditional world, where I came myself. Of course, I have a background in that traditional world. I suppose in many ways, since this is such a nascent industry, the crypto world, that we all kind of do, right? Everybody's come from traditionals in some way or another, of course. However, I want to send a message back there and tell them to get off their goddamn high horses and stop crying to the heavens about manipulation. I was listening to something earlier on where they're talking about how somebody needs to step in and stop the markets from being manipulated by all these people. And where do you call it? Where do you draw the line? What do you think? Is this manipulation? Blah, blah, blah. Talking about it. And how can a series of individuals who are all operating independently, they're not putting money into some group together or anything, they're doing it all individually, and it's a public forum where people are discussing things out in the open. It's all and part and parcel of the free markets. And of course, we know rightly that the markets are manipulated heavily all the time anyway, and these uppity people are only complaining now. Well, I tell you what, folks, get it right up you. It's about time you had a taste of your own medicine, a medicine which I know very well is one that you love doling out on the retail trader. Well, it's time for you to eat some of your own medicine, right? And another thing with regards to all of this, am I ready for another diatribe? No, I'm not ready for another diatribe. I'll talk about other sorts of things later on, I suppose, in the show. But there's plenty to be talked about today. So it's going to be super exciting. If you want to get me to look at a particular coin, then I'm afraid that's if you're looking at crypto. Indeed, if you want me to look at a particular stock or commodity, then, well, everybody, it is going to be on you to actually do a submission of some sort to the show, because we've got so much to talk about in today's show that I don't see there being very much time left spare to just do the freebies for people in the chat. Well, what's my backstory, says somebody. Just really briefly, I used to work in the bank, then I decided that they were a pack of bananas, and I decided to go off and do my own thing. Many years later, I returned to trading, and I've been doing that for the last 4 years now as a means of providing myself income. But of course, I've also been trading. I was trading when I was working in the banks. It was an investment bank that I worked in. I don't want to go on about it much because I don't like them. I don't have any friends from that world. They're all a pack of stinky people, and you know, we're far better off without them. So we can just talk about the here and now instead. But you know, I have been trading in some way or another for years and years and years. In fact, I was thinking about this last night myself when I actually still remember the first time that I looked at a chart in earnest, you know, myself, in order to try and put on a trade. I remember the first time I did it, and I'm pretty sure it was for gold. There's kind of undermining my own story there. It's not so much the exact details of the time that I was looking at it that I remember. I just remember all of the feeling and the emotions, and actually the picture of the chart, the visual, actually the candlesticks and everything, and the massive overwhelmed feeling that I had back then, and not knowing what any of it meant, and actually wanting to look at the order book and take all of this stuff about charts and chuck it off to the side. And what really interests me when I first got involved in trading was the market orders and the order book, and having a whole series of numbers, like I was looking at some sort of really dynamic spreadsheet talking about this with all the numbers changing on the screen constantly, and thinking, yes, this is where it's at. I don't need that chart. That chart's just a representation of this information that I'm looking at anyway here. What good is that going to be for me? And as a coping mechanism, because at the time I was so overwhelmed and scared of the information, and aware of the fact that I'd probably misuse it and misinterpret it and everything else. And I was just thinking about that last night and thinking, wow, I really take it for granted whenever I do technical analysis episodes that's a feeling that everybody goes through. And just because I've been at this for so long now, because of course, you know, doing it on a daily basis every day of the week for the last several years is enough. But I mean, the first trade that I put on must have been 15 years ago now or whatever. Yeah, God, I'm old now, eh? Yeah, so the first trade I would have put on would have been 15, 16 years ago now. Worked in a bank, and when I was working there, that was probably around about 10 to 15 years ago in terms of that, the whole time frame. I went into things with an interest in finance and economics, and anyway, and I did stuff at uni, got a master's degree, all that stuff that everybody thinks you need in life. You know, I grew up being worried that, you know, if ever I was accused of a crime falsely, how would I be able to operate inside financial sectors? This is so important to me that I am a well-regarded and an individual held in high esteem, because I want to be able to trade with other people's money and all that sort of stuff. Well, tell you what, actually, now we're in this massively new free world. We don't need to worry about any of that sort of stuff. Trade Spotting has arrived in the chat there and actually says, money doesn't grow on trees, it grows on GME. Interesting stuff. I think that's a fair argument to make. So what we're going to do here is we're going to apply some technical analysis to these charts, which we already know have turned somewhat memey. Well, the GME one specifically. In fact, if you're a member of the channel, or you know, a subscriber or whatever, and you come into these live shows from time to time, you will have seen me doing the technical analysis for silver the other day. I'm sure you're interested in a follow-up of that one as well. It's quite nice to have had some little drawings on the chart for preparation for today. So that's a bit easier to do the old TA on, because of course that's still within the realms of reason, all of that sort of stuff. And as well, we talked about BlackBerry the other day. Did you watch that little clip that I made, perhaps, where I was talking about gaps? Or did you watch the live show in which that clip was filmed? In which case you've already had a bit of an introduction to the BlackBerry chart, and you'll be excited to see how then the prices responded to all of that chat that we had about gaps. And of course as well, we can see the same sort of thing on the silver chart too. And we'll be taking a look at Nokia. There's a chart that I've not looked at in years and years and years and years. It'll probably bring me back some of these where did you come from memories, like Michael John Scott was kind of bringing up there for a second. And yeah, so there's one. I don't know, whatever. Of course, things will have changed quite a bit. Kind of interesting to see how things have gone on in the last 15 years with that one. So yeah, what are you all chatting about in there as well? Rocky must be waiting on the world's slowest kettle boiling. Actually, tell you what, quick confession. I just did a real quick, sharp 5-minute live stream there to nobody as I hit the wrong button on my streaming setup. Got way off talking away about stuff and everything else, and yeah, you know, it turns out that I'd hit the wrong button. I realised it quick enough though, and I jumped back into where I was actually where all you guys were waiting for me to turn up. We've also got to try and take a look, if we can, as well, at this sort of DEX network as well, because of course Michael John Scott did ask me to take a look at it, and he is one of the legends that's really put his money where his mouth is when it comes to supporting the channel. So I don't mind taking a suggestion from the likes of perhaps RT Pyle or Michael John Scott, as both of them are the two biggest donators to the channel of all time anyway. So you know, it's probably whatever they donate happily anyway. So there you go. Because they're generous, I could show that generosity back. But I would like it if you could share with me the ticker on that one as well. What do you think of DEXE? I mean, that might be the ticker right there. John, let me know if that is the case. So yeah, that's right. We're going to be taking a look at all these traditional stocks, and we'll be talking about the dynamics in markets, and you know, sticking our fingers up to the man, telling them about manipulation and all that sort of stuff. And we'll also be talking about, as I turn the microphone around, maybe it's a bit better audio quality now as well, we'll be talking about things like shorts. You know, should shorts be illegal? Should it be illegal to short something? Right now, I'm not talking about should it be illegal to sell stuff, because that of course breaks the world. Banning shorts does remove an awful lot of liquidity from the markets. It obviously makes things not so much of the free markets that we've come to kind of take for granted, if you will, by doing that sort of interference in the markets, if you will. So there's that debate to be had, and as well, it's a derivative product in a sense, isn't it? So you know, there's a whole other can of worms there that I'm not going to open up. I'm not going to talk about whether or not derivatives as in general should be banned, or any of that sort of thing. So of course, you know, it's pretty hard to ban shorting outright when it comes to sort of things like futures for commodities, etc. Because of course, you know, essentially you're just talking about operating on one side of the market or the other. And if you're a supplier of a product, then you would want to have that ability to, of course, work and be able to have predictable cash flow, etc. We don't want to get bogged down in the nitty-gritties of economics. You know, keep things on a 101 level, Rocky, why don't you? Okay, so I'm going to try and keep reminding myself about that feeling that I had that first time that I looked at charts and I decided I wanted to get rid of them because I didn't understand what was going on. And that feeling, it's so long ago that I can look back and be proud almost to an extent. Not proud's not the right word, but glad that I know what it's like, that I wasn't born with a silver spoon in my mouth. Nobody in my family is in my direct family near me is a professional trader with whom I have any relationship in order to talk to them and learn how to do this from. You know, I didn't get taken into the office as a kid growing up and learn how to trade like lucky Eric Crown did, for instance. Great guy, love the guy, but he was born into this world of trading, you know, growing up with it, whereas I've had to kind of go through the whole thing as an adult, looking at it, thinking to myself, you know, there's nobody here to teach me this, how am I going to do it, and then running with it thereafter. And yeah, that's kind of what inspires me anyway, are these feelings that I had. They've always inspired me. One of the reasons why I want to set up this channel in the first place, try and spread some of that glory around, because all of you out there, of course, as lifestyle traders, are absolutely valid and have every right to have access to good quality information. It would be selfish almost of me to not do this work. So that's how I feel about things. And yeah, so right, okay, anyway, whatever. As well, chuck your chat in the chat box. I want to be reading what people are thinking. I bought a biggish bag, says Michael John Scott. I wonder what size a big bag is. Don't share your details, John. Don't want people taking advantage of you out there or whatever. Rocky was asking about fundamentals and not really TA. Cheers. Was asking about fundamentals. Oh, you were asking about fundamentals. What do I think about it? Sorry, well, I don't know going into it, but hey, we could do a sort of live crypto Chico style thing, couldn't we? We could probably figure something out, look it up, Google it, look at their website, kind of, you know, run through a few different things, see if we can find a blockchain explorer for it, that sort of thing. We could probably do that. That might be quite fun. People might be interested in it, of course. Now, by the way, I see there's 9 people in this live stream. I see there's only 5 likes. Can we try and keep these things in parity today? Are we going to be able to go for the biggest amount of likes that I've ever had on a live stream? Can we do it? Now, what is that number? I think it's not incredibly difficult to achieve it. I think the most I've ever had during a live stream was in it around about 52, perhaps. You know, and that's actually really generous, again, as an estimate, because I'm pretty sure that didn't happen until after I'd finished filming. So, you know, whatever. If we could get to 50 today, and I actually saw it on screen at the time, I would be blown away. Can you imagine 50 likes? 50 likes. It'll be lovely to look back in the future, won't it? As we see the popularity of the Rocky Outcrop channel look something along the lines of this GME chart over here, hopefully minus this end part here, of course, you know, to the moon and not back, unlike the song says. So, you know, hopefully that's what the Rocky Outcrop viewership numbers look like over time. Wouldn't it be crazy to look back in the future and think about how high a number 50 was or whatever back then? You know, just like Roaring Kitty, the legend, the man, the myth, the legend himself, whenever he put on a stream not that long ago, celebrating the fact that GME stock had gone up to, what was the one I saw of him? Yeah, I saw him chatting about it over here on the 22nd of January, celebrating the price at $60 and just being absolutely fantastically over the moon about it. Sat there with a glass of champagne in his hand, having a great old live stream. What a legend that guy is. Really love his live streams. Fantastic. If you don't know who Roaring Kitty is, by the way, all one word, stick into YouTube, give him a like. If you want to drop my name in there, then cool, okay, but it will just be drowned by the 275,000 other subscribers that he already has out there, of course. Anyway, great guy, well deserves them. But he was celebrating this with a glass of champagne in his hand, only to sit there and watch as the numbers went up to 479. Was it 476.99, 483 dollars? Is that where it topped out at over there? Yeah. So wouldn't it be great if in the not too distant future we were able to see a live stream here on the channel and it have 400 likes? Wouldn't that be mad? Could you believe it? We'd all be laughing here. Every single person in the live chat right now would be laughing their face off at those sorts of crazy numbers. I wonder, see 28 coming in there from Michael John Scott. I wonder if that was the highest I've ever seen during a live stream so far. 50 plus would be an achievement. I think it would be a massive one. If we can do that, if you want to be a part of that story when we look back in the future, part of that history, then by all means, I'm not going to say no to you. I'm just going to shrink the tip jar down. The tip jar, of course, not a very prominent part of the show. It doesn't deserve to be covering up the price action on the charts there, I don't think, really, quite, to be honest with you, really, for us on this one. So just shrink it down there. And shall I run the intro credits? Everybody loves them. I love them just as much as all of you. Let's run these intro clips. Folks, if you are joining me for the first time, but we've got to get this meme on the go, don't we? GME, 4 hours, GameStop Corporation. And like I say, I do have a background in doing all this sort of crack anyway, so you know, I don't feel entirely out of my comfort zone looking at this. But to be honest with you, I do vastly prefer looking at crypto. In general, I prefer it. I like the way that you don't have any of this crap down the bottom here with your earnings, you know, coming in. I like how that's not a part of crypto. That's to say as well, I like the broader concept of how fundamentals in crypto, and we will look at some of these, Michael John Scott, if we can, for DEXE. We will try and look at them. But of course, you know, in the big picture things, they don't really have anywhere near, you know, the comparison that people make between traditional world things and this new world stuff, and they say, you know, when you should be looking at fundamentals, etc. It doesn't really help much. Again, to go back to that example of when I put my first trade on with gold. Let's just do gold the easy way. If you're interested, by the way, you can just look up the word gold, right? Okay. You don't need to remember any symbols or any of that. When was I doing it? So let's just stick up to the what shall we put it on so I can actually see far enough back in time to roughly more or less when I would have put in my first trade or so. Maybe somewhere in around about this region. No, that's not far enough ago. That was only 2010. There was me. That was after I'd finished uni. What am I talking about? Sorry. that was another time. Anyway, in one of these areas, and I thought I'll buy gold, right? It doesn't really matter. All I really wanted to show you was that there was an uptrend and there was more to go on it. Okay, that was the point I was trying to show you. But we're talking about gold here. I was pretty sure that fundamentally gold was solid. Not only was it solid, shiny and lovely too. Plenty of those use cases that you're looking for with your technology, and of course as well, everybody loves gold, right? And there was plenty of other problems with the we're looking in the face of a financial crash coming up. Of course, nobody was really talking about it back then, and and one of these things, my account got liquidated, right? Of course it did. Okay, of course it did. Wiped out completely. Wiped the F out. And looking at this chart, it's kind of impossible, right, for me, admittedly it's a weekly chart, but it's kind of impossible for me looking at this chart to imagine how new and bad a trader you would have to be to have invested in gold any time between 2000 and 2012 and had your account wiped out. To be fair, the prices did go from $1,000 all the way down to $685 here in this pullback, for instance, is maybe in this one that I actually got wiped out. And I wondered what the hell was wrong with me back then. I was trading this to the upside. It might have been about here. Excuse me. That's the histrionics police out there telling me to get on with the story and get back to the present. So Nino, I'll get back to the present real quick. But I would have been wiped out in gold back here when I was trading this thing, thinking, one, it's been going up for a long time. Two, it certainly looks like it's going to keep going up for a long time. There is a financial crash on the horizon. Maybe it was in this drop down that I got wiped out. Who cares? And yeah. My entire account gone. There is a great deal of value in understanding what you're doing when it comes to the markets. Using technical analysis and everything else is going to be a great way to get towards doing it. I was too scared to do it back then, but there you go. So you're talking about backgrounds and whatever else. There's a big chart, and there's the first time that I had one of my accounts liquidated. What is it to be a trader, if you've not experienced a degree of pain? I wonder. Where's my volume gone? Is it just this particular chart's got no volume on it? Cool, whatever. Anyway, back to the big story of the day. GME on the NYSE is in the game. No, it's not actually, but it is. It's in the game. So EA Sports live action trading. This is, of course, the hobby of adults, and the hobby. I was actually on that Roaring Kittens stream the other day that he had on. He was talking about how he would love to be playing PlayStation and stuff like that. He used to play it back in the day. I related so much to the guy when he was talking about it. He was talking about how he used to play Call of Duty back in the day with his friends, and he would love to be gaming nowadays, but he doesn't really. And I felt the same, and then I also think, but don't be too hard on my current lover, don't look back too fondly at the relationships in the past, at the disgrace of the one that I am so passionately involved in at the minute. And of course, this is the best game ever, of course, the game of life itself. Let's just take a look. So we've come in here. There's a few things we might want to look at. We could talk about this in a broad perspective. Let me just be clear as well on this one. Going back on the charts here, you can see from over there on the 2nd of April 2020 that this actually had a rise up in the prices. And from this point here, we never really looked back. All of the discussion at the minute is about how people were shorting this one, shorting it, and the hedge funds have been shorting. And oh, the poor hedge funds are being manipulated against by a bunch of people operating freely of their own volition in a free market, doing the one thing which they don't want to discuss about, like buying something. You're never going to get rid of buying something, longing at something in a market, putting up some collateral, buying some stocks and shares. Oh my God, they're so nefarious, aren't they? Anyway, that actually started happening all the way over here at $2.55, and in many regards, this has been in an uptrend ever since. What does this look like? Well, it's a big period of essentially downward action, right? Essentially it is, right? So if we just want to zoom in again here, I can take it off log, so like the extremeness. Take it off log and just go back out a bit so you can see the extreme difference in where we are now. Wow. So anyway, this is looking back quite a ways, and it's saying to you all that this has been in a trend for quite a while. So the news about this thing has been talking about how it's been the news about this is all about how there's the shorts from the hedge funds are going to get done in, and boo-hoo to them. You know, they made a bad trade. If any hedge fund was shorting this at any of these times around here, then what were they really doing? Let's start off the whole GME chat by analyzing the history of this coin. At this point here, what were we in? Now, this is a 24-hour time frame, so this is no tiny amount of time. It's not a tiny amount of time, but it's not the most massive amount of time either. We're talking 93 days. So in terms of time frame, how long has that been, you know, in terms of months and whatever? Well, you're looking at 3 months, and that's roughly a quarter. So we had 1 quarter of price contraction. Now, this wasn't even much of a trend. We didn't really take out in terms of any significant highs and lows. Let's just draw on something. I mean, this is necessary, right? Okay, look, on the channel, we love talking about memes. We love all this. There's a meme part in the Discord, all that good stuff, right? But we're also professional about stuff, and instead of just skipping everything else and talking about things how maybe I should be talking about them where I just spout nonsense about GME and kind of chucking a few buy signals to people every so often and hope for the best, and then pretend that I knew what I was talking about or whatever. How about actually I do the hard work and do it the real way instead, with a bit of technical analysis? Now, I'm not going to go on and on and on and batter your ear holes with it, but if you've been thinking to yourself, look, we've got this big old thing happening in the world, wouldn't it be nice if we had somebody who actually treated this seriously and did a bit of the actual TA that we actually want to see on it instead of a bunch of nonsense? Then let's do it. And it's important to understand then the market dynamics in this whole market, this chart, the chart in general, in the run up to it. I think if you're coming from the world of crypto to this video, then you're fully aware of things like the 2017-18 high, the 2019 July highs, the December lows, the market cycles, the halving, the blah blah blahs, the blah blah blahs, the blah blah. You already have it, and you could talk non-stop all day until your granny popped her clogs with boredom listening to you about it. I'm sure you could, but if you're going to then just dive into something based off of something that you read on Wall Street Bets, how about we do it the real way instead of doing it the fakey way? Okay, so few things of note to be had here. That's a huge gap on the charts, a very big one, a very big gap in the chart trees, and we didn't actually fill in this gap until we came over here as well. What do we see after we filled in the gap? Well, we actually put in a little one here as we came back down to these lows over here. What do these lows line up with? I'll make it easy for your eyeballs for you just by popping this on here. Now, by the way, if you wanted to, you could start a timer on this and try and time how long it takes me to do this. This is obviously taking me about 100 times longer to do this than it would do if I just shut my mouth and did it for my own benefit, etc. But having to explain it out long. Anyway, the point being here that there's no excuse at all whatsoever, if you even have a modicum of understanding about what you're doing, to not spend the 5 minutes that it takes to just do something like all of this sort of thing in advance before you start going crazy on stuff. Okay, there's no real excuse. There isn't one. If you try and give me one, I'm sorry, I'm just not listening. There's always a time for technical analysis on stuff. Let's just bear in mind then, where did this come down to? Well, it came down to the same area that we were retesting here. Obviously, significant area of support and resistance, support, resistance, gap that went right between these two, this bit here, with it lining up right on that area. Again, up, down, up, down, up, down. Okay, we had another wee gap over here. We actually got filled in with a wick. Did we? No, did we? No, we didn't actually. Came down, came back up, put another gap in here at the point where the gap was, so we doubled up on it. By the way, if you've ever watched Alessio Rastani's video about gaps, he's completely wrong. Anyway, moving on. And if you ever watched my video, follow-up video to that one, I'm completely right. Nice one. Pats on back max for me, eh? Always be proud of myself. Came down, we did eventually fill in this gap as well over here. So there's your gap chats for you, by the way, for all the gap fans. Shout out Nav and Ethan. And then going on the way, so we saw it pull back down. We came back down to the period where we know, to the price where we know was a hugely significant point. By the way, this came in with earnings standardized minus 171, as reported 171, estimate 113, surprise minus 58 cents. Oh, it was 50% worse than we thought it would be. That was on then. We came back down. Oh, perfect, bang on there. So this is where fundamentals and TA actually meet. You know, here's your fundamentals. We thought things were going to be pretty crap. Turned out that they were 50% worse than we actually had anticipated. And there's your fundamentals. Fundamentals say price go down, bro. Okay, because that's all you ever get out of fundamentals is one of 3 sentences. It's the price go up, bro, or 2, the price go down, bro, or 3, price I don't know, right? Those are your 3 sentences you'll ever get out of fundamental technical analysis. Anyway, this gave us a clear fundamental signal of the price go down, bro, right? And it came in here. We saw a drop off in terms of the percentage value of this stock to go down here of 30% to satisfy that movement. And then, of course, we went towards the top side. This is whenever you get one of the 3 signals you get from technical analysis, because again, technical analysis maybe only gives you 3 signals, which is price go up, bro, price go down, bro. Same chat. I don't want to put any. I don't want to. You know, the fundamental dudes could totally level the same argument at me, but anyway, there you go. That's it. People would have obviously been worried about the earnings coming in here. We saw a drop down to the area of the previous support and resistance, which, as we can see, is the inflections around these candles and the run up to it in a daily period, where we saw the prices coming up and, of course, filling in that gap, slammed back down to them, dropped down, up and off we went again. Right? Okay, so that's your. So we had a downward movement. It lasted for 3 months, not even really a proper quarter closing in there. We had one period of contraction. Actually, pardon me. Actually, depends on when you draw these things in from. If you're just simply looking at this in terms of calendar month stuff, let me just try and talk about this sort of. So if you take it from the sort of April period here, so April to 3 months later, April, May, June, you're talking about their downward movement. So you've got your continued bear market for this one, and then again 3 months then after that, well, it started going up, then it went down, but it didn't go down as low as it had before. So a little bit period of contraction, then it went up, period of expansion, tiny period of contraction, period of expansion. We were in a period of what this is known as, from an economics and trading and investing and 101 basis, this is known as, of course, the period between a bull market and a bear market. And it really depends on how you look at things. A contraction in an economy is defined by 2 consecutive periods of negative economic growth, okay? And the same sort of basis can be applied to how you're talking about the performance of a stock or a trade or a commodity or any old frickin' thing over the period of a decent time frame. This is again something that should really appeal to the likes of people who like looking at things broadly, and then of course looking at the fundamentals of things as well, and trying to find where the value is in a stock, etc. Now, if you've got periods of continual, subsequent contraction followed by contraction followed by contraction, it starts off the bear trend. In order to move from a contraction period to an expansion period, that's Keynesian economics in terms of those terminologies that I'm using. Contraction, expansion, doesn't really matter. I think they're quite visual words and explains it what it is anyway. So even if you've not got an economics background, you're fine. You're looking at having 2 consecutive periods of growth. Okay, it's quite simple. And in between here, what you had is a growth period, a contraction period, a growth period, a contraction period, growth period, contraction period. So you could have made the argument that we're still in a bear market until such times as we aren't. Yada yada. Anyway, it wasn't long, and it depends on where you draw your lines at. Where we were getting up towards the top side, and we started trending up the way. Okay, so things have been trending up, and we can say they were trending up since that 240 area, and we'll come back to that soon as we go on to Crazy Town over here. Now, all of the people then that got all of the people that are now yapping about manipulation and stuff like that, what they did wrong was they did what hedge funds do. Okay, they and why professional traders in inverted commas who work for large investment funds, etc., focus more on portfolio management and asset management, and only really have an expectation of making 10% profit a year, etc., is that they figured that rather than realizing a loss at any stage here on this thing, which only cost a couple of bucks, once it already gone up to costing 10 times that much, or 5 times, or 4 times, already their position's in a huge amount of loss. Rather than actually realize that, what they would do is they would just kind of keep on, doubling down on their positions and buying other stuff, and maybe they'd find something that performs better and has a different correlation or is correlated negatively against this particular company, and they just kept putting their money in the wrong place and doing what, if you were a retail trader, would definitely be considered to be very bad practice, somewhat stupid, and ultimately is going to get you wrecked. Okay, and despite various other sorts of attempts, as we see the market getting pushed back down the way, there was never any sort of liquidation capitulation event happening with a scenario stops being triggered in order to push the market on down the way, and it's really stupid if anybody thought that there would have been. Let me just take away a couple of these arrows so you don't get distracted by them and point out the stupidity then for us. So this is where the so-called smart money became dumb money. And how did smart money become dumb money, right? How does smart money suddenly become dumb money? When you look at these events here, what are they? all? They're all higher lows. All of them have been, including these tiny wee ones. Now, of course, again, I'd have to zoom on in, but if you're at that scale, you're talking like big movements in terms of percentages. All of these were also higher lows as well along the way. It's only because of the chart looking so, like, let me stick it on logarithmic again. There you go. You can see again, tiny little pullbacks, nothing much. These are all higher lows compared to over here, right? Which is where the regret and the tears of all these hedge funds is stemming from, right? It's this point here. This is why they're all crying into their CNNs about things, okay? And the stupidity existed in vast amounts because they figured that when the prices had gone up from that low, and they'd gone up 164%, it was a pretty good time to start shorting it. And sure, it was. But when the prices dropped back down, what's that? 42%. They didn't want to take their profits, right? They didn't want to do it. Well, they have to eat shit now as a result. Then they got stupid and stupider and stupider and stupider and stupider, and this becomes a chart of how dumb money, how smart money became dumb money. And when did they realize it? When did it become obvious to all of them? And it was in here. And what didn't happen at any of these periods was there wasn't an event where people stopped out and everything else. So if you want to talk about things like diamond hands, which people do, so diamond hands, where did the diamond hands really come in at? Well, they came in at these key areas here, and we're just simply looking over to the left. I mean, this is so simple, right? Looking over to the left and seeing how this lines up with these lows. Let's just retroactively put on horizontal support and resistance by finding where it did find the support, right? Let's not look at it in advance. Let's look at the price action as it happened, and then we'll go back and investigate how this all looks later on. So in all these areas, they didn't find any sort of capitulation happening. Going back over to the left, big gap over here. So they were hoping for some sort of big old capitulation to happen at this point here. Didn't. They had to eat shit again. They were looking for capitulation to happen in here, this previous support and resistance. It didn't. They had to eat shit again. They were looking at this and saying, well, this is where we had this support for a number of days over here, a solid amount of days. What we're talking here, a couple of months of support at this level, and it didn't support them, and they had to eat shit again, and it's just a case of saying to them, why do you not follow the trend, bro? Do you not know how to trade? Right? Okay, so quick introduction for people who don't know what trends are. Trends are when the prices are going in one way for like quite a while, as signified by having lower, for instance, this is a downward trend, so we're going to have lower highs. As you can see, all of these highs are coming in lower, right? Lol. And all these lows are coming in lower, right? Lol, lol, lol. So that's what they seem to forget that, right? They seem to forget that. Anyway, here we are now. And little memes as well exist about this, because we know that the diamondest of hands, the owners of the company, also ditched their stock in around about that level themselves. Not all of the owners and not all of their stock, and certainly, you know, they're not crying into their cocoa pops about it right now. Certainly not. But that's what's been happening for us. Okay, so we know all of that. Now we're way on up the way. Let's flick it over to the weekly chart here and show you significant other areas as well. Of course, we had these massive highs, and we can see how this obviously yet again disappointed them, as they were not unable to capitulate the market in at these areas, looking for, you know, perhaps with any of their stop hunts and etc. going on, as they pile more and more money into their short positions. that they were just going from from bad to worse to worse to worse to worse. You can see here that we went through in the space of a day, we went through all three of the previous significant highs. Okay, the previous massive highs in the market. I can't be bothered showing you again. You saw me drawing them in there a second ago. We went through all three of those in a day, right? At this point here, where there's very high, again, I didn't do these ones retrospectively. I went back and I found the previous highs. Remember, this is technical analysis. This is how it works. This is no surprise. This is why I bring this information to folk in the crypto world, because they ought to know this as well. This so-called stuff that the so-called smart money knows, and the dumb money didn't. What do we see here? This is, of course, what was that line that I drew in from the previous bloody high in the market. Have to go back a while to find it, and yeah, that's where we found this area of where the close came in on the day. The wick went right above it. We then had a gap on the market, presumably, which got filled in on the next day. Was that over the period of weekend or whatever? I wonder. I don't really care enough actually to look into too much detail right now. But then we had this dropping back down. It came all the way back down close enough to our previous area, and it wasn't able to, you know, there was never any sort of capitulation happening here, and again the hedge funds had to just eat it and eat it and eat it. So that brings us actually up to, believe it or not, actually brings us kind of up to speed, because this is where we find the prices having come back down to since, and they've not done it. And let me just let you be the one to identify this. Now, this is obviously zoomed out so much you can't see all of the chat I had about higher lows pardon me, and higher highs in this, because it's also now zoomed out because of the prices are so relatively so much lower than they are now. But I'm sure it doesn't take any degree of professional what you should expect at a hedge fund to be able to have identified certain things. Like here we have a higher low, here we have higher or support, whatever you want to call it. You know, we're not breaking structure, whatever phrase you want to use for it, it's all good. Didn't break structure over here, didn't break structure over here again yet either. So boom boom boom, what's that? It's going on, right? Okay, it's still happening, right? Still happening. So that's where we find ourselves right now. And isn't it a fantastic and wonderful place to be in, ladies and gentlemen, as we see that the prices have come in for a higher low overall. Okay, so there is more to this. There is more to this story than simply saying that it's a battle of will against a group of people off of Reddit and a bunch of hedge funds and against each other. There's more to the story than just simply that, and we can see this happening here over here. Now, there's a lot of misinformation going around in the world. When we see the likes of CNBC completely piss their knickers about this story, and we see people talking about how they're going to have to ban this and that and everything else, and then we see that the blame for this is being passed over to the retail trader who's operating in an individual basis. He isn't like a member of Ivan and Tech's bump and dump boiler room for crypto, for instance, or anything. He's not doing anything nefarious at all in order to simply manipulate the markets for their own gain, really, because they're an individual who's reading something that's in publicly available information and is operating on their own basis through brokers to buy the stuff that's buying it and selling it to them. What's going on? There's nothing wrong there. That's how the markets work. So there's a little question in my head as to how honest all of these different hedge funds are being about things, because all it really took was for any of them to realize a small loss there to make a huge gain, and they could have of course benefited off their other ones. Now, of course, there are lots and lots of stuff to be said about the open shorts and the open interest on the markets, etc. And we know as well that the prices have actually managed to make their way back down to this area as a result of you know, the interaction between different hedge funds really manipulating the price action so transparently with the assistance of all the different trading people, like Robinhood, for instance, not letting people actually sell. In fact, Revolut got in on it too. So, you know, yeah, that so-called manipulation. We know that this was in no small part a lot of this volume here, which of course, by the way, was minuscule. There's really quite small volume here. Was by relatively speaking, just, you know, this area versus this area, was because there's just not that much. So what's actually affecting the price here is the bids and sells being actually processed, and that's what's changing the price, not so-called real movements. And that was one of the things I heard on the clip from CNBC earlier on. This is the second rant that I wanted to have, was to do with so-called real movements in price. I found it so laughable. Welcome to the real world, people. Welcome to the real world. You have now all been red-pilled. I'm afraid you really just have to suck up some of this glorious stuff the rest of us have been calling life right up until this point. Welcome to the real world, people. If you know how anytime a movement happens in anything, people turn around and say, why did that happen? Okay, so Bitcoin went up to 43 grand there, 42 grand, and then it dropped down. Why did it happen though? Why? I need to know what the reason was, why it happened, okay? I need to know why it happened, and then give me the news. What's the news? Why did it happen, right? You've heard that before, right? That's the people who are saying that have been infected by these people from the false world of the big, never-ending pockets, Warren Buffett style investing, you know, the ones, and then you find yourself on the other end being liquidated. It's, for instance, when you're like 19 trading gold during a 10-year bull market cycle, and you're handing money over to somebody else, and who's making that money? Well, the likes of Warren Buffett and all the rest of it are making that money, and I'm losing money, even though the market was going towards the top side, and I ultimately, looking back at it, was on the right side of the market. My timing, you know, is how people talk about it. That's how my you know, your man Douglas would talk about it, for instance, with the disciplined trader. My timing was wrong. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so from the world of the CNBC and that bald guy, you know, the guy that looks like a really healthy version of Gollum from Lord of the Rings, that all you guys in the States you watch for his news on the CNBCs, and he runs around his studio with the screens up behind him, and he talks about how you really should be putting your money into American Airlines and all this sort of crap all the time. That guy, he's bald. You've seen him. He looks like Gollum in a suit with white skin. He always looks for a reason as well, right? Even him, and he's actually not too bad. They all want to have a reason, eh? And with a reason, what you get is the ability to turn around and say that it was a real movement in price. It was real. And what I've heard people discussing about with regards to these movements with GME towards the top side, all of this towards the top side, is that they're not real movements in the markets, and therefore it's just manipulation, and therefore we need to step in and do something about it because these things are not real, right? That's complete fantasy bullshit, by the way, and don't let it infect you. This is yet another example of how the man puts his boot on your throat and keeps your brain small and keeps you losing money and keeps you in the dumb money side of things while they get to be the smart money. Well, welcome to the real world, smart money. You're now the dumb money, and you're crying about not having had a real reason. What was the reason that the prices dropped over here? Well, according to those people looking for real reasons, they have plenty of real reasons for why it dropped over here. But we know by looking at the volume here that actually it was just them operating between each other in their funds, making the prices go down and manipulating the prices down. We know that the real reason for this drop was 100% manipulation in the markets, and we know that the real reason for this increase in price was because of demand and supply, the free market economy, the American ideal, the incredible fundamental basis for everything that any of us do in terms of investing and trading. It was all of that right there, was that very much expression of that real reason, and this real reason dropped down. So do not let yourself be infected by that sort of absolute and complete bollocks. Okay, so that's what that is for you. Quick educations. Of course, this is somewhat coming from the world of having seen it myself and all the rest of it. I'm not particularly. You can imagine that while we get on great, that there's going to be a triangle of opinions about my attitude right now. You're going to have me on one end of that triangle, all of you on the other end of that triangle, and at the top end of that triangle, everybody who disagrees with me. And of course, we can't all be friends with each other. So me and you, we're the two parts of that triangle that we're friends, and I'm not able to be friends with all of the idiot narcissists in the world of, oh, there's not a real reason for this. Anyway, ultimately, what's going to happen about all of this? Not an awful lot, in fact, and there's very little that can be done about it. So can we sorry guys, but that's it. So can we learn anything from the most recent movements up and down? Now, I wanted to point out then in terms of the girth of this thing, now we have a thicker skin if you're from the crypto world. Again, if you're joining me here for the first time, by the way, be sure to hit a like, drop me a like if you're enjoying any of this content. Hit it twice if you aren't. And then we are so thanks so much for joining me. But if you're from Bitcoin and all the rest of it, you know how these things go. Now, Bitcoin isn't anything special. I mean, it's very, very special in terms of its technology and all the rest of it, but in terms of the free market economy and the interaction that the markets have with itself, with the interaction within the market in a free market economy, is something that we're very used to in the crypto world, and therefore exploiting that towards the top side, as the likes of Gollum in a suit sits there complaining on his thing about things not being real. What have we seen happen so far? Well, there is a worry here in terms of the overall upward movement. There is a worry from a technical analysis point of view in terms of what did they achieve, because they didn't actually manage to take out, as we already discussed in great detail, the horizontals here. We didn't actually manage to take out the previous area of structural support and resistance, the inflection in the market that happened in here on the 25th of January, and that would have been ideal. They didn't actually manage to do that, but they've sunk down below the 236. Okay, this has given us a clear indication of where the girth in the market is. Looking over to the left, by the way, how does that line up with the past? Let me just put all of this here, extend it over to the left as well. This is something we don't really usually do, because of course we look at the charts on a very, very regular basis on the show for stocks, for the cryptos that we look at. So we don't tend to look to the left in terms of this Fibonacci levels and etc. But the 50% area is down here at this girthy area. If we want to go towards the 50%, we're obviously going to have to take out the 236. But we know that we've got these highs, etc. along the way that we would need to, that are going to potentially offer up support, etc. etc. Plenty of work to be done by the people who want to push the price of this thing back down the way, and then it becomes a market dynamic play, right? So this is the technical analysis that supports the chat as well, that was going along with, of course, TradeSpawn's chat in his video yesterday. What is the market dynamic play, and how really does that come into effect? You know, and just purely from the movements down the way, we've done an awful lot. It's good. It's enough to make people feel scared. It was the intention with this here to bring a little bit of the old retail back in the way, and of course there will have been an awful lot of that happening in this area, because we know over the last week this is when the story really took off, and then of course this is where the hedge funds really started responding again in terms of the news and everything else, and this is where all this movement's happened at. So a lot of the people who bought from the time that the prices broke past Roaring Kitty's stream with 275,000 views or so on their AV, and you know, with them celebrating with a glass of champagne at $60, etc., they a lot of them FOMO'd into it. They will have used leverage as well to do it at the time, and a lot of them have been made to eat it and provide a degree of liquidity back to the other accounts. Okay, a degree of liquidity which is going to sort out the balance. You know, their average price was this, and then the average price was now that. Now, of course, they're obviously still massively underwater, etc. And no, I'm not pointing at actual price action. I was trying to give you an idea of a line chart. Sorry, that's really bad because it made it look as like pointing at the price action. Sorry, their average entry for a short was way lower. Then they were able to bring it up a bit. If you've ever been massively underwater on a leveraged exchange, for instance, the likes of BitMEX or whatever, and you're trying to sort of so-called, in inverted commas, sort out your position, then you've been through this exact same scenario as well. This is the same scenario that, of course, what you know, the hedge funds were trying to elicit. So they've managed to get a degree of movement here, but it wasn't enough. It doesn't represent the diamond hands of the sort of Wall Street bets, or if you want to call it that, movement here. Now, I'm not a massive fan of even attributing too much success to the Wall Street bets here. Instead, what we have is market dynamics here. We've got this movement. Now, this is as old as the hills as well. So long as there's been the ability to do shorts, this is even before options are invented. We're talking for the last 100 odd years we've had this sort of type of mentality on the go, that as soon as you go past certain price points, then you're looking at, of course, people's positions having to capitulate, etc., and all the dynamics that exist in this, from these modern things to do with options and everything else, are the exact same dynamics have always existed in markets. It's just that they've been accelerated and sort of condensed and put parameters around, so it makes it a little bit easier to sort of draw a line on it and say, etc., what's important. Anyway, we know that we found support here. Our wick didn't take out our previous area of over here at $65. You know, we've not done that yet, so we're still looking pretty good. I'm going to have to say that this is looking pretty good, this chart overall. That's the weekly time frame, by the way. Big movement towards top side. We'll take a look at things like RSI and everything else as well in a second or two here. I just really wanted to explain it all because I want people to go away from this having really kind of understood, for however many people are watching. You know, I don't know how many people are tuned in. 15. Awesome, brilliant. All 15 of you will go away with an actual understanding of what's really going on in the markets, you know, what really is happening. And then the next time you tune on the news, and again, like I say, this would have only taken a couple of minutes to do personally had I not been talking the whole time, mostly talking crap, I suppose, as well. Sorry. So you would be able to do this yourself. Always remember that. You'd always be able to do it yourself. You'll then be able to turn on the news and hear them talking about it like they're a little panicked headless chicken, not understanding anything, because these so-called experts with their so-called expert knowledge and their so-called expert opinions that have been drip-feeding you boot on the throat nonsense, keeping your brain small, making you the ostrich with its head in the sand and unable to actually perform well in the markets. They don't know what to say now. They just don't know what to say because they can't even do something as simple as all of this, right? Anyway, it's looking okay. Now, there is a real danger here that we're by the 236, but this is a huge opportunity as well. Where does the good pricing start to come back in again? Well, of course, at a movement past this. By the way, let me just also be clear that I don't believe that all the hedge funds are dying and all the retail people are winning here. I absolutely do not believe that for one second whatsoever. I know that if I'd still been working at some hedge fund, that I wouldn't have been in this position if I was responsible for an account. And there are people like me out there in the world. There are, okay? I'm not that unique. I'm not really that unique. I'm not the only smart person in the world who knows what they're talking about. I'm not. right? I'm not. So there are other people who are putting money into this as well, outside of Wall Street Bets, and benefiting from this market dynamics. You're just going to hear a lot of crying and crying and crying, just in the same way that you heard crying and crying and crying when Lehman Brothers went down the drain, as if we're all supposed to be sad that poor old Lehman Brothers, they were so old and an American institution, and then they just went down the drain, and the next day there was no Lehman Brothers anymore. Or the way that we're supposed to be sad when Barings Bank went down the drain. Oh, Nick Leeson killed Barings Bank. Oh, I'm so sad about that. Yeah, I grew up with a big question mark in my head about that. It's one of the other things that inspired me to become a trader. I found all of that sort of stuff so absolutely fascinating. Anyway, movements now past the 236 over here give you a really easy area to manage your profit and loss. Your risk and reward, actually, I should probably say. Instead, be better, Rocky, at this 236. Now, this is the weekly chart. We're talking about things from a broad perspective. Yes, the price would have to move a significant amount up. We're talking here 58% to take out that 236, but the movement from the 236 back up to the all-time highs, an additional 257%. Just put things into context. If you're going to be patient about things, there's a way of being patient about them. On the daily time frame, it gives you that sort of feeling of like, hey, hold on, no, wait a minute, what if we start to see something coming in here? Could we see anything that maybe would give us an indication of anything proper going on the go here at all? Oh, by the way, as well, there's a gap. There's obviously this gap here in this area, so you could maybe think to yourself that you might want to just potentially think that you'd be happy enough to trade this throughout rather than just simply buy and hodl, which of course you can do, especially again if you're coming from the world of crypto, might be what you're used to doing. But you could look to maybe take some profits in there at $219. It's not going. Look, by the way, don't let anybody. I say this all the time, and I normally, again, like I say, I'm normally talking about crypto, and this is something that happens in the crypto world because it's all retail almost that are talking about it. In the professional world, you don't really get people profit shaming you. If you turn around and tell somebody in a professional context and say, how much did you make off of that trade, and they say 10%, and you would turn and say, oh, well done, I made 7%, and then they go, that's good as well, cool, what's your next idea? They don't say I made nearly 50% more profit than you did. You've got weak hands, you're just weak, you're just paper, you're just made from paper. Can you imagine that in a professional context, that type of conversation? Anyway, in the meme land that is crypto, we talk about things like that, and I've had a little bit of that chat myself. I'll admit, a little bit of that chat even in this live stream myself, been talking about diamonds and stuff like that. But yeah, no, in reality, you don't go around profit shaming people, right? You don't profit shame other people, and if you don't profit shame other people, you're significantly less likely to profit shame yourself. Don't lord it over somebody when you make lots of money. Don't shame other people when they didn't, okay? That's the positive side of it. Also, don't come yapping to people when you lose money. Nobody wants to hear that shit. So anyhow, yeah, it's not a big deal if you were to choose to do so in that zone. Now, let's also bear in mind, though, that this zone itself doesn't necessarily even need to be traded in that much. And there's another risk there for that broader term perspective, people, in terms of what the 236 really represents, given that it's coming in right at the cusp of this gap anyway. The markets have just closed. I should have been thinking about the market close. Well, market close, great. Actually, screw it. Let's just do it. Hi friends, Rocky Outcrop here, doing a little bit of an unusual episode because I'm talking about traditional stocks, but I hope you like it. The markets have just closed in the US of wonderful A, and we're going to take a look at how things managed to close out. Thanks so much for joining me for this. Be sure to hit that like button if you like any of this context. I'm looking at the GME chart right here. We're going to be taking a look at AMC, Nokia, BlackBerry, maybe some silver, maybe a little bit of crypto, just to give you a sprinkle of that in this market close summary episode. Thanks so much for joining me. Like I say, and this is GME, the 24-hour chart up here, and I'm a little bit disappointed that the prices weren't able to make it all the way back up to to the 236 Fibonacci retracement point here. Where is this Fibonacci retracement point drawn in from? Well, it's actually from the market cycle low down there at $2.50-ish, up towards the highs up here at near enough $500. And then the 236 is actually coming in here at $141. Is it a bit rich of me to be disappointed that we didn't make it there? It certainly absolutely is. Dropping back down towards a low time frame, we can see that overall today the markets have really just been kind of moving towards the downside, somewhat consolidating in its factor around here, not having managed to actually come down as far as this yellow serrated line here, which is the key support and resistance zone for us. Not only is it the last inflection in the market on GMEs over here from the 25th of January 21, but if I actually was to be obliged by TradingView loading up the screen on time for me, yeah, there we go, then I could scroll over to the left here eventually and show you how this is a significant area for previous highs in the markets. Well, whatever, take my word for it, it'd be better on the 24-hour time frame. But zooming back up to where we are right now, how did things close off for the day? Do we have anything particularly of note jumping out at us to give us something to be aware of? Well, let's just face facts. 4-hour time frame, previous lows coming in here or wherever you choose where the previous low was. Bringing up the MACD, what's that then? Well, any turnaround from this point would be absolutely stinking, very, very stinky. You know that scene in the Jurassic Park whenever they go up to the big mound of poo? That's what I'm talking about, stinky, in terms of the hidden bullish divergence on here. Hidden away from all those pesky hedge fund managers and visible to all of us in the retail world. Well, let's hope so. In terms of the DMI, how did they do with their rectifying their underwater positions? Have they managed to actually capitulate the markets and go for a trend towards the downside? Well, the 4-hour time frame coming in here showing us that they didn't actually manage to achieve that 24-hour time frame. Of course, we do have a crossover here, something to be worried about. That's how they did actually manage to achieve, in terms of their sideways consolidation, they managed to avoid this crossing back over the way. There is a degree of course, trepidation in the markets at this point, but it could absolutely go either way. Managing your risk with stops and all the rest of it makes this rather easy. You're able to stop out and probably in profit, and perhaps at the worst a small loss, whereas those hedge funds, they ain't able to stop out anytime soon. Let's hope that they get absolutely driven to the wall. Jumping back down towards the 4-hour time frame on this one, we can see that it did drop off down the way here, putting in a low here again, coming in lower than our previous lows, giving us hidden bullish divergence on the RSI. We're below the neutral line. There's a chance that we could move up towards the top side. If we did, then what would that look like? Well, actually looking back the way, it would be great to see, because we actually got our highs on there without bearish divergence. Likewise on the DMI, everything was rather glorious. And in fact, if things had kept going, simply from a technical perspective, they were due a pullback anyway. Regardless of the maleficent intentions of the hedge funds, we were due this movement anyway. Big movement up equals big movement down. We have broke past the 236, but I wouldn't get too worried quite yet. Over here on the no sure thing indicator, let me drag it back down. This does take quite a while. We have seen a cross over there. Now that is our biggest worry as well, but another cross towards the top side, who knows, things could get VW crazy on the go over here. With regards to the stochastics though, you're seeing that we were already in this mode from before, and so far we've come back down to the oversold territory, ripe and ready for a crossover, certainly offering up a decent enough position for us should we want to get in. Movements up towards the top side though, I would say, you know, we would have to look at how the market participants allow us to operate with their pre-market trading with regards to this one, and would we actually get an opportunity to get in on a jump on this or not. I'll put that into context by going over here and checking out silver real quick before checking out the closes on Nokia and AMC and BlackBerry. As we can see here, there was a gap as I marked out on the silver charts. We came back down in the period when we actually broke through and created this gap and formed this wick here on the a couple of days ago, and this is what's drawn in to show us where the gap is, and in fact that lines up perfectly with the 236 over here. What did we see happen with the price action? Well, actually dropped down and came right over here to the gap itself, where trading actually opened on this one, and the prices then moved on further down, taking out the 382, as you know, was the inevitability almost at the point when we skipped past this gap, coming down here towards the 50%. We didn't actually take that out yet. Looking for recovery on this one. Could we get it? Is this a decent buying opportunity? It may well be. I was kind of warning people of the need for a pullback on this episode, this channel a couple of days ago. We've subsequently seen a nice and tasty 12 to 13%, 13% pullback in the prices, 12% pullback. Very, very good. That's what we needed to see happening. Now we have the opportunity to go towards the top side. Again, bear in mind the dynamics which will exist in and around this gap. I would like to see this go through the trading day, operating within this, and then continue towards the top side. That's my current prediction on this one. However, I would be cautious again to remind people of the story that we're just talking about there with GME, showing you the example here how the trading, thanks to the dynamics of the completely and absolutely trustworthy regulated markets, allows for these gaps, of course, to move like that correspondingly when the markets are closed and you may not be able to trade them yourself as a retail trader. Moving on then, what we wanted to look at, and keeping the theme of gaps alive, let's jump on over towards BlackBerry and stick it in. Wait, I'll just stick in the ticker as well, because BB, just for anybody that wants to know it. Looking at the NYSE on this one, of course, as well. And there was some gap chat here. Where's my gaps? Okay, we had a gap over here and that got filled in. We talked about that on the daily time frame, and we were concerned about the potential for us to go down as far as other areas. This one here, what? Yeah, this one over here was already obviously filled in the immediate aftermath of it being created. We were really concerned about gaps which were showing up on the 15-minute time frame, and we did actually come down as far as, no, we came down right to the edge of the gap, but we didn't actually go on and fill it. Again, quick reminder to people, always be aware of the market dynamics in and around gaps as well, as opposed to the gaps themselves necessarily. And then what we're looking to again is towards top side. Now we have another gap in here where I just put in that marker. It's not just a gap, it's also a point of support and resistance from the past, and where we had the other significant daily time frame gap. That's our next target towards the top side. That's at $14. We're at $11 at the minute. Significant profits to be made on this one. Is there a decent chance for this to continue up the way and give us that movement? Well, let's just look at the DMI, and it certainly shows us that we do have that potential right now. Of course, the ADX itself, this line, towards that's coming down towards the lower side, that's the strength of trend, showing us we don't really have a strength of trend on the 4-hour time frame. 24, was that the 15-minute time frame? 24-hour time frame, sorry, conversely showing us that that's still very much the case. It's still in place. We're down below the 30 area on this one, something to be aware of for you, but of course I do anticipate at the minute for the trend to continue being our friend. Of course, this is the crux of things, and as you can see, we've got Rick and Morty lips on the DMI over here. I suppose people don't necessarily know what I mean by Rick and Morty lips, but if you ever watch Rick and Morty, you probably think that's the case. Well, this is something that we talk about on the channel quite a lot. This is what we might see just before, of course, things continue to fly towards the top side. It's like a failed kiss, if you like. What Morty would do, I suppose, if he ever got the chance with Jessica. Shout out to everybody who likes Rick and Morty. Give me a like if that's one of you. Jumping on over, let's just take a quick look and see how Nokia Corporation actually managed to close out its chart. Oh, sorry, like I say, you can of course look up things if you're from the crypto world and you're wondering how to look up stocks just by typing in the name of the stock itself. But of course as well, you can look up Nokia, for instance, by looking at the ticker NOK, for example. On that one, zooming on in, we can see craziness happened here. Big old gap towards the top side. We've got to be wary as well with regards to the dynamics which will come into play in and around about that 550 to 565 zone for us. We've got the low coming in here. Again, the dynamic, talking about gaps, we didn't actually fill this gap in coming in for it. We came close, came down, we didn't actually fill it in. A wick going into a gap does not constitute it being filled, I'm afraid, although, you know, we would have been nice to have seen it go down a little bit more for us to give us that confidence in terms of, you know, having covered off what we need to in the meantime. But there's kind of always, not always, but frequently another gap on the charts waiting to be filled in. Is this one here, does that count? That is just a slight sliver of a gap over there as well. But anyway, you know, we don't need to put all of our money on gap plays alone. There's plenty of other things to be looked at. What we have right now again is quite clearly that we're below the 236, but have we done enough with regards to the Fibonacci retracement on this one? Just to draw in the context again, for anybody who was looking. Well, yeah, it's a similar situation to what we saw with the movements down past the 236 on GME over there, in the sense that we came down below it, and then kind of, we're gapping afterwards. Got to be careful with these market dynamics. Came down towards the 50%. That obviously offered up resistance, operating in around here at the golden pocket. We've not managed to break past the 618 quite yet. I'd say we're still on the way potentially to fill in this gap. If we were to do that, then crawl up towards the top side. Looking again for the key areas. Movements past this zone, just in terms of how we open up trading tomorrow, could be quite good. Looking for momentum plays at that point up towards this price point of $5.37. Of course, if we capitulate just a little bit in the opening hours of the morning, then I'm looking to try and find entries in at around about 423, then to carry that on up towards that $5.59 territory where our previous high was. From that point on, I'd probably leave 25% of the goodness on the table to carry it on up towards the future. Of course, if you want to just go all in on things, then by all means, I'm not a financial advisor. I'm not going to tell you how to trade ever, but that would be one of these things that you could be looking to for the next play up the way, that comes in at $6.33 for us. And all of this is operating within the realms of normal territory. How did the close go for today on Nokia though? Definitely went very, very well. That enthusiasm taking us back up to that key area of 474, not pushing past it, leaving almost a little bit on the table for us to figure out tomorrow, making it so that there's that little dynamics. It'll be interesting to see how the markets actually open up with this one, and their pre-market plays of course as well. Looking for momentum in either direction with this one. Really starting off here by saying that as well with regards to Nokia, that yesterday's candle there was, of course, that's the 4-hour candle. The previous 4-hour candle before the close was a doji, and came in here with finding out our support at the body of that doji, taking out the wick of this candle here. If we do start trading that way tomorrow, then of course I would be looking down towards these areas. If you wanted to play it safe, you could wait again and manage your risk right at this point of $4.39. Take a nice trade down to 424 if you're just looking to scalp on that one again as well. Movements down past that line, things change fairly significantly, but really where we have that other gap, that's where our last low was. We don't have a clear gap for us in this we have a big clear gap, sure, and we've not managed to fill that in yet. Sure, that's the case. Looking to see if that actually happens, because this would constitute a nice higher low for us, a nice higher low. That isn't really very legible, but that's what that would constitute for us, a nice higher low in here if we were to achieve it. Of course, if we don't achieve that, then the next area for a higher low comes in at around about where we had our previous question mark gap at. So when you're talking about changing any market structure, none of this has changed. It still remains in a very much bullish overall broader term bullish stance. Now I'm going to have to look up towards those things like the 24-hour time frame, etc., and show you this overall trend for you to understand that this was a low, this was a high, this was a low, this was a high, and until such times as we've actually set in a higher low yet, we've not done so. But it would, when it happens, it'll be a higher low, unless of course we really come into this territory over here. What is that territory? Well, it's the territory between the 786 and the 100% retrace. On this one, I don't want to see a 786. Okay, then moving on the way, what was the other one we wanted to look at? AMC. How are all your cinemas getting on in the world? And again, as well, we have these dynamics with the market dynamics on the go, putting attention onto gaps for us. Now, various different horizontals to be aware of as well with regards to this one, quite clearly in there. Then towards the top side, that'll do for just one, and then I'll give it one towards the downside, and that's going to have to be, of course, where that gap exists currently for us, and this is what we're going to have to look at. But how did it close out for the day? We did just close. Let's take a look and see how it did. Well, we have everything going along, and the no sure thing saying don't worry. So right, so you have a lack of bullish divergence. Let me just be clear on this one. You have a lack of bullish divergence because this point here was not actually a higher high. You have this high, then you've got this flux in between. This was an equal low. here between these two lows. This was a high, this was just flux, and then between this high and the actual high, it's not bearishly divergent. So you're not looking for bearish divergence on the play on this one at the minute. We've had a natural, decent retrace back down clearly towards an area of support and resistance. We're sat there with a gap up above us. Taking that gap out does two things at once. Of course, capturing that upper side support and clear zone for us to be aware of. Just looking back even more to get confirmation on that for me. Yeah, absolutely. Taking that out is going to be a significant thing for us, and things would become very much that over enthusiastic, lower value, higher risk mode there for everybody to get involved in, for that touch of that FOMO. Drawn in the Fibonacci retracement on this one because we might give everything the same treatment. Like I say, this was a double low here for us. I've not drawn that in perfectly accurately, but you can see the 236 lines up perfectly with that. Of course, suddenly invalidating that Fibonacci retracement. Where do we see with this lining up? The 618 line up with the bottom end of that area. Massive degrees of technical analysis here. Technical analysis is definitely your way forward with this one. Of course, people will be talking about things like this going mad on Wall Street bets, but if you're looking for decent entries and exits, then these three lines really operate up for you the best ones, indeed the ones that the guys on Wall Street bets themselves will be looking to, believe you me, themselves, and how they're going to manage their own risk, while of course they might call you a little bit smooth in the old brain for having not just bought in at any price, anytime. Don't be stupid, get on with the show. So there's more dynamics here. We're looking at TA, and I think it does definitely work for us. Things are looking pretty good, and the no sure thing here telling us as well that the trend is still very much in place. Just to run back through those, by the way, over the last wee while, in terms of the 24-hour time frame, how have the other ones been looking that we were talking about in today's show? Again, no sure thing showing us it's towards the top side. Well, we have these intermediate oscillators because kind of resetting slightly. Yes, we had bearish divergence on the I suppose on the stochastics, but bearish divergence in stochastics is about as useful as a fourth wheel in a Reliant Robin. That's a really bad actually analogy, that one. Not very good essentially for us is the summary. And then of course we've still got the strength of trend in place. Yes, pulling back on it, certainly room towards the top side. If we're going to go crazy on any of these, then you'd want to see the DM positive breaching that 50 line, and it hasn't done it over here on the old Nokia like it has on others. Had it done it on AMC there? Yeah, like it did on AMC. So we haven't got that blow off top that people would be talking about, for instance, over there on Nokia yet. Certainly a lot of value towards the top side, talking numerous percentage points. Looking at BlackBerry again, for instance, as well. How did it look? And you can see the no sure thing is still looking okay, and of course we've got this overall upward trend possibility. I like the fact that we've got a green day for us at the minute here. It does make it look like it's a higher low, and of course we don't really have hidden bullish divergence here on that one on this, but we do we have it here? Well, we have it here on the MACD. Look at that, wonderful. Any movements towards the top side coming with some more of that Jurassic Park Triceratops poo pile stuff on the go for us. So, and finally, again, going back the way, what was it, GME? Oh, I'll take a look at silver as well. GME, very much, again, no sure thing, telling us that the trend is still very much on. Eat that, hedge funds. And then SLV, how are you looking over here? And well, there is a bit more of a different question on the go with this one. We've at least asked the question here, but we can see it's a positive cross again. So there was this negative cross in here on the charts, and that lines up over here with this drop. This rise in price action and then subsequent drop down has left us in a position where we've actually just seen the no sure thing turn around. What is that? Well, that's just essentially a series of moving averages. I mean, you can see the same sorts of things here if I bring on the whole host of moving averages that we like to use on a regular basis, for instance, and you can see the same sort of chat over here. This is all spanned out nicely, came back down, big load of crosses crossing over, crossed back over towards the top side just now, finding support in here at the low small term. What's that, the 8 period? Do I have it on as well here? Just double check here for sanity check. Yeah, the 8 period exponential moving average coming in here, and again just showing us the way everything spanned out. Look at that as well. It's got the full on salad fingers approach. By the way, drop me a like in the show if you've ever heard of salad fingers. If you haven't, go ahead and look it up on the YouTube. I'm actually a friend of the guy that made it through social media back in the day on my sort of personal social media feed. He won't know that I'm doing this. I don't talk to him on a regular basis. Anyway, you see all that fanned out really nicely towards the top side in the Rusty Spoon format. So excellent. That's us kind of run through everything. We can go back over to shit talking on the GME screen, unless anybody wants me to talk about anything else. By the way, have I missed anything off of my thumbnail? Wouldn't like to have missed anything off my thumbnail. I think I just ran through the ones. Can someone just verify me that I've not missed anything on my thumbnail there? So great. Okay, that was a bit mental, wasn't it? Oh, by the way, if you got any value from that at all, I'd massively appreciate a like. Again, if you want to subscribe and come back and see these videos in the future, I do live streams quite a lot, then you're more than welcome to. I love interacting with people and of course answering questions that people have with TA. And I really did go the extra mile in yesterday's video when I put in comments. I told somebody precisely how to trade as well. I basically gave somebody a trading 101 lesson in the comments of yesterday's videos on the YouTube. Let me give everybody a quick shout out that's joining us here, by the way, because I really want to have everybody feel included in the show. I'm not just talking it into open space. I've already said hi to the likes of K-Doc, John and Tony Wright, but never going to put it never going to reject an opportunity to say hi to you friendly people all over again. Tradespot, hi, nice to see you here as well. Marcin, hi, good to have you. Let's see who else has been chatting away. Space Ape, hi stream. Diamond Hands here, that's right, Diamond Hands, let's go. GME to the moon. Love what you're saying there, Space Ape. It's all Diamond Hands, it's right. High five to Biden, he's the bestest, says K-Doc. Absolutely, well, he's second best. You've got the Colonel is clearly the best because his fried chicken is second to none, but then Biden's pretty good too. Space Age, lol, no from Reddit, check Wall Street Bets. Yeah. Check from Wall Street Base. What's Space Ape? The moon rocket referencing? Yes, of course. Space Ape. What was he called? What was the name of the monkey? What was the name of the monkey? There's a pub quiz question for people. If you know the name of the monkey, drop it in the chat, and I will instantaneously wire you $50,000 in Bitcoin. That's right, $50,000 to somebody who gets the name of the chimp right. Drop that in the chat. By the way, if you think I'm serious about doing that, then close that Google search window now. Don't worry about it. I'm just taking the piss. Donkey Kong, way nice to have you here. You're a member, and what? Wait a minute, Donkey Kong, K-Doc. Did you just do your name? You did. You just went and changed your name. There was me thinking, you fooled me for a second, K-Doc, but you're not pulling the wool over my eyes. I thought there was another. Member of the channel that deserved an actual name drop shout out there. Yeah, cheeky pants, K-Doc. Well, anyway, I saw it, so that was a good laugh. So what else are we looking at here? What else have we got? Sign Mark Official. You actually put a comment in with my name. Let me read this. What do you think is the number of shorted stocks? Some say 39%, some say 220%, some say 88%. I don't know what to believe right now. Lol, I'm desperate to know that fucking number. First off, let me help you with this struggle with this. Now, I probably can suspect that TradeSpotting, as he is the most helpful guy in the world, he's such a legend, and you should absolutely check out his TradeSpotting channel. His YouTube channel called TradeSpotting there. Check it out, anybody who's not seen that. Real legend in the making right there. He's a fantastic guy. He's probably actually answered you already, but just because I've read this and I see you say 39, 220, 88, just remember that there's obviously, you're talking about if you're talking about the number in terms of the liquidity in the market and how much of it is currently locked up in shorts, obviously it'd be impossible for 228% of that to be locked up in terms of the number of contracts, the representation of the stocks that they have in terms of their worth tied up in it like that way, I suppose. So that's obviously that. 39%, well, that'd be a radical change from what it was the other day. Some say 88%. I actually think it was 69% was the percentage figure before. 39% figure is coming from S3. They're full of shit. Yes, ignore S3. They're completely full of shit. What else did you say there? I think the number could be closer to 60, but then this has changed hugely. The dynamics in this market has changed hugely. Up here, down there, whatever. I already explained anyway that there's a massive degree of misunderstanding right there in the world, as if it's like all of us versus all of the hedge funds. Well, it isn't. It's all of us plus a number of other hedge funds versus a bunch of unfortunate people, retails, and the people who maybe thought that 69 was the top or whatever, 32 was the top, etc. These various areas, maybe, you know, some unlucky ones, but generally speaking, it's more to do with some people being radically out of position, and for them, it maybe their portfolio is showing you that they've actually taken on extra. They've taken on extra debt to support their positions, etc. Just like you do when you're FOMOing into positions on the old Bit Mexico yourself. Go on, Wolf of Wall Street. Oh, I'm actually maybe doing it more like, I don't know, whatever. Soros, yes, exactly. People need to know about Soros. If you don't know about Soros, Michael John Scott just dropped the one word in there, Soros. But if you're looking for an education, then go check out Soros. Everything he says, by the way, is about 10 times is more valuable than anything that Warren Buffett says. But Warren Buffett, of course, is quoted 20 times as much. So there you go. There's your interesting dynamics there. I'm back! Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, said K-Talk. I had to go sell myself some ice cream because it's harder than concrete when it's from my freezer, and that's when it reminds me of those blocks. Remember those blocks you used to get? Can you still get them anywhere? Wrapped in paper, like the block of ice cream that had just been cut, and you would cut it up in proportion. At least I would when I was a kid, all the time. Space Ape, can't tell whose side you're on. Do you support GME or the hedgies? Oh, Space Ape, 100%. Oh, let me be clear here. Let me be clear. There should never be any doubt on this one. I support you. I support me. I support all of us versus all of them. It wasn't us that made it an us versus them game, but now the game has started. I've already chosen my side, and it was, of course, on the side of justice, on the side of freedom, on the side of liberty, and all good things. Don't worry about me. I do not have a sodden, coal-built heart. Monkey Magic, amen, Rocky, you said earlier on. Thanks for that. That must have been in response to something I said at the time, so that's quality to know. Good to have you here, by the way, Monkey. Scrolling on down here, making sure everybody gets their shout out, and to make sure that, of course, any real sort of critical questions that have come along the way so far get answered by me. And if you want to put in some chat there, ignore that siren outside. It's the saying negative things about hedge fund police. They're out there looking for me right now. They know there's a stream on the go. They've got their mobile telephones. They're like, boop, 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 scanning. Where's this guy saying negative stuff about hedge funds? Well, they can't catch me. They can't catch me. I'll just keep getting away with it. So anyway, yeah, Michael John Scott, what are you chatting here? Not sure how I dislike most. Janet Yellen, Christine Lagarde, or bankers in general. Close call. Tough one. It depends. At some point, you're just going to have to judge them on their haircuts, I reckon. Navanethan, nice to have you here. Hello, y'all. Good to see you there, buddy. GME to the moon. Loving your enthusiasm, Space Ape. It's good to see you there, giving everything as much. K-Doc says he liked for Rick and Morty. I hope everybody else did as well. Oscar Voss, good to have you here. TY, trying to get in a position. Nice name, by the way, TY. Good little conversation there. Trying to get in a position. Well, cool, okay, cool. Well, it's difficult when they're not letting you buy it. I mean, where are you trying to buy it at? Robinhood, are they letting people? Revolut, are they letting people? I mean, I am looking at the TA over here and saying that I do think that we could go up towards the top side. Of course, that does require you to be able to buy it on whatever your platform of choice is as well in the first place, you know. Obviously. Let's see as well. We've got sign mark in there. What do you think is the number? Oh wait, I've already read that one. Cool. So I've made it up to the chat. Is it time to buy now? GME, time to buy. It is. It is, yeah, it is, but you're going to be managing your risk because there is a decent drop off. We're talking about 30% if we were to go down to our next level of support, okay? 30% down the way. I think if you're allowed to do multiple trades and you're willing to take stops and everything else like that. Now, I realize that the American market is fundamentally set up to really kind of disenfranchise the individual from trading, is with the likes of, you know, the rules about day trading and how much you need to have in your account to be able to do stuff, etc., to take more than a couple of trades a week, etc. I already know about all that sort of stuff, so it's pretty hard going. But if you are able to you know, improve your position, then there's probably a good girthy distance here. However, we're at the point where it actually is the time to buy. I mean, if you're looking at this and saying, you know, when's my opportunity to get in? Well, it wasn't, you know, yesterday really necessarily, unless you'd got in at some point below the 90s, and that's the whole sort of thing. You know, this zone in here is your danger zone with regards to the prices. If we then were to look for the next bounce area, it's going to be there, but of course it could be here right now, and it would be beautiful to see it, because if we don't take out this area over here, then on the 4-hour time frame we're looking at huge hidden bearish divergence. And then, of course, in terms of a risk to reward matrix, you're probably going to be able to find something decent somewhere in amongst all of that. Now, we didn't actually see a good deal of price movement today on this coin in the, you know, the grand old scheme of things. We're talking in terms of percentage movements on this one throughout the day here as being 23%. How wrong do you want to be? Yeah, we moved a lot. $113 down as low as 86. But there you, I mean, what do you want? What do you want from me? If you're asking me if this is the time to buy now, and that's how you go about asking questions normally, then the answer is only ever going to be yes for you. Okay, if you're actually a trader and you're looking for this, then the answer is still yes, but with the awareness that this could be the next area of support, and if we do go down there, then we'll be lacking potentially that case for that whole hidden bullish divergence would evaporate, and we'd have to look at the dynamics around this area at the time. Okay, if that seems like too much to you, then instead consider any prices below $90 as being a nice one, and consider any prices up here as being not bad of an idea to take off, you know, say 5% of your trade. I'm not a financial advisor. None of this is financial advice. What I'm saying right now doesn't constitute financial advice. Simply constitutes the sort of thing that I would think about from time to time, and I'm just throwing it out there as educational material. Of course. Have to say that for the international audience, I suppose. I think. I actually know that technically, legally in the UK, I don't have to say any of that if I don't want to. In the UK, it's a case of caveat emptor. Your problem, deal with it, bitch. That's what the UK government would say. But America, and YouTube's in America, yada yada. Anyway, yeah, you could easily take a chunk of your profit off here to pay off any potential losses in terms of fees and whatever else, and you'd also be able to manage your stops and losses appropriately to avoid any sort of issues. So anyway, you know, you're talking like if you were to get in there, you wouldn't want a risk reward that looked anything like this. Why on earth does this look like this? Oh my god, what how did that happen? I didn't do that. TradingView must have done that for me. Or something happened there. I never look at potential trades with the potential to lose. That's like what that's what fund managers do, right? That's what fund managers do right there. That's what I was talking about earlier on, that example when I was right. That's what happens. Like that sort of crap, whatever. There's your risk to reward working in a fund. Don't see you watch Anton Creel on YouTube. Interesting guy, really interesting guy. Would probably get on well enough with him. I met him in a room and all the rest. But check it out. You know, when he talks about things, it's basically that, right? Okay, I mean that's obviously a massive over reduction, and they would take umbrage to me saying it, and they would just dispute it. But yeah, anyway. We don't trade like hedge funds.
Why is that happening? Instead, we want to have a more realistic profit and loss on the go here. Pardon me. So, you know, if you're looking at this, I would say that just simply put, you know, taking it to 50 simple here, this is what I'm, if we look at this 50 simple period movement, whoa, these red dots in here, these red dots that are coming in just there, you see them on your screen, the red dots. If we were to take that out, then I would say that, you know, no point being in a position until you've at least let it calm down for an hour or two or whatever thereafter. If you're looking up to just where a high for the day is, you're talking about a 2-to-1 risk to reward ratio. That's totally fine for most people trading most of the time. If you look up to our next significant area, you're talking 5-to-1. You know, anything beyond this, and this is the gap as well, you can trade it up to the gap if you like. Just for instance, there you're looking at a solid 6.65 to 1 if that's how you're managing things. And of course you're looking at the same sort of scenarios down below here again. If this is your next entry point, for example, you know, then instead you're talking about 7.79, you're talking about 5 to 1 just to go up towards the highs of today, 5-ish, that sort of a thing, you know. So there isn't any answer, by the way, not an easy answer. Right, okay, cool. So we've got a question coming in here from Cyan. I don't know how you say your name. Synarch official. By the way, you're official. Does that mean that you do something? Have you got your own YouTube channel? Let's just take a second out here to actually look you up on YouTube. I've got this here thing up about harmonics. I'm going to show people an example of harmonics in today's show. I'm going to be looking at Monero probably at some point for a second or two. Let's just check you out. Synarch official. Doing it together, folks. 78 subscribers. What do you do? This is something that I do, by the way. I like to give people a shout. I know how hard it is to start a YouTube channel. So let me see your videos. No videos. I'm not going to subscribe, sorry. You've got 78 subscribers. You're doing something else. Whatever, it's all good. Right, sound. Anyhow. Wait, let me just check. GME, AMC, NOK, SLV, BB, AND. Oh yeah, that was not a stock though. That's a pun. Crypto. Cool. Nice one. So we can do some crypto. Shall we do some crypto, folks? What do you think, folks? Shall we do some crypto? Do you want to take a look at some crypto? Let's take a look at some crypto. ADA going on Coinbase and Grayscale. So yeah, end of sentence right there. Drop the mic. Good job, Michael John Scott. Let's just look at Cardano, right? This is one of my best performing videos that I've done on YouTube for quite a while. Talked about how there could be a pullback, then moon, 4-hour time frame, showing us that we've had a... Hold on. What am I looking at right now? Crypto cap, market cap, ADA S, calculated by TradingView. Right, okay. Sorry, that's not what I meant to look at. This is the chart I meant to look at. So, you know, similar stuff, obviously. But then we had a pullback from 45 cents down to 41 cents. Okay, wasn't perfect. Didn't get the full-on pullback that I'd wanted to get. Overall, with this one, where's my Fibonacci drawn in from? I think this doesn't line up properly, because I'm not seeing the one. There's the one, lines up with this. Okay, with that over there. What time frame is this? 24 time frame I'll go to instead. Let's have a look at this one. There has been a range here to be trading, by the way, as you can see. I just jumped down to the 1-hour time frame so you can see this quite easily. You know, this has been an easily tradable range. When it came up to the highs at 45, it was just easy enough to you know, be happy enough to take profits. This is a 1-hour time frame to take profits at previous lows, stuff like that. Just kind of say, fair enough. So I myself did that. Not that I like to talk about my own trading on the channel ever, and I never really do. We've done here in the 1-hour time frame, we've come in for a low compared to our previous lows. Bring up the oscillators down below. We can see that there was no bullish divergence on the RSI at that point or anything else. Nevertheless, that's fine. We're seeing the no sure thing has just got across here. We've the negative, you know, we crossed over here in the no sure thing on the 1 hour time frame at that 45 area and got 10% pullback. Okay, so we had a 10% pullback, so there was something. Now are we going on to moon or not? Well, the question actually still remains the case. You know, we've not taken out our previous highs quite yet. If we were to push on at this point up here and come in for an equal high, we'd come in with some bullish or bearish divergence. Have we really done quite enough yet? We've not got any bullish divergence with this low as we're seeing it. We've not taken out those previous highs. Wait a minute, we have. Wait a minute, Rocky, get it right. Get it right. We absolutely did. So, so of course we've not confirmed this as a high yet. Not confirmed it as a high yet, but it would certainly look to have a bit of the old bearish divergence on the RSI compared to our previous high. So we've not confirmed this as a local high. What I mean by that, by the way, is we've not really significantly enough pulled back from that area to say that this was a local high that can be used for a divergence technical analysis play. What we can say is that we're in the mode at the minute where we're putting in a high, having dropped down the way since and not taking out this area. For instance, you know, in terms of the 5 minutes, again, you know, we're seeing that we've not taken out this area to the left. Bit hidden bearish divergence on the stochastics, for instance, chop on the DMI. But I suppose really what I should give it a bit more, I'll give a bit more screen space to the MACD for this one as we do it, and I'll make it into a nice little episode on its own as well. Maybe the MACD and the DMI, since the DMI is so beautiful and is probably the best my favorite indicator. But it's too complicated to talk about much, so I just think there's not much point. Somehow I managed to hide a thing off my screen there. I'm not really sure how I did it. In fact, because I don't know how I did it and I wonder how I'll get it back, I'll just undo that chat. Yeah, the DMI is wonderful. If you ever want to know more about the DMI, I've got an episode where I explain it all in extreme detail for an hour. I will make a nice summary type episode at some point somewhere along the line, but nobody understands it. No one, so there's no much point in talking about it. The only other people out there that actually understand indicators, the likes of Eric Crown and stuff like that. So anyway, although, you know, there are other people. Whatever. I think you probably get my point. So what are we looking at here? Cardano. This is the 5 minute time frame. So you got this 5 minute movement here, which has got these 3 peaks on it. One peak up here is higher than the peaks on the either side of it. There's an overall sort of trending support line for us here on this one. So your areas to buy at the minute would be with a pullback from where we are now down to the 44 area. Yada yada. For a failure, pardon me, if you want to see continuation, this bleeds up to the bigger time frames for movements up beyond these zones, and for that potential for, right, okay, let me just phrase this again because I know that people will be confused already. We were looking at the 4 hour time frame a minute ago, or was it the 1 hour? We were looking at the 1 hour time frame a minute ago, and I was making the point that we were looking at the 4 hour and everything else. We're looking at the bigger picture here and saying that you had this high and then you've had this high over the last couple of days, the sort of 45 and higher highs and the 45 and higher highs that we've had over the last couple of days, and we've not fully pulled back enough for us to say that this is a local top. If we were to, we would retrospectively look at it and say it was bearishly divergent. However, here we are now without significantly enough having pulled back yet, although there is a slightly negative picture in terms of what we're doing just now. If we don't break the structure of, say, taking out this 8-period EMA on this hourly time frame, really what I'm talking about is if we don't really, you know, mess up too much, we could be looking at a bull flag essentially, and that's what you get in sort of consolidation periods, and that would make sense given the sort of the divergence that we've seen with regards to achieving this high if we were to then go on afterwards. Because what does a flag do? Well, a flag, generally just speaking, in terms of your oscillators, just resets them, and then you can look towards higher highs thereafter, and that's the sort of the underpinnings in terms of oscillators and regards to that particular particular pattern, how that all works. And this would be that in effect. And I'm trying to show people then on the 5-minute time frame, if you're to be considering this zone here, then you're looking at the potential for a pullback, which does a measured move off of it, in fact, as well. And I can draw that measured move in and show you that that would take you down just past the 200 simple here on this time frame, down towards 42. Now, none of these are massive big dealio things, but if we went down to 42 on the 5 minutes, then over here on the 4 hour, what you're talking about is having come down towards the 8 period exponential moving average on this time frame, right? So you see how that ties together. So that's it. So if you're trading this in a real scalping way, you'd probably be able to run with that information right there. But I'm not hardly going to be able to publish an episode about this and have it provide value for people over the period of the next 24 hours if I talk about things from such a minute scale. But you're here during the live video, so you get the benefit of that, and you get to see the dynamics of the market. Let me know, by the way, if any of you have ever watched the TV show on Amazon called Patriot. There's a fantastic theme to the show where they're talking about the dynamics of flow to do with water and oil, in fact, and pipes, liquids moving through pipes. And what I'm trying to show you here with all of the flim-flams and everything else is the dynamics of flow in the market. And this is how this works, right? This is what everybody else that's making the money is looking at, while you're kind of going, why? So, like, you know, that side of things, and that's where that would take you down to. And then, of course, as well, this would then look like a bearish engulfing candle, okay, on this 4 hour time frame. And then you'd be looking at this and saying that this is a local high, and then you'd be saying that this local high is, of course, bearishly divergent. Why is my MACD so shrunk? Come on. Yep. If I just hit auto, does it sort out the oscillators? No, it doesn't. That's so annoying that it doesn't do that. Where is it? Okay, so then you'd be saying that between these two highs here, you've got the bearish divergence, it's on the RSI, etc., and we've just had a bearishly engulfing candle here. Could we go on to go any lower? Right, and you could, okay? And at that point, then you're looking down to 40. 40 being a nice round number, well, 4 cents, but 0.040. You're talking about 40 here, and that'd be a nice round number, and that's a good place to aim to. And as well, looking over to the left, you can see this is where our previous low were after initial impulse up, which is where we experienced the volatility coming in from. But if we crack that 236, where we'd be going to, we'd be right back to where the volatility started at over here. So you'd be seeing that the prices would be coming right back down to these general areas. And I'd be looking, I suppose, at this stage towards the 50 simple period moving average as an example. And that comes in there at this price point of around about 36. Of course, we've also got the previous all-time highs inflection zone, and that would offer up a nice solid wick entry, giving you instant access to a stop loss in profit on a decent time frame, meaning that you're really pretty much laughing. Now, of course, everything in between is absolutely valid, and I have to try and tie this together in a way that doesn't result in people all crying about having missed the move, because as well, what's not really clear from what I've been saying to somebody who is rather new to trading, although I have spent a significant amount of time during this ADA section talking about it, or ADA, or whatever you want to call it, section talking about it, is how this is not yet a local high, and that is not yet bearish divergence. This is the DMI, again, complicated for people to understand divergence on the DMI. I'll just replace that with RSI. Again, that's not yet bearish divergence. It's just us coming back in from having found support at the edge of the bullish control zone and off of the moving average of the RSI. So the title for today's video should be something to do with Cardano of what our next targets are, just so that people can have something nice to think about. And a nice way to work out our next targets is to take it from the previous inflection points in the markets with regards to highs and lows. You see, the way that this has worked, take it off log, the way that this has worked has been that there's been these extreme movements in price followed by relatively flat movement and then a big movement, you know, relatively flat here, then doof up, relatively flat for a long period of time, doof up, relative, you know, and it's kind of hard to make an assessment here compared to some other structure with regards to price action. In terms of the upwards Fibonacci, it's dead easy. You just take it from over here, that's your clear last significant low as well, and up to that high, blah blah blah, gives you your 236 in where we have it. That's how we've drawn this one in, that's why that's there. Is it perfect? Yeah, it's more or less perfect, it'll do. But how am I going to show people where your next targets up would be? Because we're moving on from that zone and we found support resistance so far. And another sort of easy enough example, I'm going to just risk it for biscuit, delete all my drawings and show you, and then I can undo it and bring them back on hopefully, is to show you the dynamics that we've seen at play with regards to the movements up past the way, achieving Fibonacci extensions once we've gone past our previous high. So like there we did it, just move this Fibonacci on up, going again, this still remains left to right as you should with Fibonacci, and we look towards our next area, whoop, up here, and we're getting our Fibonacci extension, etc. And that's where we've come so far to get up to where we are now. And then I need to look for the next area where you'd have a pullback, and we've not really had that happen yet. So whenever I talked about it before and said pullback then moon, etc., if you're looking for a pullback that came into say 36, it'd be really tasty for a target move up towards 48, 49 and 50 is your next three profit taking targets at a movement past the 100% zone, of which, you know, you're already massively in profit at that time. But nobody wants to hear you talking about that because everybody's far too impatient, etc. And it makes a lot of sense anyway. But then at the same time, the small term technical analysis in terms of the short term time frame doesn't stay valid enough long enough for the people who are actually just trading on the 15 minutes to take the value of an episode which was filmed 18 hours earlier. How am I going to do it? How am I going to do it? Answers on the back of a postcard. There are other things that you can do, but like explaining them and everything else to the audience and talking about things, you know, loads, can be frustrating. So yeah, we've achieved the 236 and we've found support so far, having not broken down below the 1618 of the most recent inflection in the market before our movement towards the top side. That's so generous to talk like that. It's so generous, but nevertheless. And we're currently finding support at the 236, moving on up the 2224, and our next targets could easily come in here at 49, 50, yada yada, right? So like that's, you know, that's the same thing. It's how you get there without doing a pullback and still saying the same story to people. But I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I don't know what to put in my video. I'll just read the chat for a second and see if anybody's actually told me what I should say in my Cardano video. I've actually, by the way, to everybody, if you haven't realized it, I've just delivered all of the TA you could possibly need to trade this thing, whether that's on a 5-minute time frame or the daily time frame or anything in between. By the way, that's already in the video here. You don't actually need any more than that. I have the ability to give you more than that. Let's try and use that ability for the powers of good. So let's do it. Let's do it. Do it. Let's fall in love. So what oscillators would I want to have here to be visible for folk on this one as well? I don't think I was going to use the MACD, but I'm not massively sure I've got enough of a willingness to do that right now or not. Maybe I do. Maybe I do. We've had a crossover here in the 24-hour time frame. 4-hour time frame moving up the way. What time frame was I on before I just changed back again? On this fella? No. This one. What time frame's that? 4 hours. Yeah, the 4 hours. Aye, so it's just down here. Okay. Okay, let's just do it, eh? You can all decide yourself if afterwards I missed out on something I should have said or whatever. Actually, just let me read the comments. See, by the way, oh, Drew's Tech, you hit like. Thanks so much, Drew's Tech. Really do appreciate it. Thanks for that. Be really good. Actually, what I need to do is change that thing that Nightbot says so it comes up highlighted. So it says, "Hey, Rocky Outcrop." Hopefully that'll work for me if I can do that. Hopefully that'll work. I'll try it. Hola fam. Yeah. Phil, by the way, good to see you here, buddy. Sometimes I'm not even watching or listening because I am busy doing something else. Yeah, totally understandable. It's totally understandable. I don't know why you're saying that right now at the minute, but if you're cooking dinner or something, then cool. I hope that somehow through osmosis. Yes, I don't know if it was. I don't know if it was in the corner of my eye, my subconscious process you say in osmosis, and then I thought I have an idea. I'll say I hope you're learning through osmosis. I think it's quite likely that, but in a conscious level, that never registered with me. And now looking there, I can see that you said osmosis. Have I got any GME? I actually don't. I actually don't have any GME. I actually don't have any GME. I might get some, I might get some. Trading's closed for today. I wasn't buying into it today. I wasn't buying into it in the hype run. I knew there'd be that pullback, I was looking at those gaps. I was looking at everything that I've talked about. I was looking at it, and I'm waiting to the point here, and I'm saying, is there a decent buy? Well, there may well be. And based on all of the things I already spoke about in today's episode, will be what decisions, let me make the decisions about how I want to trade it tomorrow. Now, was I going to short it? Was I going to get involved in a stock and short it when it hasn't broken its market structure? The best thing it has going for it in terms of a short basis is the fact that it's below the 236 currently, when we know that it was pushed down there. It hasn't broken any of its market structure to get to that point. The 236 itself doesn't line up with any structure. There's no real inflection area there or anything else. Then I was waiting to try and trade it. Now, if it opens and jumps and gaps away from me and puts it in a position where the prices have moved up an additional 30% and I'm considering the 130 zone for an entry on it or whatever else, then maybe I'd be able to manage my risk accordingly. At least I would know. However, I don't like the idea of a gap opening up and then a gap being no, it was it silver that's got the gap on gaps. I know that when it comes to silver as well, another one that shall be trading tomorrow if I want to. I've worked it out already. Tradesman says, I got the ADHD bad, so I'm usually trading along, doing TA, watching Rocky and chat, and a million other things all at once. I've got GME. You can have 10 of mine as long as you promise not to sell until 69,420 Rocky. There we go. Cool. Rocky has GME in the clubs. Right. Okay. So yeah, I think we're all pretty cool. Still a little bit blown away by your prudent prediction trains. Yeah, totally. I like it. I like the way that Jamie, that TradeSpot in there, doesn't censor himself at all. By the way, one of the reasons why I censor myself is I have no shame. No shame at all. I could tell you what to do all the time, like I did recently. Let me just show you, like I did, like a boss. Let me just show you, for instance, over here on Tezos, right? Remove that there from the screen. Now, I told everybody about this the other day when the prices were down here. They were here. We talked about it. Told them about the thingy. Tuned back in the other day. Let's go up to the 24-hour time frame so you can see this clearly. Talked about this here. These moves that we were making, and told everybody exactly how to trade this thing. Okay, look, the wick went on up towards 319. I did actually say 320 as well as a target to take profit at, but you could have easily happily taken profit in around about $3.15, $3.12, $3, whatever. You could have got up here, taken some profit here, slapped on a stop loss, watched it go up a wee bit more, moved your stop up, used the trailing stop. Any of these sorts of position management skills that I've delivered to people hundreds of times, sometimes. So I had the cold the other day. I was recovering. I still have it. Still recovering now, and I got, when I get lazy, right? When I get lazy, I just tell people what to do, okay? But whenever I actually try hard, then I don't do that. And let that be a lesson to you when you're watching other folk on YouTube, okay? Let this be a lesson to you. This was me being lazy, and people off the back of it were able to make something like 10% profit, easy enough. Could have traded that at 10x and got 100% profit. That would have been you increasing your overall account size by 10%. So say you had $10,000 in your account, you took $1,000 of it and you traded it at 10x, and you would have made what's that, 10%, of $10,000. That's right, $1,000. You'd have made 100% on that trade. You'd have increased your entire account by right. Anyway, I did all of that. Great, good stuff. Now that I'm not feeling quite so lazy, not going to do that anymore. Sorry, but actually not sorry, because what the end result is that you become a much better trader, bro. Much better trader. Don't take my word for it. Take the word for it from every single person who's been subscribed to this channel for more than 3 months. Every single one of them will tell you how much better a trader they've become. For instance, the likes of my very good friend Sean, S-H-A-W-N, Sean, really nice guy. I like him a lot. He's quiet and I think he's a nice guy. Anyway, he used to be all into fundamentals and didn't know anything about trading. And then what happened is he watched the channel for a while and he's then gone on to teach other people. He gets paid money. He has a whole group of people chasing after him for technical analysis information. He's been celebrating how he's been trading his own account for a while, and he's just loving life, loving it. And how did he get there? Not because I took out a profit and loss thing and stuck on the chart, not because I made some meme video about how Bitcoin's going to do some stupid thing or whatever. Not at all. None of that. All off the back of his own brain. So anyway, get those bananas. The moon is near, lol, sign mark. I'm going to get some bananas, man. I'm going to get some bananas. Don't worry about it. But what I was saying to you was that, obviously, like I said, over the last 48 hours, there's been a lot of flux on this one. If it's going to go any further on, then I'm happy to take 20% of a move that's huge. I'm happy to take 80% of the move. And what we're talking about here is that if things do go crazy, then of course we're all going to have seats together in first class. Don't worry about it. We'll all be there. Well, Q, by the way, it's good to see you. I didn't give you a shout out earlier on. I did see your name pop up. I should have given you a shout out. If you have time, can you go through Link USDT? Of course I will. It's one of the ones I always do on the show. Of course I will. I always make a special place for Link and Tezos as well, because I do believe that it's important. I went on a bit of a rant about this in the Discord yesterday. I do believe it's important for any cryptocurrency that actually is worth anything at all and is serious about what it's doing to have professional level TA. I don't think there actually is any professional level TA for almost any crypto outside of the work that you see occasionally the likes of Mitch Ray and Eric Crown and stuff like that doing. So there are good technical analysts out there, but there's very few of them that have got years of experience and stuff like that, and so I decided that I would deliver it on a daily basis, scheduled basis. For like the majority of last year it was every single day, then I changed it being like Monday to Friday, and for the last couple of weeks or month I've been doing it Monday, Wednesday and Friday. Okay, but I feel like it's super important, so I made that commitment to those coins. So of course, well, Q, I'll be taking a look at that soon. Was 6k up on GME like on Thursday, now at minus 2k, haha, but that was just like the 10,000 meter high. So next step is the moon, 12k. Cool. Yeah, you're talking about the difference in Everest and K2 and some Scottish mountains, and then of course the very moon itself, etc. Yeah, sound excellent. Nice one. By the way, as well, I never want to when I talk about, I say I'm very clear about this, never profit shame anybody. I would really dislike to see anybody do that in front of me. I'd maybe even be tempted to kick someone from the Discord if I saw them acting like that. So people know not to act like that. However, by the same token, me saying that I wasn't going to get into GME a couple of days ago and watched it drop down in price and all of that chat and everything that's built up to me saying how I don't have any right now at the minute isn't me doing the same thing in reverse by say, it's not, it isn't. I understand. And besides, you've got diamond hands, bro. What's the problem? Everything goes wrong, just sell one of your hands. It's a diamond, after all. So yeah, what did I want to show people? I wanted to show people the Cardano chat and come up with an episode to talk about with Cardano, and I think that is fair enough, and we can do that, and let's do that. And the basis for us doing this is going to be saying hidden bullish divergence, broken our structure here. We have potential highs coming in at around about 50. That's the next target. If we see a pullback, 40 cents is going to be the area to look to. If we see anything going beyond 40 cents, then 36 cents is the area there. What we're talking about then, 10% drops towards the downside are both decent rebuy entries unless we go more than those areas, because I would be managing my risk accordingly with any movements past that zone. The next one afterwards being a 20% additional move beyond that area. This is what I'm going to have to try and talk about here in a second, right? I'm going to have to try and make this into an episode for people who aren't tuning into the live one. That's what I'm going to be talking about. I'm going to have to come up with reasons for it. I'll do it on the fly again here, right? I'll do it on the fly. I'll do it on the fly. What's the 4-hour MACD look like? Oh, don't give me a slow trading view. I hate it when you go slow. I really hate it when you go slow trading view. Yeah, the 4 hours got this disparity between the you know, it's not got the hidden bullish divergence on the go. It's just convergent. Yeah, it's just convergent. I would say there's a need for, look, right, ladies and gents, okay, just looking at this one, there's a need for a pullback, right? There has been since the other day. We've had 10% pullback. That there individual 10% pullback, it's not satisfying as yet. I've explained all the dynamics about it so far. You know, we could go on the way. If we do, great, fantastic, and you'd be able to trade that very easily because of the key levels, you know, offered up by 44, for instance, in and of itself as a stop loss area for you. If you're going to believe in this current push that we're doing within this current 4-hour candle. If you don't, then of course, then what you're talking about is that dynamic with being a local high or not. Okay, so look, what I'm going to do here, by the way, to everybody who is watching right now, is I'm going to run the intros again, and then it's going to sound maybe like in the tone of my voice in about 3 minutes that I'm coming to the end, but I'm not coming to the end of the show, okay? This is a live video that you're watching right now, and you're in the right place. It's the exact right place to be in. You've come to the right place. I'm proud of you. However, what I'm doing right now is I'm making a video for everybody who doesn't have the benefit of being here in the live stream, and I'm going to then cut it out and save it as a clip and make it its own standalone video on YouTube after. Okay, you're just seeing behind the scenes, and all of the TA that we've done here, obviously this is like 20 minutes of TA to go into a video that I want to make 3 minutes long for people, and it's going to be hopefully pretty good, right? Let's just do this real quick. Oh, I need to do a stream marker. I didn't do that for my market summary thing, but that's okay. Hi friends, Cardano has been going towards the top side. Are we still looking for a pullback? Well, we could be, but things are looking pretty good on a couple of different time frames, on a couple of different indicators, and I'm here to bring you that information right now. The targets towards the top side extend up to 50 cents. I would be looking at 47, 48, 49 along the way, of course, but 50 cents is our current top side target. If we're going to go towards the downside, then 40 cents is a clear area. The prices are 44 cents and something right now. Let's dive into the charts and see what we can see. There you go. Kind of failed at running the intro credits, but that's cool because you're back all the quicker for it. So we have the charts up here behind me. This is the 24-hour chart. We can see things extending towards the top side. Fantastic. Lovely to see Cardano doing so well. We have this clear upward movement in terms of the lows so far, all of them higher than the one before. The highs, indeed, all of which higher than the ones before. And there's a structure here which never resolved in terms of any sorts of wedges or channels. If we were to have broken through it right now, we don't see any sort of resolution I don't like the way that went. I'll just run the intro credits again, actually, since that was such a huge fail in intro credits, right? And then I'll be able to edit this one easier afterwards. We can see on the 24-hour time frame that we have these higher highs and these higher lows. That's absolutely beautiful to look at. If we were to think about this in terms of being along the lines of some sort of channel, etc., we don't have any movements away from this top side quite yet to get us scared about looking towards the lower end. Nevertheless, where does that come in around? Just roughly speaking, you'd be looking down towards that 40 area if you were to be coming down towards the lower end of any any sorts of wedgy channel shapes you might have around the charts just here. Anyway, top side target still looking good. Like I say, looking up towards that 50-cent target. How could we get there? What's good about the oscillators down below to give us a chance for that? And I actually wanted to point out to you the fact that we have the upward slope and on the stochastics coming up here into this overbought territory, but we're still lower than all the other areas. While this could of course represent bearish divergence if we were to see a pullback, as it stands now it shows that we've got room to run towards the top side. Likewise on the RSI, as we are in the bullish control zone with this inverse head and shoulders here on the 24-hour time frame that we're seeing a resolution to so far. Again, we're getting the full move off of that in terms of RSI, and that has come in with a higher high, but if we do see a pullback, then that will also result in some bearish divergence, something to be aware of. Again, the DMI not fully in a strength of trend position quite yet, but getting very, very close to it. Again, like I say, if we don't see a pullback, we're going on towards 50. If we do, then of course 40 is the next target. But what the best thing is here on the 24-hour time frame is this, and that is the MACD with its hidden bullish divergence, showing us that we have of course a nice push towards the top side as a result of this. Will we be able to go on up the way and continue up the way? Warning sign for people, because of course we have the bearish divergence on the go here if we were to see a pullback as well. So we do have this lovely looking hidden bullish divergence on the 24-hour time frame. Now, bringing all these things back the other way again and looking over towards a lower time frame here, then we can make an assessment with regards to the trend, because on the 4-hour, if we look at the no sure thing indicator, we can see here plenty of room to run towards the top side, absolutely still positioned in an upward stance. That means that a group of moving averages are still showing us that we're spanned out in a lovely positive bullish position. As we can see here, using these atomic numbers, that's 8, 18, 30, 6 and 54, and then of course the 50 simple and 200 simple, all of which spanned out nicely in a bullish formation, everything looking very good. There is still the chance for really good re-entries though, and that comes in with the dynamics that we might be seeing if we go down towards 40. How could we get there? Well, you know, when you're watching this video, this might not be visible any longer, but if we look at the 5-minute time frame, then you can see there's this clear potential for a head and shoulders over here on the charts, giving you a neckline in and around about here. You know, this is a shoulder, this being your head and this being your other shoulder. A measured move off the back of this thing, if we take it from the highs up there down to where that neckline is more or less and pop it in over here, shows you that it'd be coming down towards 42. That takes you past the 200 simple. Now of course this is also the case on smaller term time frames such as the 15 minutes here. Same sort of dealio, pushing you past all of these moving averages. But what does that look like from a structural point of view on a higher time frame? Well, that actually means that we get a bearish engulfing candle and take out the 8-period exponential moving average here on the 4 hours. So if you didn't see a bounce then at 42, then the next natural target to be looking to, of course, is 40. And gonna have to edit that out. Then the next actual target is 40. This is where the 8-period X. Oh, wow. Okay, didn't expect to completely lose my voice there. Let's see. All right, hold on a second. Summer fruits. I like to keep people informed with the flavour of diluting juice that I'm drinking at any given time. This week I've been mostly drinking summer fruits. I was on the peach last, by the way. Oh God, right. Breathe through your nose, buddy. That's quite a bit difficult for me. I'll sort that out as well. Give me another second. Oh. I just put the movements in for dramatic effect. Yeah, dying over here, obviously, as you can tell. Right. Okay, let's just take this over. What was I saying there? Something about going down to 40, wasn't it? Yes. Oh, right, okay. So, in terms of this... Wait. that would be coming down towards the 8-period exponential moving average. On this time frame, you would hope to see a bounce there. However, if we come down the way to this average, it puts in a bearish engulfing candle, and we might not see that actually operate as support. We know pushing on past that zone does give you a little bit of a worry. We could then, of course, be looking down towards 40. That is the natural area to be looking to on the 24-hour time frame. God damn it. What was the justification I used for 40 earlier on? What was it? Can't even remember. My God. If only I hadn't lost my voice, I probably would have known what point I was trying to make there about 40. Oh, and I forgot to go back and get and that earlier on when I got rid of my drawings and put them back on the screen. Gosh, my head, eh? My head's a marley. I still think most of that what I've already filmed is like salvageable. We just need to make it make sense. Why did I say 40 again? I mean, 40 is good for various reasons. Oh yeah, the bearish divergence and all that. Right. So I was on the 1 hour, was I? Was I on the 4 hour? What was on the 4 hour there? Trying to make this point here. This is not how I normally make a YouTube video, by the way. if you anyhow, this is it. Right. So that would take us down to the 8-period exponential moving average, which is sat in there at 42 and putting in a bearishly engulfing candle. Should we not see support, and of course this is a fairly small term time frame and a very, very fast moving average, so you wouldn't necessarily expect that, then you could be seeing continuation. And the bearish engulfing candle here following on from these highs would leave us in a bit of a sticky situation. Bearing in mind that we know already, not from the no sure thing indicator there, which has got so huge, but for instance from the Stochastics there, the RSI there, the DMI there, and the MACD here, that we have got a bearishly divergent top as it stands with these two highs. Therefore, it brings us back to the title of yesterday's video, where we're looking to see whether or not we would have a pullback before moon. Those targets towards the top side absolutely remain the case. That'd be 50 as well, 50 cents, and we have two ways of getting towards them. So let's take it from the positive scenario where we don't actually get a massive pullback just yet. How can we come in with the target of 50 cents as being reasonable? From our last high to low before the one that we're on right now, we've actually come up here and come up to as high as the 2.24. Wow, that's fantastic. The 40 area is in at that 1.1618, which does give us that target towards the downside of 40 if we were looking for it as a result of this bearish divergence, if we did see that pullback. But of course, if we continue on the way, the next target towards the top side come in with these extensions on the Fibonacci, and that lines up with 50 rather nicely. The one thereafter, if you're interested, is in about 53.9. Now, interestingly, should we actually see a pullback? Now, this is highly speculative at this point, but I want to show you if we were to see a pullback down towards this 40 territory, or indeed down towards the 36 territory as well, which is absolutely possible if we were to get follow through and break that support line, then we're still looking towards these targets, so the 1618 coming in, and that would line up really nicely in terms of the broader picture, in terms of our overall structure of highs and higher lows, higher highs, higher lows, higher highs, and as yet we don't have that higher low. So far we've been supported by the 50 simple moving average. If we need to wicken it around about it or have a couple of closes in about it, that's okay. Obviously staying above the 30 price point is going to be crucial for us at the moment. The 200 period simple moving average is giving us our major area of support should we ever need to have it. I wouldn't take a trade down there, go long and hold on to it with diamond hand, so to speak, because the movements towards the downside currently are representing a 44 to 40 move. That's 10% off. Then after that, a 40 to 36 move, another 10% off. But then it goes from that 36 down to 30, and that's 20% off in the prices, and things get a bit more sticky, and you're looking for a bigger retrace. I'd be happy to, of course, jump in there should we find support, and that would be a happy pullback, all of which have got targets of 50 cents towards the top side. It really depends on your own risk to reward profile and how diamondy strong your hands are, and indeed whether or not this ultimately turns into bearish divergence or simply is just a little pause along the way. Have we made it to base camp? Are we on the way to Everest and the moon thereafter? Well, let's drink our sandwiches and eat our cups of tea and have a wee breather here and decide, and then we'll know thereafter. Thanks so much for tuning in, really do appreciate it, and be sure to hit that like button. So I struggled through in the end, you know, I made it there. There you go. I mean, that's some nice TA. That's some nice TA. I really do think that this quality of the TA you get on the channel is really good, by the way. I genuinely care. I genuinely look for the... I genuinely care. Things that didn't make it into that episode, by the way, again, which have been mentioned in the last half hour of chat as we looked at ADA here, are stuff like when I talked about the volatility here in the DMI earlier on. You remember me talking about that. You remember me talking about the areas that obviously then coincides with. We know that 36 is an absolutely reasonable target for us, and I mean, it would be my ideal entry on this right now for a decent trade. But of course, you know, right now is a very different concept when you're talking about number of 4-hour candles between here and there. So really, you know, in terms of the right now, is everything I talked about in the low term time frames. 60% of the time, head and shoulders don't work out. I've not got any expectations on that front. I tend not to actually believe in words like expectations or predict, personally, but there you have it. You know, that would be my own ones on that for us. So what shall we do now, by the way? So I need to do my regular episodes. I've not even looked at Bitcoin for a second here. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's Bitcoin in love. Wow, 37,400. Nice ones. We've had some nice movement during the time when I've been filming this episode so far. Let's try and get this one over and out of the way as well quite quickly. As well, because I don't have the energy to spend another half an hour just analysing this, to do the TA, to analyse, to do the TA, to do the TA, to do the TA, and I really don't need to, and I've covered it all off in great detail, and all the rest of it. So yeah, great, nice one. Let's just kind of just go with it. We'll just see how it goes. I'll just kind of say whatever I say, and it normally works out as being the best thing on YouTube anyway. So the best thing on YouTube, by the way, it's not just the best thing on YouTube. It's the best thing I've ever seen ever anywhere in the world. Blowing my own trumpet there. Genuinely is though. Oh, snacks. Yeah, better than any of those articles you read on FX Street or any of that shit. Okay. Easy trading, Michael John Scott. Nice one. Really good to see that somebody out there in the is just chatting about how you can trade simply. Did you love that? Did you like that sign arc? By the way, drop me a subscribe. If your subscriptions are public, you'll appear up on the screen here with a, you know, the thing will go bling, and a wee icon will drop down into the tip jar down there, and your name will appear, and it will be great. And if your subscriptions aren't public, then I suppose that probably won't happen. What are we doing here? Just coming higher. Need to check on this as well. With regard, I'm really not liking trying to move so much screens. I'm just going to have to spread it out a bit more. I need to figure this out a bit. My sort of layout's not pleasing me. I'm going to get rid of the no sure thing actually for today. How did I do it earlier on by accident? I didn't want to. Oh my god, frustration. This is what it's like when I'm not in the mood. I'm in the mood to talk to all of you. I'd love to sit there and chat with all of you, but I've kind of got this job that I need to do because people expect me to do TA on Bitcoin every other day because I promised them and I've committed to doing it. So I'm going to have to do it, right? It's commitment. There's a high, there's another high. It's not as high. You can see this flatness on the MACD there is incredible. By the way, you know, the flatness on this MACD, this is a function of moving average, convergence, divergence. You know, this is that flatness there is directly a relationship between these highs that we've seen here and of course the pullbacks that we've seen on them, and it's really interesting. You know, it's a really interesting dynamic here. Could spend 10 minutes talking about the significance of these candles, followed on by these sorts of candles here thereafter, and the overall movement. I'd also be totally happy to go towards the higher time frames and show how that chunks together like that. 12-hour time frame chunks together like that. On the 4-hour time frame, it chunks together like that, and then it becomes even more revealing on the 1-hour time frame, and go into all sorts of discussions and spend all day talking about technical analysis and how you become an expert trader yourself. But I'm not even going to go to headline that. Sorry, I basically just did half of it there anyway. Anyway, yeah, so the dynamics that are on the go here, this is obviously a bit of a trend, and on this time frame it's harder to see it, but on the smaller time frames it's easier. What we have here is the potential for the volatility to take us back down to where we were. If we did do that, it'd become a retest of the 200. We are death crossed over here. We've moved on past since, but we are still death crossed. When we golden cross, what are the chances that we come and test the moving averages? Pretty high. What would we need to do to avoid that happening? Well, it would look something kind of like this, you know, just trending hard up the way post cross. Here's the cross here in the past. Over here is the cross, right? Now this was a golden cross and we did get tests of it, so that's actually a bad example. It's not crossed again since, has it? I don't think so. Going on back the way is 4-hour time frame, so actually maybe it probably has. Cross, got retests of it. This is, I mean, you basically always get retests of it, right? This is actual trading for actual traders. The meme stuff is that I say there's a death cross, and we're coming in for a golden cross, and when we get the golden cross, we'll immediately fly to 50 grand. That's memes. It's obviously stupid. Yeah, so we've not had any. So the last time we had a cross was indeed that death cross, in which course it's been retested several times. When we get the golden cross, it'll get a retest, right? Okay. Don't know if I'll bother putting that into the episode or not, because all it does is confuse people. But you're here now, so you want to know how to trade properly. You mean you've come to this show, you're watching it live, you're sat here 2 hours 26 minutes into an episode, means you're dedicated and you want to be a good trader. So that tip is for you because you'll find it useful. Not so sure how useful it'll be for the people who only watch the static videos. Who knows though, because I love them just as much, to be honest, just as much as I love all of you. So be aware of that. Little dynamic, by the way, of course, this is the high price up here changes the overall higher price, which changes the moving average, which is what forces that to have that divergence. Whereas personally, I talk about divergence when it exists between the closures on candles. Now we don't have enough of a pullback to say that this is obviously divergent, and various other things on the go, so that you can whatever, but we know that this is a key area because we talked this to death the other day, right? Talked it to death the other day. I'd have to recommend people to be vigilant in terms of like lower term time frames when this is no longer a wick. Then where are we? Well, we've not taken out that high yet. So in terms of the lower time frames, how are we doing? Well, here's your high here, here's your subsequent high. Yes, that would be bearishly divergent, but you know, look at this. Like if you're talking about that being bearishly divergent, then why not include the whole thing in between and say that it's bearishly divergent? So yes, you know, is there the danger of a pullback? Well, there's numerous factors. There's the divergence, there's the interrelationship between the price action and its market structure across different levels. There's the failure to really take out the key area that we need to do in terms of market structure, again in terms of the upside. There's the moving average cross coming up on a 4-hour time frame, which will most likely get a retest. We've got so many factors there giving you a decent 10% discount on your Bitcoin in the near future. Am I going to put any of that into the episode? Don't think it's worth it, right? Let's just do another one. I'll try and keep it within 2 minutes this time. If anybody wants me to talk about, remember, you guys are my auditors, always my auditors. If you think that I should put any of that information into the video, tell me in the thing, tell me right at Rocky Outcrop so I can see it come up orange on the chat, and let me know that I should definitely be putting in that information, because people might definitely need to know it. But then again, they weren't here with us right now, so. And besides, there's plenty of positive stuff. I mean, we're in an upward trend in the macro. In the micro, we're in an upward trend. It's only on that medio in between when there's any questions being asked. It's only this medio in between. Macro, big term time frames up. Micro, that's an uptrend. You know, that we're looking at. Just get off the screen. Get off the screen. That's an uptrend that we're looking at. So, you know, okay, but you know, plenty of reasons to be worried. Now, in terms of when you should have got in on this one, then it was down there at 28k. You know, so personally, again, I'm not in any real. There's no personal confirmation bias on my part from this one, because I honestly could not give two flying shits whether it goes up or down from here. I'm far more concerned with the market structure and the overall movements, and everything in here is within my own personal risk tolerance. Again, you know, and as it should be with all of yours. So, you know, there we go. That's where we are. That's where we are with this. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's fall in love. Stream marker, check. Pub, you say? Yeah, lol. Be good and give my motorhome a run out. Cool. Already subscribed. Brilliant. Thanks so much, Cyan. It's a shame that you're already subscribed, so I can't, you know, get the wee thing going, but don't hit unsubscribe and subscribe just for that, because I don't even know if that works. Nobody in here telling me that I need to put in the data for all the FUDs that didn't make it here, so let's just go with it. Nice to see people talking in there about getting a wee program together to handle stuff with different folks depending on their experiences. That's cool. I'm certainly talking about similar sorts of things as well. Armbands in the past, Phil. Oh, nobody told you about the big Edinburgh TA Festival in 2023? Oh yeah, I really hope that Edinburgh Festival in general comes back in 2023. As soon as this alarm starts going, alarm, siren, stops blaring outside, I'll make my episode. Hi friends, Rocky Outcrop here to give you your Bitcoin technical analysis as ever. Thanks so much for joining me. Let's dive on into the charts. I'm going to run these intros. Fantastic. Thanks so much for joining me. So check it out. Bitcoin, you've managed to move towards the top side, and if we jump down towards the low time frames, we can see we've got this lovely overall upward trend on the go. Is there anything to be worried about in these areas? Well, perhaps, you know, as we look at this high on the 15-minute time frame, comparing it to its previous highs, and compare that on the oscillators down below, we know that we're experiencing the potential throughout this for bearish divergence. And if we jump up towards the higher time frames, we can see the same thing on a bigger scale as well, comparing the high that we're at right now to the high that we had over here where we see these body closes. Little note, I actually look at body closures, but you're right if you're wondering at home, do the wicks influence this? Well, they absolutely do. It depends on the oscillator you're using down below. I'm not going to go into it in too great detail right now. Suffice it to say that until we actually see a proper pullback from here, you couldn't really draw any conclusions from this. It's just to be wary that, you know, to be aware that there is the potential for this on the 4-hour time frame. What about on an intermediate time frame then? How do things look going back from this high to the next highs and all the rest of it along the way? And I think it's only really fair that I point out the fact that this is actually all really bearishly divergent during this structural move up the way here, and there's questions to be asked. We already know from the other day that this was a failure, that we didn't actually move any higher than it. It ultimately worked as either, you know, a textbook move, you know, 60% of the measured move, or essentially a fake out. Overall, we know that market structure didn't really change, and the overall malaise in the market remains in place. But actually, since 28k, things have been going really, really well, and we're looking towards the top side. So what could we look to as well with different ideas for where the prices could go? Well, when we saw this white background flash on the DMI here in the past on this 1-hour time frame, it kind of stopped being the case in around about this price point at about 34,000. actually right on $34,000, and then the prices dropped down. And where did we see them come back to when the volatility had not, when we were just starting to get a strength of trend here, and the chop ended in the market? Well, right back where we started at. And if we look up towards the 4-hour time frame, what do we see over here? Well, danger notes to be had here is that we could come back down and revisit the 200 simple period moving average in the not too distant future, should we actually want to do that volatility jig the DMI so very often tells us about. What else could be on the go there? Well, if this is a golden cross in the making with this 50 period simple moving average here, the red line, this red line here is moving towards the top side, as the white line, which is the 200 period moving average, is moving there, we could see a cross over between these. Now, if they were to cross in and around about these regions, could we see the prices come back down to retest them as they like to do? Yes, we could. Just zooming back out the way, if we look at all the previous crosses, basically in the history of every single asset and all time frames across all time, apart from maybe 1 in 10 times, they get a proper retest of one form or another after the cross. So if we did see a golden cross over here, that could be something that's on the cards for us to be aware of. Down on the 1 hour time frame, we actually had a golden cross over here. Prices moved towards the top side a little bit. When it happened, moved quite a chunk, came back down, retested the 50. What happened thereafter? Retested the 200. Don't say you weren't warned, but what are you saying, Rocky? Are we going to die? Absolutely not. Like I say, this is not a confirmed local high as yet. We could still be moving towards the top side, and it'd be nice to see the resolution of that measured move if we were to get one. What do you mean resolution of that? Well, actually, we broke out of the wedge here. I'll jump up towards the 24-hour time frame so you can see it a bit clearer. We jump up towards the wedge. We broke out of the wedge here, and then we came back down again for an insta retest. That lovely looking move, mint on the lower time frames, of course, just represented here as a wick. This then, of course, is represented as a retest. What we see now is, of course, continuation towards the top side. As you can see, all of these arrows pointing in and around about this red line in the end anyway, which we made it up above, which is 35,800. Let's call it 36,000 just to be more clear about things. And we're living there at the minute, actually doing okay with regards to price action. Pardon me. What does that mean our next target is? And I have to reintroduce the idea of this blue line. And the next target is, of course, 42k, where we had our previous high. And of course, the full measured move off the back of that consolidation period does enable us to come up here and potentially put in a higher high overall. That's fantastic. As I see Zoner shouting out the Elon Wick. Is that what it's going to be called? We'll have to call it that in future. If you like what you've seen here, be sure to hit that like button, because I really do appreciate it. And so does YouTube and every other person who tunes in as well. And be sure to come back for the live shows, because this is filmed during a live episode right now. I've got a live audience here watching me make this video for you, which is, you're watching it not live, but you could be here talking to me, asking questions, and getting extremely in-depth TA. In fact, for everything that's been put out today in terms of these short clips, I've had easily 10 times as much highly detailed TA telling people exactly how to trade things. Well, going a little bit too far perhaps in terms of that, but if you want to take advantage of that, you know where to find me. Thanks so much. Like, subscribe, see you next time. How about that? Did you like that? Right, anyway, that was the BTC TA. Now what I'm going to do is going to go and do the same thing for Ethereum and the rest of them, right? And this time I honestly can't be arsed going and saying, look, I need to get the best TA out there. I'm going to do 80-20 rule for the next 3 coins. Okay, I hope you forgive me. The fact of the matter is, it's still going to be at least 100% better than anything else that's available on YouTube, right? Okay, at least that much, at least twice as good. So given that that's the case, I'm going to not put too much pressure on myself. My voice almost did disappear 5 minutes ago anyway. After all, I'm pretty much knackering my body out here. But here we have Ethereum, right? Let's do this. Thanks so much. If you like getting your comments showing up in the background of those video clips for everybody who's not live to read, then be sure to get them in while I'm making this video. But try not to get too rude, okay? If you're doing any of that sort of stuff, now that I've told you that it's a possibility, try not to go too mad on it. I'd appreciate the nice language and all that stuff. By the way, if you've not hit like yet, hit like. Hi friends, wouldn't it be cool if Ethereum were to break out from a wedge and go up towards a target of $1,800? Let me just run the intro credits and check. What is happening? Oh my goodness, let's examine this in some detail. Haha, thanks for joining me. As much as you like, do it on social media, tell your friends are all invited, because there's a party happening over here and everybody is welcome. What we're looking to at the minute is, of course, two targets towards the top side. It's the 1618 Fibonacci retracement point coming in there at 1700. We also have this sort of measuring stick here. I'll just show you. This is a 60% measuring stick. This is the textbook Bulkowski move. That takes us up to that target. We're getting confluence with the breakout right there, right up to that target with the 60% measured move. Now, if we go beyond that target, which is absolutely possible, we've got another two targets coming in here. 1,965. That's right, you might as well just call that $2,000 when it's like that, if you want to talk about it generally speaking. In terms of, I'm not a financial advisor, this isn't financial advice where you probably should be taking profits at. Going for that round number might be inadvisable somewhat, but if we were to go for a full measured move then off of this wedge that we advertised so fully to everybody, where would that take you up? And it lands between the two, and you're looking up towards that 1800 and something level. Are those targets reasonable and realistic? Yes, they absolutely are. Have we been talking about this for quite a while? Yes, we have. Have you been fully informed? I hope to goodness you've traded this correctly. We did talk about the wedge here, and we've talked about how there's this statistical likelihood of wedges breaking in one side or the other depending on the shape of them. However, this is a really strong bull market, and you have to expect that the prior trend is going to be the priority after a period of some form of consolidation, even if that consolidation is trending somewhat towards the top side, like we've seen here in this instance. Perfect example of it. Put it in your jotters or your copybooks for next time so that you never forget it ever again. So how are we getting on here with regards to these highs? Have we got stuff to be worried about so far? And looking here, I can see that this high is higher than the previous high in terms of the MACD. Now, in terms of the impulse movement that took us up towards this zone, it's not so much. That's okay, but it's not perfect. In terms of the breakout and the movements from this wedge, we have the decrease in volume. Now, that's okay, but it's not perfect. So we've managed to come up here so far, and it looks like we're not going to get bearish divergence on the go. However, there is the danger of us getting a pullback. What would that mean? Well, that would probably be, at this stage, considered to be a retest of that wedge. If you're interested, pardon me, in wedges, if you're interested in I'm gonna have to film that section, that little bit. I normally never do any edits, but here we go. What would that mean? Well, that would be a retest of the wedge. A retest of the wedge is absolutely natural after a breakout, and that would be coming in and around about these $1,500 levels. So $1,500 representing the best rebuy area for us right now, if you haven't already gotten in a move. The best profit taking targets for us at the minute are coming in just slightly higher up from where we are now, and of course we're on the way there. But if we do see a pullback, no need to really panic until you've pushed past that 1400. Shorting wise, your targets, of course, then are the same at 1500 or so, but then 1350 would be your next target for taking profits if you're shorting it thereafter. Looking on beyond that zone, then we probably be able to draw in another Fibonacci. Just quick last look at this before it disappears. That's where the 1618 is at that perfect measured move off of the like the things we already spoke about, and the next area up there is that's your last look at that. Just going to remove that for now so that we can instead say, well, what are we looking at between this low here and our most recent high speculatively? Well, the 236 comes in right there at the wedge. Last word then on this is that if we don't see any further pushing on from where we are right now, we still have the targets up above us, but it would be reasonable at this point to come back down and retest the 236, providing us confluence with the edge of that wedge. Given that we don't have that full breakout volume and there's a couple of disconcerting things, for instance, we're still in a downward trend on the no sure thing indicator. Thanks so much. If you've got value out of this, which I'm sure you have, then be sure to hit that like button, and of course, come back and join me for a live stream sometime. This is filmed during a live stream. Really do love interacting with the audience and being able to deliver bespoke educational material for people who've got real questions at the time that I can help answer. That could be you. You could be here right now. Be sure you join me for one of them in the future. Thanks so much. I'll see you again. All right, Dom, how you doing? All right. Are you doing well out there? What did you all think about that TA, by the way? Isn't it fantastic? Isn't it fantastic? Like you say, I hadn't actually even looked at the Ethereum charts today here, but it kind of seemed to me that the case when I was looking at this is if I just dragged this in from this point here up to the highs that we've had there, that I would see a potential for a 236 roughly coming in here. Now I wasn't 100% sure if it'd be from one of these other lows or whatever, but that was probably where that would tie up at, and that probably makes a good deal of confidence with regards to the high here. Now the other things I didn't mention, of course, are on the go. I've left that throughout that entire episode. I'm not refilming it. I'm not refilming that. But throughout that entire episode, I left this this wedge on the go here. the Fibonacci retracement that was badly drawn in. I'm not rechanging that. But if you want to know for additional content, maybe I should just make a supplemental. Incidentally, if you are shorting this towards the downside, be aware that the Fibonacci, which was drawn in admittedly wrongly during that episode from our previous high, if you move it up to actually account for our high at the minute, then this of course shows the 236 at the lower end of the wedge, giving you that ultimate confluence. And this of course is the drawn in from our last significant low before we move towards the top side. That's your short case scenario for you if you're looking at this in the immediacy of things. It's not recommended. The trend is your friend, and it's a bull trend. See you next time. There we go. Had to add that in there, right? Had to add that in there. It's the only fair thing to do. I mean, people do short, okay? People do short. Now, when it comes to hedge funds shorting and everything else, not a fan. When it comes to me shorting personally, myself, and making money, big fan. So, personally don't want to ban shorting, but I would like to let you know all the nefarious things that go along with it. But, there we have it. That's, where your 236 comes in at. So that's, again, why that 1350 area is obviously where you'd be wanting to take profit at if you are shorting against the trend here right now. Okay, if you're a counter trend trader, then well done to you. I've got massive respect for you. If I had to choose a stupid label for myself, I'd say I'm a counter trend trader, because it's the most difficult one. It takes the biggest balls. It's the coolest one by a million miles. It's the most difficult one to find opportunities in, and it makes you look like an absolute legend, whereas all the rest of them are essentially trend following trading, and who wants that, So yeah, that's what I would say. I'm not a reversals trader. I'm not fucking crazy. Actually, though I am. Yeah, but counter trend makes a lot more sense. But no, I like everybody else who has any degree of success in trading. I trend with the trade. I trade with the trend just as much as anybody else does, obviously, as well. But there you go. That's that's necessary stuff, right? Going to remove that as well from here. By the way, if you are interested and you are looking beyond this, a crack down past this probably would, you would be looking down to the 900s and the 700 figure again thereafter, obviously, without any real degree of expectation of actually getting there. That would just be where you would be looking to in terms of if you wanted to let your winners run idea. Okay, right, moving on then. Again, Chainlink coming up for us. Zooming on in here, revealing yet another fantastic trading idea that I gave people in the last episode, which is of course working out really, really well. It's currently in profit of $2, and we're talking about an asset here which is worth 24. So you're talking about a trade which is already in 10% profit. I mean, no, I should leave that on there. Should blow smoke. Might as well blow smoke, eh? I mean, it's not even smoke. It's nothing wrong with saying this. This is totally legit. Too legit to quit, and fantastic stuff. I mean, this is what people should be seeing. The channel, I mean, I put it out there so people should see me. I should take the credit where it's due, and it's due to me, so I'll take it. I am going to remove this Fibonacci from the background over here, though. It's a bit noise, it's not needed. And I'll remove these arrows as well. In fact, I can just remove all of the arrows off here real quick and do the link technical analysis. This is going to be like the Ethereum one again. Don't be too flabbergasted if it, or too amazed or whatever if it happens dead quick and you think to yourself, how can you do it, Rocky, and all the rest of it. Just tune in again and get used to it, and in a few years time you'll be doing the same thing, and the rest of the world will be thinking, my god, that trading group, that Rocky Outcrop, that group of traders, that community, second to none, are the best at this in the world, right? That's what people will be thinking. You'll be thinking it. Everybody else will be thinking it. They'll just think like, look, no, seriously, if you want to have TA that's good, then you have to do it this way. you have to go through you have to learn, you have to take the time to learn it. Then there you go. Let's do this. Right, okay, and then I'm going back over to stonks again, because I want to have everybody tuning in for stonks. Right, Chainlink. Okay, Chainlink. Who was it asking for Chainlink? WallQ, are you ready? Are you ready? Let's do this together. I'll hit a stream marker and we'll give it a shot. Of course, I've not looked at the charts for Chainlink again either today, so this is all going to be off the top of my head and good stuff. It's all going to be fucking perfect anyway, let's face it. Right. Hi friends, Chainlink performing as we wanted it to. Fantastic. Well, I'm going to run these intros and we're going to analyze where we've come from in extreme detail. Lovely drawings up on the charts there, showing us our target still in place up towards the 17, or the 17. Whoa, we made it past there a while ago. Up towards the $28 target. Why did I even say I'm going to run the intros? That's stupid. I'll just start this again. Hey friends, Chainlink going up towards that $28 target, absolutely still in place. $30 even if you want to look beyond that, and that's absolutely still happening. And we've been doing great. This example trade we had in the chart from the show the other day, absolutely looking wonderful. We've got a few things to discuss though which could work against us, so let's do that in just a second. Thanks so much for joining me, really do appreciate it. To the song, I don't know how they add in, they probably sounded terrible, but it's true though, and truth conquers all. Look, this is a wedge perhaps, or a channel towards the top side, clear area in terms of where our profit and loss, in terms of that, you know, our risk to our target on that move up towards this $28. Sure, we're looking towards $30 in terms of the structure of this wedge, but there's a couple of things we need to be aware of, and it's probably most easily demonstrated to you if I actually hide the drawings here so that you don't get too distracted by what is otherwise a fairly nice looking set of chopsticks. Instead, let's recognize that this is a high and this is a high just here. Looking on our DMI, we've got, of course, divergence there between the positive and the negative, stretching out stretching this out. We can see that while we had this head and shoulders effect happening here, which never came to anything in terms of the chart, and I didn't expect it to. I don't really look for head and shoulders on the MACD histogram. It's a little bit mad, but you know what we can see here is that possibility of a thing, as we can see similar sorts of ideas. God, why am I trying to educate people? Why am I trying to educate people during one of those clips? People don't tune into those clips for education. That's the reality of it. Stop trying to educate people, Rocky. It's not going to work in an episode anyway. Just take it easy. You're tired today. You're just recovering from the cough, the cold. You probably got a chest infection. You definitely had pneumonia the other day, and you can hardly breathe right now. It's late. You've been doing this live stream for 3 hours already. 3 hours? Fucking 3 hours already. 2 hours and 50 minutes. So maybe it's time I cut myself some slack. Is it? I think so. Another stream marker. Hi friends, Chainlink's been doing really well, hasn't it? It has. It's fantastic to see there's one thing that I won't abide though, and that's not being able to talk properly. So, hi friends, Chainlink's been doing really well recently, hasn't it? And I'm struggling every time I try to go and say that thing. It's because because I put on a move. I'm trying to say measured move all the time, but it's not. It's because it was a trade idea or trade setup. Yes, our trade setup. Hi friends, Chainlink's been doing really well, hasn't it? Hi friends, Chainlink's been doing really well recently, hasn't it? Our trade setup from the other day is absolutely flying at the minute. Fantastic, more than 10% up towards the top side. Everybody laughing who got in on that one. Are we still in line for $28 or $30 target towards the top side? Well, we absolutely are, as demonstrated by this wedge. You know, we found support, we're moving towards the top side, and it comes in at around about that $30 target. But there's other things to be aware of. Over here, we had these bearishly divergent highs and during the wedge, and then we sloped on down towards the lower end of the wedge, and so far we're putting in what is actually an equal high. Let me hide all of the drawings here so you can see that just the price line itself showing that we're coming in for an equal high currently, and the MACD's registering is in the negative territory, and that makes a lot of sense. Again, when I pop on this structure and you can see the overall sideways and downwards movement that we've had, despite the fact it's resulted in this equal high. Interesting little dynamic there for us on the charts. It's not to do with logarithmic or linear, because of course talking about two of the exact same price points overall. We also have the consolidation style effect on the go of the RSI, where we have this higher lows and lower highs along the way, forming a triangle, and this has of course massively come towards the apex. So in many ways I'm actually quite enthusiastic about the option of the prices going up towards $28 or $30, because they could explode fairly soon if this is actually going to resolve. If it resolves towards the top side, it busts right into the bullish control zone, going up towards the overbought territory. Fantastic, is exactly what you'd want to see in all-time highs and moving on up the way. Again though, if it moves towards the downside, you could see negative things happening. We can keep our eyes out for prices if we're going to manage our risk accordingly. In at 21.50 and down at 19, we've got the 50 simple period moving average in there. We have already retested all of these after their crosses. It's don't need to worry about that too much on any of that sort of a front, so we're all doing okay. In terms of the smaller term time frames, bringing up the price action full screen, you can see that if we do go down past the lower end of the wedge here, we'd be once again breaking the 50 simple, and we could be looking down towards our lower target of this rather red line, which happens to line up now with the 200 simple. Now all of that's all fair and well, but could we not still be looking towards the top side, Rocky? Could we please? Yes, we still could be. In fact, we still could be. There is diminishing volume overall, so that's not super fantastic, but what we can think about as well with regards to the price action on the daily time frame over here is that while these ties look like they're coming in as being bearishly divergent, which they are, then which they are so far, if we want to go out and not have a bearishly divergent high with this latest high that we're putting in here right now, which is currently an equal high, it could become a higher high, then we're so far away from that. What does it mean? Well, it means we need to see the resolution of this triangle here to actually push us past our previous highs. We need to see explosive movement. We need to see the sort of movement that takes you from the current price point of 24 all the way up to 28, looking at a huge increase in terms of percentages. In fact, perhaps even that 30%, that $30 target, looking for maybe a 23% rise up just to avoid having that divergence on the go. Now, could we see a pullback from that? Far be it from me to warn you against looking at the warning signs on the road, so I'll certainly not do that, but I will point out one other little thing and just say that while you can look towards bearish divergence on oscillators down below, you can sometimes find a different picture when you look lower. For instance, here in the 1 hour time frame, looking back versus the rise that's taken us up to this point where we're able to make this comparison, we can see that we're absolutely not divergent on there. And then as well, just in a general, more broader sense, when you look back in time at previous highs, in fact, on the 4 hour time frame, it looks like it's not divergent anyway, but it's definitely massively divergent compared to over here. What you're really saying is, in terms of horizontal support and resistance, can you do horizontal support and resistance analysis on your oscillators down below? Absolutely, you can on all of them. Clearly, by breaking this zone over here, it was cracking us back into the bullish control zone. Clearly, by coming in here and retesting this area of the bullish control zone, that's natural, having broken into it, being rejected on your first pass. Breaking past these areas will be taking out horizontal resistance, which of course by that stage won't exist in terms of the price action alone, giving you a lovely extra additional support idea as you move along, justifying those increases towards the top side, and ultimately then cascading up the way, taking out divergences on the higher time frame. Now, of course, if we break down past these red lines, things get quite stinky quite fast. The three targets towards the downside to be aware of: 23, 21, 19, crucial areas, all of them. Personally, I won't be trading this, holding on to longs down past this point. I couldn't stomach such a move against me if I was already aware of it in advance. I recommend you probably don't do either, although none of this is financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor. What I would say is that we do live episodes at least 3 times a week, and that you are invited to them, where you can come by and ask anything that you would like to know. I'm actually quite curious right now, for instance, from WallQ, who's here in this live episode I'm filming right now, which this is a clip from, what he thinks of the technical analysis for Chainlink, because he did specifically ask me to take take a look at it there now, and you could be in amongst that asking certain questions. Be sure to hit that like button and that subscribe button and the bell so that you know when I'm live and you can join us for it. Best TA on YouTube by about 10 billion miles. Join me for it sometime. I'll see you then. Right, so that's that one done. Okay, right, by the way, WellQ, was that good enough for you? Was it too much? Did I really, there was me saying 80-20 rule. I mean, I don't know, I'm just, it turns out I'm a born educator. I didn't really realize this before. Turns out that it's almost like compulsive with me now at this stage. I guess that's what happens after a year of this jazz. I don't know. I mean, my main concern with that episode for you, WellQ, was it actually too good? Was it too good for you? Like, was it just too difficult to understand, and would you prefer that I'd done it in a more simple way? You know, generally speaking, I know that's my genuine, legitimate main concern at the minute with regards to that TA. For ya. So let me just draw that in, fix it up, make it perfect, so it's perfect. Because perfect is better than not perfect. After I've done this here, by the way, I'm going to jump on over to the stonks again. I'm sorry, Michael John Scott. It's too late to do. It's too late. It's 10. It's 11 p.m. As you know, you're in the UK. It's probably too late to go and do a deep dive on this DEX DEXE thing. So you know. It's probably too late for that. Should we try and do it in the Discord at some point? I want to give you some opinions about it. The truth, I mean, full transparency is I've not ever heard of it before. I mean, so I don't have an opinion on it, you know? Sinark, nice to see you here, by the way. Bring your friends with you next time. Make it a party. Let's knock this out the park, shall we? I think we probably shall. What are you doing there? Testing, rejected from, scraped by without divergence. Perfect. Volatility ended there, and then it's already come back to where it was before with that wick. You know, obviously this is where it ended. Bang. Could we see us going up there again? Absolutely could. That's decent. 24 time frame. Yep. Yep. I hate this. Why does this not stretch out naturally at the same time as I stretch it out? And why, you know, it shrinks down and it shrinks up a bit, but just nowhere near the right amount, you bloody designers. Why do I have to change that every time? So annoying. Look, move up, down, up, down, up, down. Okay, that's actually that's pretty good. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so that's how they designed this to work. Right. Marker for the stream. On we go. Hi friends, Tezos has done well. It continues to perform in the way that we want it to. That move we talked about in the other episode has operated perfectly. Congratulations to all of you that benefited from it. We can see here in the 24-hour time frame that the prices have been as low as 280s and as high as 320, more or less, and things have been going very well. Will we see more upside on Tezos right here, right now, or could we be looking for a potential pullback in the near future? Well, there's a couple of different cases to be made. Let me start by making the positive case on this one. Please forgive me, I have the cold. I'm trying my little cotton socks off here. By the way, I'm currently sat 3 hours into a live stream. Join me for one of those one day. I'd really like to see you there. I'm going to be discussing in a minute this bearish divergence, which you can see versus the price action there on the MACD. I'm going to be discussing the potential for a golden cross here on the 24-hour time frame. We're going to be talking about lots of good stuff, and it's all starting to look nice. Be sure you stick around because I'm running the intro. We have it, ladies and gents. So we have a fantastic piece of news. Let me start off with the most bullish thing at the minute is that we're coming in for a golden cross, and it's near enough impossible tongue-in-cheek for us to avoid that. The classic area that we've spoken about so many times with regards to the lows, in fact it doesn't seem to have a line on it at the minute, I really should have put one in after all that chat about it, is 252. Are we going to see, after all this, I mean honestly as well, this is supposed to be one of those clips, but like really, I mean, I was talking about this, who was I talking about it with? Nav and Ethan, right? Nav and Ethan, are you still here, buddy? If you're still here, let me know. We were talking about this in Discord yesterday. Nav and Ethan doesn't trade Tezos, right? But he knows all of the... I was saying to K-Doc to go and have a look at the decks. Not you, mate. Sorry for the confusion. I often use shorthand text and chart. Cheers. Oh, chin chin. Cheers. Oh, perfect. Don't apologize, man. Don't apologize. I only wanted to do it because I like you so much, mate. So don't worry about it. I'm not hurt over here. I was talking to Nav and Ethan. You all know Nav and Ethan. He's a great guy. I love him. And he was saying to me how he doesn't even trade Tezos, but he knows all of the levels, all of them. You know, it's all being spoon-fed so easily. I've done it too much, right? I've done it too much. And even Nav and Ethan right now, if you're here, if you're not here, no bother, mate. Even Nav and Ethan right now wouldn't be surprised to see that the Golden Cross is actually really likely to happen right there at that 252 price point. I mean, these are the numbers we've talked to death. Of all the coins I've done TA on, one of the ones which I, in some ways, tried to make it so that it should help. Please educate me, but I really want it. It's become compulsive now. It has done. I'll just have to embrace it. One of the ones that I've been driven so hard to help people with is Tezos, right? Because I think that it gets, I don't even care about discussing it. And these numbers, it's sickening. You know, I didn't know when I was pointing this, when I was going to drop that in, that it's going to be at 252, and then it is, and it screwed up my whole episode there to the point I had to interrupt myself, man. Okay, so anyway, I've run the intros already ish. I can kind of continue that and just edit it into place if I want to, although it's pretty late now. It's looking like I might not even make any individual clips, who knows. Whatever, I'll have to stream earlier on the day or something next time. Actually, I'll just introduce it again. Anybody bothered if I run the intros again? Don't think anybody is. They sound great. Let's just do it again. I'm sorry about the noise being so loud though. I wish it wasn't. Is there a thing I can change the theme noise, because it goes bling and it's really annoying, to be honest with you. Maybe it's desktop audio. I don't think so though. Don't know what it is. I'm gonna have to change. I'm gonna have to figure out what it is that when you change from one scene to the next on Streamlabs makes that noise come out going bling and it's so freaking loud. It annoys the hell out of me. Anyway, gonna do it again. Hi friend. Oh, I'm gonna drop a stream marker too. Hi friends, Tezos performing exactly as we wanted it to do. That's fantastic. Thanks for joining me for this stream. If you like what you see during this at some point, I'd appreciate it if you hit the like button, and let's dive on into the charts and see if we are going to get... Legends, that's right. Every single last one of you must be feeling on top of the world right now. The prices haven't been down at 288 and as high as 320 in the last 24 hours. Are we going to see some more of that? We're coming towards the end of the day right now at the time of filming. What will we see tomorrow? Well, a few things that we're going to see soon is, for instance, this yellow serrated line here. I don't need it on the charts. What I really want to show you is just these two moving averages, the 50 and the 200 period. This is the 24-hour time frame. These are those two moving averages. The red 50 is coming up the way, about to cross over the 200. What is that? That is textbook. It is the golden cross. Of course, you can talk about golden crosses in other time frames and using other moving averages, but if you're using exponential moving averages, it's not the golden cross. It's just that's just, you know, using the phrase wrongly. If you're using it on a different time frame, etc., etc., etc. Here, 24-hour time frame, about to get the golden cross. Fantastic. Now, what happens after you see golden crosses or death crosses for that matter? Well, you often see the prices trace towards first off the 50. That's going to be closer to the price action at the time in most instances of a cross, and then perhaps even up towards the 200. We had a death cross over here. 50 got tested, 200 got tested. Over here, let's go back to the last golden cross. Oh, it's not showing up on the chart there, so fair enough, let's not do that. But you can just take it from me, that happens a lot. So that's our main danger at the minute, funnily enough. But it's fantastic news for us because, of course, it gives us the chance to start looking up towards higher targets targets up the way, you know, and can we do really well? People have been complaining about Tezos in the comments. Fair enough, I understand, but you know, you're looking over here and you're making comparisons with the likes of Chainlink. On the 24-hour time frame, we had a golden cross all the way back over here, for example, when the prices were down at $2.90. Now over here, and then subsequently they've gone as high as $25. No complaining to be had over there. Going back over to our friend Tezos, what we seeing? Well, we're just coming in for a golden cross here. Haven't had a death cross over there. So this is, you know, perhaps something that could lead on to higher price action. Oops, that's the wrong chart to have up right now. Forgive me. Oh, this is a nice one though. I'll stick on this one for a minute. Glad to be here. In fact, you can see the pitchfork has continued to operate with amazing accuracy, to be perfectly honest about things here. And we can see that the next target towards the top side, should we break past the 320s area, is of course going to lead on towards 382. Of course, you have got the golden pocket zone coming in there at 348. So that 350s zone, if you're looking up towards it, between 340 and 350, going to be key for us. Oh, I pointed out a couple of things over here, for instance, the highs and the volume and the dropping down in it. It's lovely to see that all the work for this episode was already done in the past. Fantastic. That explains that drop off. So if we do get a golden cross here, which we're coming in for in the next, we just had, this is the new day right now. So tomorrow there'll be that golden cross, most likely, so long as the prices manage to stay above 252. I mean, that's going to happen, right? So unless, probably, whew, you know, whoa, don't want to get carried away there. But anyway, you know, that looks to be on the cards, okay? And then we could maybe trend towards topside. Little couple of things to be worried about with the potential for divergences, whatever. We know we had the bearish divergence here. We know we've had the sideways playoff since then. And look over to the left, you can see at $3.04, we're finding a lot of times that we've been up and below this level. This is going to be a nice median point for us at the minute in terms of the low term time frames. And why is that? Well, that's because that's where that 50% Fibonacci retracement point is. Let me just draw that out for you. There you go. There's your nice median line for you in terms of the low term time frames right there. Looking at this in a Fibonacci point of view from where we are right now, we're just coming up towards the 50% of that one. Lovely confluence with how everything's working around here. It's no surprise to me to see these things all functioning hand in hand. I really want to see you in a live stream one day. Can you do that for me? I'd love to see it. If you join us, it would be fantastic. I'll see you there one day. In the meantime though, thanks for watching this episode. Drop me a like and I'll see you again for the next one. Good. Down to 12 views though, 12 current viewers though, so that's not good. And I suppose that kind of makes sense because it's blooming well after. Oh, it's not. Wait, I just said wrong there. It's not after midnight. Oh, whoops. Oh, fuck. I can't publish completely moronic information where I get the time of day wrong. Oh, man. What would be a better Tezos episode? I could probably do it in 60 seconds. Right, here we go, 60 seconds. I just need to get a timer up. Get a timer up, right. 60-second timer. 1 minute. And I'm going to drag that off so it doesn't annoy you all on your screens for while I'm doing this. Let me just do it. And then I'm going to jump over to Monero and show you something interesting. By the way, let's do this. 60 seconds, including the intro clip. I think it's possible. Let's see. So, let's do it. Hi friends, Tezos analysis in less than 60 seconds. Is it possible? I believe it might just be. I could even... This is filmed during one of those right now. Shit, fuck! I forgot to hit the actual start button on my timer. What's the point in having a timer on the screen and not doing it? Let's try that again. God, the amount of fails in this episode has been something else, hasn't it? Something else entirely. Hi friends. Hi friends. Tezos analysis in less than 60 seconds. Is it possible? Can we do it? I think we can. I'd love to see you during one. This is in fact a live stream I'm running right now. I've got 40 seconds left to tell you a couple of things. $3.05 key area here, median point on the low term trading time frames. We actually see this is the 50%. If we jump up towards a bigger time frame and I show you where that lines up at, there you go, 50% there. What we've got our eye out for at the minute is this golden cross. It doesn't look like it's necessarily going to happen tomorrow, although it could, and then tomorrow is what, currently 50 minutes away, but you know, in the next day or so, tomorrow when you're watching the episode, oh fuck's sake, you know, how are you going to get through TA if you're going to spend 10 seconds falling over yourself? Anyhow, I've actually done it. I know I can do it in 60 seconds, so I'll just do it again now. Sorry, one last time with the intros, don't get too annoyed on this one. In fact, I tell you what, I'll run it again. I'll run the intros again, and I'll do the whole thing again, just so you can all enjoy it. You can laugh at the fails, but here we go. Hi friends, Tezos analysis in less than 60 seconds. Is it possible? Actually, you know what? I do. Daily basis? Well, that's not true because I haven't done it on a daily basis for a few weeks. Again, I have to be truthful, always genuine, honest, always authentic. By the way, actually, if you could start spamming the thing with comments, just so that the box isn't empty, that'd be well handy. Anybody watching it right now, just say anything you like. Just make it so there's actually live chat in that box up above my head. You know, up there. That'd be quite cool. Just say anything, just whatever. That'd be good. In fact, tell you what, if you said a massive paragraph of anything, text, you know, loads of text in there, that'd be good. So, right, I'm going to start doing this TA now. You're hearing me say, put chat in the box. It's all going to be good. People will show up during the show. Fantastic. Right, do what you just did there now. Do that again, because I'm going to run because after I run the intro clips, it disappears. So that's fantastic. John Range, good to see you, by the way, there, buddy. And that didn't give you a shout out so far in the episode. Right, okay, let's do this. Let's do this again. I'm going to run the intro clips, so it'll wipe that chat. So spam it. Spam it. When the intro clips are running, it'll be too late because I'm ahead of you by 20 seconds. So, there, just you get the idea. Hi friends, Tezos TA in less than 60 seconds. Do you think it's possible? Actually, I do. I'm so confident. In fact, this is a live video I'm running right now. I've got 43 seconds left to tell you about the most significant things in the Tezos market. And right now, on a low-term time frame basis, $3.05 is your median line of any range that you might be looking at. That is, in fact, the 50% Fibonacci retracement point here on a bigger time frame as well. The upper side targets for us at the minute start off at 325 area. Breaking that brings us up towards the 618. I'm pretty confident about us being able to get to these targets in the near future, and including this other one at 380. But there is a little warning sign for us to be aware of. We have a golden cross coming in now. Of course, golden cross technically very positive thing, and that is expectations, but you often see a retest of them. Death cross here retested. Take my word on it, they always get retests, so look out for that. Okay, cool. I think that'll do, right? That's all you need to know. I could have talked about other crap, bearish divergence. I'm pretty sure I could even say even more. I'll give it a shot one last time just for the crack here, in fact, and then I'll move on, but I'll not run the intro credits, right? That'll give me an extra 15 seconds. By the way, I really appreciate you all spamming the chat, by the way. I really do appreciate it. Nightbot not letting you do it. Ah, damn it. Right, okay. This is the last time I'm doing the TA, but I'm not going to run the intro Oh, actually, I'm tempted to do it. I'm going to give it one last shot. Get in the Guinness World Book of Records here, see if I can do an even better job. I'll just have to be much more cogent. Good word, huh? Hi friends, TAT fail. Hi friends, Tezos TA in less than 60 seconds. Is it possible? I believe so. With regards to Tezos, because of course when we see this golden cross happening, which is going to happen very soon, we often see retests of it. For instance, over here we had the death cross. First off, we tested the 50, we were still trending down the way, then we came up and tested the 200. Could we do a similar sort of thing? Retracements down here could take you back down to 252. Prices staying above that, very key, very important. Right now, the median of the range in terms of short-term time frame, talking 1 hour and less, it's going to be in here at the 50% Fibonacci line. That's $3.05. Movements past that, profit taking targets coming
going in at 325, but better ones are 348, and then beyond up to 382. Is it possible to get there? Absolutely is. We're in an upward trend at the minute. One little warning, got this bearish divergence over the go here, but that's okay, mitigated somewhat by this positive strength of trend which remains in place. Wanted to see this turn blue again. See you next time. There you go, even better. That's the one I'll use. Everything you need in less than 60 seconds. Now, obviously, all you guys know about stuff like the diminishing volume, the highs, the blah, blah, blahs. I already did all the TA on that. What I actually want to show you now is Monero. Because on Monero we have a harmonic pattern. Fucking hell, to think that 3 hours ago or whatever, 4 hours ago, there's me looking up this thing to show people on the, like, looking up this website over here so that I would have it open, thinking, oh, I'll be talking about this in 5 minutes. No, and it's been about 2 hours since I've looked at stonks, so I'm going to go back to them soon. I swear to God, to anybody tuning in, I'll be back on the stonks in no time. Pure stonks addict over here, fellas. Oh, what is this? In fact, XRP. That's why. Yeah, I was like, what's the Monero pricing done? Well, you know, that wasn't Monero, so lols to the walls there. MacD, stop changing your zoom so goddamn much when I flick between different things. I mean, why do you have to be so rubbish, you bloody MacD? Why do you have to be so rubbish? Actually, I'll just tell you what. I'll tell you that I'll do all of this in the format of one of those in the format of one of those really fast TA sessions, right? That's how I'll do this. Not do it in the space of 1 minute, but I'll do it pretty nifty. Hi friends, Monero technical analysis coming right at your pancake holes here. But what we have on the charts is no, I don't want to be like that. Nobody has a pancake hole. It's more like your coupon. Yeah, that's a Scottish word for it. So I'll say coupon instead. Hi friends. What's it called again? Monero. Yeah. Hi friends, Monero TA coming right at your coupon. Hope you're doing really well out there. Drop a like if you like what you like. I would like that a lot. What we have on the go here is the Monero price action, and we're coming up towards a key inflection point in the market, having just taken out the 50 simple moving average on the daily time frame. Are we able to sustain this level or not? Very, very crucial actually. It's incredibly crucial in it around about this 150. Why is that so crucial, Rocky? What are you talking about? Well, in terms of the short to medium term, there's actually a harmonic that is really worth looking at in terms of the price action here. Taken in from the highs over there on the 19th of January down towards the lows on 22nd. Again, your B point coming in here at the 25th of January. Down there at 28th of January is the C, and then up towards the D. It's not perfect, you know. It's actually, this is supposed to be at 886, and the body closes down there at 852. The wick goes down as far as 916. Basically, this is your 886. This is essentially a perfect harmonic for us here. This would be a Gartley, by the way. And what they have then is, of course, having come towards exactly onto the apex of it. Failure to maintain price action above the 150 zone does mean that we're looking down towards key targets down below, namely this one in here at 135. That would offer up a fantastic buying opportunity. We also have a couple other targets to be aware of. For instance, the B point, and that comes in there at 147. Trading it from right at this point right here could be a little bit greedy in a sense, you know, but of course we do have other targets to look to, and we've not quite fulfilled, for instance, at 161. That's another big area for us. Now as well, if we do actually pull back from this area, what does it look like from a broader time frame? Well, if I jump up towards a 2-day or something like that, I might be able to mangle this properly for us into shape. Let me see. Yeah, looking good. You know, we're sustaining price action above the 50 period moving average. Overall upward trend. This point here when the markets reached their high recently as well for us, and everybody kind of, you know, wanted to evade paying taxes, so they moved their money into Monero before taking off its exchanges and acted in that sort of nefarious way, is obviously what led to this high and then the massive pullback since, whenever the demand capitulated. But of course, as we see other prices going towards the top side, it definitely helps with the whole use case for Monero, and this then becomes wonderful and lovely again. We can absolutely be looking towards our next target towards the top side. What would we need to do to get there? Excuse me as
the explosion of color comes back on here when everything rematerializes on the chart. Let me just make sure I've got this lined up properly, as I want to look towards the clear areas of inflection in around these zones. Actually, it's about there. So the 236 comes in here at 139. Of course, you know, these are the areas to be looking out for. Crucial then that we do find support if we see a pullback from this off the back of the harmonic and don't continue to go towards the downside, in which case if we did, we'd be looking at this and saying a high, a low, a lower high, and a lower low, and a downward trend. Okay, so that's extremely important for us. But then looking towards the top sides, if we have, you know, taken out the 236, what's the next natural target? That's the 50%. It lines up there at the 157 area. The 618, lovely retrace target, and this would also as well just be with the implication that you might not even go any higher at 166. Nice area for us, knowing that the 618's in there at 166. Lovely set of numbers for us. But the general expectation really kind of has to be that we have a continuation towards the top side. Have we done enough to resolve this movement down the way so far? Well, let's just draw this in real quick, even though I've probably done it 1,000 times for everybody already. Let's do it anyway. 236 is in there. And we are seeing that that lines up with this 150 price point. If we want to avoid having a failure in the market by moving down past the 236, creating a valid Fibonacci and creating targets towards the downside, such as $107 or indeed $85, all totally possible. And indeed the 200 simple period moving average here on the 2-day time frame, a 2-day time frame for that one, maybe not the best. But you know, looking down here, we know that this is a potential for us if we were to see a big fall in the markets. And again, that just underlines the importance of staying up here above the 150s. We've made it so far. It'd be nice to see us go on. Do I expect to see a bit of a retrace? I kind of do. We probably will break this 150. I actually just expect us to probably find our feet again at 135, in all honesty. For you, I'm in the luxurious position to be able to be honest about this, having taken profits on this at the resolution of this bearish Gartley here. But of course, if this fails, and it's very easy for it to fail, then I'll just resolve to, you know, not be bothered about that pattern anymore. What would take it to fail would be moving up above, and of course hitting these targets at 162, etc. at the minute would probably result in a failure of this, and who's to say it could even go on further. We know that the 618's in around about that 166 area. Pushing on past that actually takes out this market, you know, our previous inflection zone, and does mean that we could be looking towards and going up the way. On the 24-hour time frame, you see that this is of course a couple of lows, a low here lower than our previous low, lower than our other low, MACD bullish divergence, RSI, we've got the divergences, we've got everything in place to be able to continue to go towards the top side. What does this then offer up for us? Well, I'm not a financial advisor, none of this financial advice, but there you have your best buy on Monero for the rest of the rest of winter, right? That's probably a reasonable enough thing to say. Thanks very much. Oh, of course, if you're in the southern hemisphere, like, shout out to my friend Lee Chinnick, who's a subscriber to the channel, then the rest of summer. Right? Cool. Okay, nice one. Catch you in a live stream sometime. Drop a like, I'd love to see you there. What did you think of that, by the way? Because I didn't tell anybody I was going to do that. Nobody knew about it. What did you think of that? Does that make any sense to you? Was that some good TA? Was that a nice bit of TA for you? I want to know. I mean, what do you think? It's amazing, right? I think it's amazing. I freaking love TA. And why wouldn't I when it's so gosh darn good? But if you don't feel the same, that's okay. We don't all have to like the same things to quite the same degree. But I'm pretty sure that was awesome. That guy with the kendama, nice to see you, buddy. By the way, you leave some of the best comments on my channel at times. It's really good to see you here. It's great to see you and all that. I'll just say it another time. It's great to see you. Hope so. Let's see. Rocky sure knows his stuff. Deserves more clout in the community. Thanks for that. Love that comment. I hope so. If you've gone a while just trading. But I always have Rocky to thank for the TA education. Look at that. Yet another example. By the way, earlier on in this show, I was talking about the same thing with regards to Sean, who you might have met through the channel here. Who knows? I don't know the interrelations that everybody has here. But if you know, like, you know, Sean, for instance, is a great guy, and he also probably won't be watching this live right now, but he might tune in at some time in the future. And he, just like yourself, trading. You know, there's a bit of a trade-off. You know, I could teach people badly. They need to keep coming back. I prefer to teach a man to fish so that we can all go out and wage war. I hope that your war against the fish has been absolutely successful. We're talking, you know, the Marginal line getting smashed and all the rest of it. Hope you completely trounced the fish there in your war against them. Went a bit mad there for a second. I hope you appreciate that, though. I think you probably do. Nice to see you, buddy. It's good to have you here. It's good to have everybody here. And by the way, to everybody who sat here throughout the last, or stood, or walked around, cooked, whatever you've been doing, for the last 3 hours and 36 minutes I've been doing this live stream, I really do appreciate it. I've done a whole bunch of crypto TA. I'm going to be making a bunch of clips out of this show to show people for later. One of the ones I've done, by the way, during the show is Cardano. We'll see that we're actually back up here at the 44 price point right now, aren't we? Yeah, so how long ago was it I was talking about Cardano? Here we had it. We didn't really break it. Oh, if we're just going to go in sideways. 60% of the time these things fail. Whatever. Probably we'd have to move on and publish that sooner rather than later, but whatever. Interesting. Breaking past this point would obviously be quite good for it, but then again, I mean, I've covered this in great detail earlier on. I'll not do that. Going back over to look at gymnastic medium enterprises. I'm gonna go back over to Germany makes earphones company and see what we've got on the go over here. No, obviously nothing's changed since the market's closed. Lol. But I wanted to have this up on screen so that people could see it. Look at that extreme cross. You know, it's not had to do anything, the price action, to get a retest of this 15-minute time frame, to get a retest of this death cross here in terms of the 50, because it just came right to it. But if it did go up towards the 195 area, take our 618 out, then of course what you're looking at, the golden pocket right there, then you're looking at this having come up and hit the 200, and then of course it could continue to go down the way thereafter. You could even go up a little bit, fill in that gap, and then piss its pants down afterwards. Wouldn't that be hilarious if that's how tomorrow's trading session worked out? I would love it anyway, because I would probably participate in amongst that. A couple of little things as well. There's this area just here, this little candle, which is where we started off at, or we closed at before gapping up the way. There's a key area that people won't be aware of right now between here and here, where this gap was created, whereby we actually have the gap remaining just here as well. If we did come up and touch off of this and then move off the way, then this would all make perfect sense from a really sort of like, oh my god, how come I couldn't see that sooner type of point of view. Not that I'm actually making any decisions based off the back of that at all, because that's not something that you make decisions off the back of. It just isn't. But it's something to be aware of, because you know, is a classic, oh my god, how did I not know that was possible? I sat staring at the 15-minute chart all day and it's been in front of my face and I didn't even see it there. This is something that I like to give people from time to time. Cool, right. Who's somebody saying they're way off? Later, KK's away. Okay, all right, cool. Kevin, man, catch you later. Did you say cheerio and I missed it? Happy for you, that guy with the kendama. Cool, yeah. Howdy, friend. Right, in States we call it your pie hole. Yeah, it's your pie hole, but I didn't want to put the TA in your mouth. I wanted to put it on your face, like in your ears. Right. Okay, time for a spot of introspection and reflection. Should I stick around any longer on this live stream, or should I head off and say cheerio? You know, I think this is a good time for me to do that thing that I like to do, where I relax with you all in the chit chat for a wee while. By the way, shout out to Save the Crypto. I did see you when you tuned in earlier on. You got to go. I'm just saying cheerio, good night. You're Rick in France. That's right. You're Rick in France. Cheers, Rick, mate. Thanks for explaining your change of username on there for me. Thanks, buddy, for tuning in. Really do appreciate you being here, and I hope you have a wonderful sleep. And in fact, I hope that you're able to see this before you actually do tune out as well. So cool. Dom, Rocky, have you seen the Effect USDT chart? Not in the last wee while. Let's take a look at it. Fetcha! We did do TA on this in the past. Fetch. In fact, this was one of those ones that was exciting to look at. We've got our 618 retrace here. Fandabi Dozy. Come up to the 786. Good. Did I buy any? I don't think I did at the time, you know. Or did I? I'll have to check my account. I'm not too sure if I got any of this. I might have. I think I did this TA back, when was this? November? I think I was still like buying the coins I did TA on, sort of thing, just so that I could, I would never advertise this to people, but I always want to be genuine and authentic. So like, I actually feel a little bit bad having been talking about GME without actually having a bag of GME when talking about it. So, you know, yeah, so anyway, I think I probably do have some of these. Fantastic to see if I do. I'll have to check on it, because I'd have got it around about here, which means it's up 300%, so that's not bad. I don't know though. I'd kick myself if I didn't get it, because it was my rule at the time. Be authentic through and through. That was the highs and lows. I mean, that was the previous high, obviously, but this was the low when we did the TA. Moved on up the way. When we got past the 236, we've pushed back down again, supported by the 50 simple though there. 50 simple is actually a decent moving average. It's a decent one. Like, as you can see here. Golden cross. There's no point in me. I can't be a hypocrite. I have to be authentic. Golden cross. Let's just see how many golden and death crosses we've had here. Just avoided one narrowly there. Got a golden cross here. Didn't retest until we actually capitulated. Could we do the same thing? Yeah, sure. We're actually a million miles away from the cross as well. So yeah. How are we doing? Is this a double top as well? It is in terms of closures, right? Or is it? Looking pretty close to it, but not actually quite. No, it's not. We just closed there now, did we? No, it's only 11:30. I heard the bell go outside on one of the churches nearby, but that's the past bell. So yeah, cool. So there we are there. We've not got a double top. I mean, wow. This could be the most epic cup with handle that you've ever seen if we do actually retrace from this point. Let me just stick that in then and see what it would look like in terms of numbers. Why do I use the Fibonacci retracement tool for things like this? Well, because you're looking down to the 50% point on a cup with handle. So it's just an easy way of getting that area. Then I can remove it afterwards. Handy tip. That would be your cup with handle retracement target. The with handle part, if we actually did do that. How are we doing in terms of things? I mean, that would be, if we went any higher at this point here, we'd probably score a degree of divergence. Yeah, we would if we went any higher. So counterintuitively, it's a good job that we've not actually closed up there. I actually don't want to see the prices going any higher than they are more or less now for the rest of the night. That would be ideal. Now, of course, that's not your typical technical analysis. People don't really tend to talk about things in that manner, but that's the reality. Again, it's another one of these realities. It's way easier to think about things like that when you're talking about daily closes in the traditional world, obviously, because you're saying, oh, were we wanting to see the day close, blah, 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 blah. Ideally, and it would actually close with a little bit left on the table. I used that phrase earlier on, talking about something else. If you were watching the show then there's a bit of context for you again. See an upward movement, obviously, movements up in the volume. It's only really starting to pick up now as we've gone up higher. Yeah, I mean, does this look somewhat manipulated? Well, yeah, it does, if I'm honest with you, but also fair enough. Fair enough. This could be epic. It could be epic. It could be epic. What am I doing here again? Am I supposed to be doing TA on this thing? Suppose I am. Let's just wrap it up then by saying, if a cup with handle did come in at around about these zones, what could your target be? It would be up at the 1618. Oh, fucking perfect. Again, so there's your target. It comes out at the 1618, our beloved extension. Of course, we know that these other things, and I can't be bothered putting the normal. And normally I put in all the disclaimers you need to put in, you know, when we're talking about things, but I can't be bothered. Also, can't be bothered talking about how you don't use the full measuring stick either. In this instance, or the interrelationship between where the textbook would take you and the other ones. Although I basically have said it all now in note form. And then, of course, if you were to look to a target in terms of the most amazing entry you could get on this thing, well, then that comes in at 10 cents. The target then thereafter in terms of upsides really have to be 23, 25, 20, 28. Funny numbers, same sort of numbers as what we had with Chainlink with its targets as well. Yeah, that's cool. Let's move on. Sorry, mate. Should I do this? Wait a minute. Yeah, let's do it properly. No, I mean, I'm here and now and I've done it, right? Forgive me, everybody who's still here when I put on the Rick. Yeah, cheers, by the way. Sorry, Rick. I didn't mean to keep you up. I'm just going to do this real quick, right? This is real quick. Yeah, the Fibonacci retracement tool changed my trading life for real. Did it? Good one, nice one. Well, I mean, it only changes anything when you know how to use it properly, right? And that's the thing. I mean, if you use it the way you're using it and it's changed your life for real, that's good. If you use it the way Da Vinci uses it, like that, which is the incorrect way of doing it, and even though he's got 250,000 subscribers or whatever, then it's not going to change your life. But then again, he bought Bitcoin when it was worth less than $1, and that's the only reason he's successful. That and his fantastic personality, his really able nature. He's a really nice down-to-earth human being, but fuck all to do with trading and technical analysis, let's be honest. Anyhow, right, dropping the stream marker so that I know where to come back to. Got that, check, nice one. Hi friends, how are you doing? Wouldn't it be amazing if Fetch AI was to both offer up an amazing entry target for us for an amazing long, giving you more than 100% profit to be made if you were to trade it in all ways. In fact, you could be looking at multiple hundreds of percent profit. Let's see. Awesome. This here, or actually that there, is the fetch.ai technical analysis chart for us, and we have these three targets towards the top side. Ultimately, the 1618 coming in there at 0.28. You're talking 28 cents as a possible target towards the top side. Your entry potentially down there at 9 cents. Yes, that's right. Of course, you're talking about a huge increase, 300% towards the top side. The measuring stick here is off the back of a potential cup with handle. Looking at the volume, we see a little bit of a base in here. It's peaking up a bit. It's peaking up there, dipped in the middle. That's good to see. It coincides with the idea of what you would be looking for a cup with handle. Here's your basin. Here's your twin peak. Now, if we push on past this zone, the idea goes out the window. This is, of course, a trade setup. If we were looking towards the downside here, then we'd be looking at that target. That is, of course, in terms of percentage moves away, or percentages away from where we've been at our high today. It takes us all the way down 40%. You could short it there if you wanted to. If you were to do so, it might be worth bearing in mind a couple of little intermediate targets just in case this setup fails, if you're actually shorting it along the way there. One of which 13 cents. The next one, of course, the 50%. And of course, the other crucial one, a failure by pushing on past it. The 618 could come in there at the holding pocket somewhere between 7.9 and 8.3 if you're looking for what could even be an even more extraordinary entry in any movements towards the top side. How could it happen? How could it happen? Well, you know, it could happen something along the lines of having gone down and then back up to this point. So look out for where we are now again in the near future if we actually need to do that. Maybe not as far as March, maybe even during this month, over the next few weeks. Something to look for, a nice evergreen, kind of sort of more evergreen than my daily videos are, video for us with a nice potential setup for fetch.ai. Bit of patience on this one could land you with 300% profit. I am not telling you to trade this way. Always do your own research. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm just a guy who's looking at this and thinking, tasty opportunity, something I'm thinking is worth having discovered in advance. If you think so too, drop me a like, join me for a live stream one day. I'd love to see you in there, and I'm jumping back into my live stream I'm doing right now actually to catch up with the chat. So cool, hit the like. Right, cool. Yeah, so who was it that asked for fetch.ai, by the way? But yeah, that's the chat for that one. That's going to be a wee video if I can remember. I really am going to have to go to bed though, you know. You guys are missing out of all of the compound run. Fucking compound run. Right. Tell you what, Shalom, if it's not pumping massive, okay, take it back. Wow. We've just done Fetch AI. Let me just point out a couple of things. Peak here, retracement here, 50 moving average here, basin here in terms of price action and volume, and then up towards this. If you're talking about the perfect thing, in fact, to follow on from the fetch.ai chat, then is this not it here? I would be very careful about trying to look for any profits up at 414. The risk between this area where we are here right now and this area where we are here right now is so much greater than the risk was in this entire move. If you're thinking to yourself, oh my good God, I've missed out on this comp run, what could possibly be anything like this at all? Well, wow, we've just witnessed that. Fantastic. Thank you so much, by the way, for whoever it was that said that, because Shalom, thank you, Shalom. That's cool, by the way, Shalom, that you said that. Thank you so much, because this has given us the perfect example to show to people in terms of what you could be looking at if we were to see the fetch.ai thing play out. Don't say I didn't tell you in advance, and don't say I didn't explain how this has all happened for us as well. And it's fantastic to see. So I mean, it's come up towards these targets. Obviously that offers up a massive increase in risk. Do we think we could get a pullback from any of those zones? Yes, we could. Do we even need to go any higher than we are now? Totally not. I'm sure most people who've got profit on this aren't that bothered. But if we did pull back from here at 390, then you're looking to 317 to offer up use of support. We're actually talking about, what was it, 414 I think was the target towards the top side. That would put in 336 as being your support area for you. I don't know why the 382 is not showing up on this one. That's kind of annoying. Put the 382 on here. So then your three targets towards the downside, if you did break 336, if we go up as high as 414. If we don't and we turn around from these points, for instance, then 317, 271, 235. Golden pockets down there at $200. Not a big surprise. We spent a massive amount of time there in general over the last wee while. Doesn't change things a great deal. $200 again for golden pocket, 250 for the 50%. 287 for the 382, 236 coming in there at 336. Like I say, if we do push on a little bit higher, how have we been doing in terms of the small term time frames? Have we got something showing us anything really disgusting? Fuck off, Stochastics, you're far too much room on the screen. Maybe I'll just get rid of the Stochastics. I mean, I do like the Stochastics. It's just that if you're going to spend any time explaining them to people, there's no point beyond being reductionist about things. The only point in terms of YouTube and trying to help people and educate them with regards to the stochastics that actually resonates with people is simply talking about the direction that they're going in, right? And that's fair enough, because that's it. This is the only point in terms of talking about it in terms of YouTube. You know, really, although occasionally I talk about sort of, you know, trading 201, 401, 301, 401 things, but instead of this, just keep it on the real. Here we're finding that in terms of this latest high, if we're struggling to get above this, don't start going complicated now, Rocky. Sorry. Yeah, like I say, we're going towards the top side at the minute, and there's a nice they're in an upward slope at the minute. Like I say, that's the only value to talk about them anyway. Right, so there are the other stuff that I was going to talk about, but I'm not going to. Cool. In fact, this isn't going to make it into be one of those wee clips, I don't think, either, or maybe it will. God, I feel like I should do it. Again, 5 minutes. You're seeing the divergence is starting to appear. Let's follow it up the time frames and see if we're seeing weakness anywhere else. 15 minutes is not giving us it here. Going back the way, strength on that front. Can we hit 414 then? I'd say we probably, looks like on that basis that we probably can. A 1 hour time frame so far, it's obviously versus this high, not great. This isn't the versus this impulses up the way. It's sadly not quite made it yet there. But it's hard to believe that on the 1 hour time frame, we've not actually made it into the rocky outcrop defined oversold territory. You see over here, this whole time. In terms of your average person's chart, bearing in mind that in terms of if you're using somebody else's RSI, not mine, then your oversold territory is actually there. Right, okay, and as you can see, this on comp. That's actually a decent place to have it, because it's actually unusual for cryptocurrency. I've extended it on the way because, you know, we often can push past it. If you're looking to take the signal, then, you know, you want to see it actually in oversold territory. But there you go. In terms of this, they had it there. Didn't here, fail. So, you know, actually this is the perfect example. You know, who cares about oversold when you're getting 1,000 different signals in a largely sideways market where you're range bound and you're able to trade it anyway? Who cares? But but then everybody else is calling this oversold. Fine, there was a bit of a pullback, but not much. Then everybody else is calling this oversold. They're calling this oversold. They're calling it oversold, and they're calling where we are right now oversold. But in terms of my RSI and the way that I positioned this, because I offset it, you can see that throughout the entire actual proper run towards the top side, we didn't experience that oversoldness. So it's nice to take a moment, I suppose, to drop a justification for why I've got these out here in a way that's properly intelligible for people, and also to demonstrate, that there's that when you look at where it would normally be, how this is obviously something that has a great, why a lot of people talk about that as being important, but why on my channel perhaps you might have found yourself trading better and than compared to some other person's channel, and you've watched off the back of it and thought, why is that? Why did he not say it was oversold when Dave's crypto channel said it was oversold? Well, there's an explanation for you. And the other explanation, which is the reality of it, is that I hate the phrase oversold. It's a stupid phrase, doesn't make any sense. And unless you're talking about options or something like that, it doesn't make any sense in terms of talking about TA on a chart. And especially the way that these things are derived and the calculations behind them. I mean, my God, it really doesn't make any sense. And it's bullshit. Instead, what it is an extremely bullish zone, in which zones you should look out for divergences and capitalize on them. But yeah, oversold, overbought, whatever. Basics of trading, whatever. Like real, like not even 101. Maybe it is 101, but I would say that it's like, that if you've been I don't know, whatever. I can't be bothered. I just feel like I've spent far too long in life being talked at by people who care massively about oversold stuff when it's really just a bunch of shite. Volatility for sure, and we're seeing it. Could we drop back down again to these areas? Yeah, we probably could. 50 simple's got a bit sideways-ish on it. Is 360 a decent target for us? Yeah. I mean, would I want to long this right now, right here, right now? No, the move has been missed. It has to be acknowledged. Would I look for a pullback? Yes, I would. Areas to look for pullbacks for. 335, like we've already discussed. Why am I even on this chart? Oh yeah, I'll do a quick thing for it, shall I? Or shall I not? Right, I'll do a quick thing for it. Do a quick thing for it. So, 1, 2. Okay, cool. And zoom in a bit to make it a bit better looking. Check in with the chat to see I'm not ignoring anybody. The altcoin market's about to go parabolic. Just Uma, cryptos do not respect TA. Lol, in my opinion, cryptos do not respect TA. Shalom, you couldn't be more wrong. In fact, you literally 100% couldn't be more wrong. I demonstrate on this channel. Shalom, you're obviously new here. I demonstrate on this channel all the time with incredibly accurate TA, which is second to none on YouTube. Ask anybody in the comments there, don't take my word for it, that you're completely and absolutely 100% wrong. Okay? Anyway, I'll let the chat explain it to you if you want, if anybody wants to engage with Shalom with regards to that one. But you couldn't be more wrong. You're 100% wrong, and there's wait a minute, UMA, just UMA cryptos do not respect TA. Sorry, not in my opinion, just UMA cryptos. And by UMA cryptos you mean the ones that are on UMA, that decentralized DeFi thing. Sorry, Shalom, I didn't mean to be so negative about you. I read that as, just in my opinion, cryptos do not respect TA. Okay? And that opinion is wrong, but that's not your opinion. So I wasn't really attacking you, I was attacking the opinion, and the opinion is obviously complete and absolute claptrap bullshit, but we probably can agree on yeah, exactly. And you agree with me with regards to the overbought, overchat. Yeah, sorry, Shalom, look, I didn't mean to insult you if I insulted you there. I really didn't mean to. I read that wrong, but you get it. TS and Rocky Outcrop, looking at these coin pumps, do you think whales are moving across into selective alts recently? some of these pumps appear beyond retail investors or could be pump and dump groups. True that. I think there's the myth of market cap, by the way. Let me just take a second out here to type out, like the myth of market cap. Okay, let me just take a second to point this out to you, right? The myth of market cap. What you're talking about there, by the way, in terms of some of these pumps, etc., is buying into the myth of market cap. Now, it's totally understandable. In fact, fuck it, I'll make this into an episode because it's so necessary to know. Hi friends, Rocky Outcrop here. I'm here to reveal something to you. It's the myth of market cap. Let me just run the intro. For it. What we're talking about here is the myth of the crypto market cap. In fact, market cap on anything is absolutely a myth. It's complete crap, and it's really perpetuated, and in no small part, by a vast amount of YouTubers, analysts, investors, banks, journalists, everybody who wants to talk about things, who doesn't necessarily, with all the greatest respect in the world, know what they're talking about or have your best intentions in mind. Okay, so first off, the people who know what they're talking about don't have your best intentions in mind, and therefore perpetuate the myth of the market cap. And everybody who doesn't know what they're talking about, well, they just talk crap, don't they? And CoinMarketCap is, of course, yet another example of this type of thing. We've got a massive list out there of cryptos. What are the best cryptos? The top 10, the top 1, the top 2, the flippening, all of this sorts of stuff. And it's all to do with market cap. Let me just demonstrate to you, for instance, the complete bullshit myth that market cap is by taking up. In fact, one of the best examples for it right now is going to be GameStop. Now, today's episode, by the way, is filmed on Wednesday the 3rd. Now, you could be watching this at any time, but if you look back in the future to this particular period of time, you will remember, or if you're living it right now, the craziness that's going on because of the Wall Street bets, GME, GameStop shenanigans with trying to do the short squeeze. And there has been this amazing movement upwards in price with these huge volume candles along the way. And then since then, we've seen a drop in the price of this asset by, let me just get up a percentage for us and drag it down the way here to the lows, 85% drop in the price. That's actually typical after a parabolic run gets broken. This is a typical place to find a bottom. Quick tip if you are watching this, nice place to buy GME, squeeze them shorts. Not just for the fun, you know what, again, in terms of episodes, like, I personally believe that this episode was going to go on to be one of the best pieces of information anybody could have, and I've got a year's experience, more than now, of making YouTube videos, and I know how little value people get from the best information. I need to cut out everything which is what I think, and for people who are invested in their own futures and want to learn, benefit from, like I think is the best, and they benefit from it whether or not they agree is beneficial information. I need to cut all of that out. I need to cut it all out because it's not actually, I want to make a video that's good for YouTube and gets the point out there. Anyway, just in summary, in brief, by the way, so you don't have to wait around for me to make my point, market cap's a myth. It takes pennies to move it. It takes pennies. It takes literally the lowest possible value, one stock price. So for me to move the price all the way from here to here and here to here, it takes pennies, and it's demonstrated so easily and so well when you've got gaps on the chart. For instance, how much value actually had to exchange hands in the open markets for the market cap of GME to get slashed by a quarter or something, or like by 15% here in this gap. How much money? Zero had to change hands. Literally zero had to actually change hands. So when you ask that question, like, do you think retail investors could be behind it all, or is it institutions? Is you're being dragged into the myth of the market cap that people out there like to force onto you. Tell you what, my friend, just start from now on until 2 years away. not because you need to learn anything. Just give yourself a year or 2 years of not caring about the market cap of anything that you invest in at all. Okay? That, right? That. Okay, that. Right? Yeah, still live, Phil. I'm tuning out in a minute, but I've got an important lesson that I need to tell everybody. It's called the myth of the market cap. I'm just going to do it again here for people. Hi friends, I'm Rocky Outcrop. This is a live video that I'm interrupting to bring you some crucial information in a static video. If you like it, hit that like button. I'd really like it if you did. This is all about the myth of market cap. This applies to everybody in the world, no matter what you're trading. You've been told about market caps. They're important, right? For instance, if you are in crypto, you might have heard of a website called CoinMarketCap, which really hammers home this idea that you need to be focused on the market cap of something, as if somehow the market cap of any particular thing in the world, be it GME, as I have up here, the GameStop company, if the market cap of this company here, the market capitalization of this company really meant anything, that's what, as if they did, but they don't. It's a myth. And let me demonstrate that to you. It's easy to see here on the GME charts. Let me just bring them up full screen, zoom on in, and remind you that between this point here, where we had a close, and this point here, where we had an open, and the prices dropped by 35%, that is, of course, equivalent to saying that 35% of the market cap of a company worth millions and millions and hundreds of millions of dollars was just wiped off. How much trading actually had to make that happen? Zero trading in the free open markets had to happen for that to happen. Okay, same thing applies everywhere. Let go of the idea of market cap. It's absolute BS. The top list of coins on CoinMarketCap, again, absolute BS. A big demonstrator for that, of course, is our friend YFI, a fantastic exploitation of people's naive understanding of market cap, and of course the CoinMarketCap website. Hats off to those guys. I love Yearn Finance for understanding simple ways of manipulating retail traders. If you're also interested in more information like this, then be sure to hit that like button and come back for more of it. That's it, folks. That really was it. There isn't really anything more to say about the concept. Market cap doesn't require anybody to trade anything. The value of an asset to go from being 0 to being 1 million, all it takes is for one of those assets, one share, one bond, one cryptocurrency token, whatever, just one of them to be bought or sold. Obviously, it's, they both happen at once on an open market, and the market cap changes. When you see the value of something going up, remember it's all complete phony. I just want to demonstrate this as well, if you're still with me for this one, because it's quite important that you understand this point here. What has happened here? I've moved my volume into the wrong pane, or have I not? No, this is fine. I've actually got it in the pane above the price action. I'll hide all of the drawings. You can see market cap, right? Cost $499 for one GME. Then over here it cost $95 for GME. You've lost 3/4 of the price of the stock. Over here in this gap, you lost 35% of the price of the stock. What happened? Well, there's a lot of volume over here, and it hardly moved at all. There was hardly any volume over here, and it moved by 85%. This volume here shows you, for instance, that nothing really has to change. You don't have to have more money come in, or indeed, for that matter, money move out of the market for the price to change. So when you see that the price of Bitcoin has gone up a whole bunch, for instance, and that the market cap of all cryptocurrencies is suddenly above $1 trillion, does that mean that if you were to go and sell them all, you would get $1 trillion? Absolutely not. And as we know, when it comes to selling stuff, it has a more impact on the price than buying. That's just the way percentages and everything else works, as well as human psychology. So you also see that it takes almost always less volume for the market cap of something to drop than it does for it to go up. What does that demonstrate to you? Well, if anything, the takeaway is that the two things are not related. The amount of money that goes into buying a coin on any particular period of time, or the amount of money that goes out from the coin by having sold it, actually has sweet fuck all importance for anything. Good luck with your trading. I'll see you in a live video sometime. Thanks so much for tuning in for that one. Okay, so cool, nice one. Just wanted to let everybody know that. Not everybody knows it. Of course, if I was preaching to the choir there, then that's cool. Again, my attitude was a little bit surly in it, perhaps. It's now midnight. So I've been streaming for 4 hours long. It's now midnight. My attitude is now, without me meaning to at all, starting to stink. I almost actually gave off at Shalom earlier on whenever he's put an opinion on, which wasn't actually his opinion, and I attacked it too directly. Not like me at all. I've apologized for it like 50 times by now. By the way, I hope you actually do subscribe if you're not already. By the way, Shalom, pal. And all that stuff. But see you later, Phil. Thanks for tuning in. Good luck with that backyard. Backyard half pipe. Enjoy the fruits. Enjoy the fruits. Let me know if you know what that movie reference is from. Enjoy the fruits. Gourd. Aren't you going to enjoy the fruits? That wasn't a half pipe though, that was a quarter pipe. In Stonks land, market cap is useful on post-IPO for about 1 day, and then not useful for a year or two, and then only useful afterwards as part of a much larger formula when comparing like for like. There we go. That's why, thank you TradeSpawn for putting that information in there. Fantastic information, and it's very, 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 very useful. It's good to see, Shalom. Of course you would have a thick skin, but I mean, it wasn't actually attacking you. It was attacking an opinion that I thought was yours, which actually wasn't yours. YouTubers are catty today, lol. You and Chico Crypto, lol, love it. Love your vids. Am I really being I mean, I am now, but I've been streaming for the last 4 hours, and I've got a cold, and I've lost my voice during this episode, and all sorts of stuff. Enjoy the fruits, Phil. Yes, enjoy the fruits, Phil, or Gourd, if you know what movie reference I'm talking about there. Gourd, can I play in your ramp, Gourd? Why, sure you can, Freddy. No, he wasn't called Freddy. Timmy. Why, sure you can. No, Timmy. He wasn't called Timmy either. Or was he? God, I can't remember the kid. TS on the right hand price band next to my chart on TradingView is out of sync with my chart, so any horizontal lines don't show the actual price. Any idea how I can fix this? The right hand price band next to my charts on TradingView is out of sync with my charts. How's that? How's that? How's that? Lock price to bar ratio. That still is in sync with it. Invert scale. I love inverting the scale, by the way. Fantastic stuff. Index to 100. Could it be like something like that? No, but it still is going to be in sync with it. Yeah, anyway, TS would be a better person to ask than myself. What am I still doing here, by the way? Is there any reason for me to be doing this live stream right now? Let me know right now if I should stay on. If not, then I'm going to immediately activate the reverse roll call. I mean, at some points, you just kind of I need to give myself a kick and say, get off. You know, here I've just demonstrated once again that I could talk for near enough 4 hours non-stop about anything to do with technical analysis, any markets. I mean, I'm talking about traditional markets in today's episode quite a lot, but whatever. It doesn't really matter to me. I could talk about anything. I've also talked about silver, by the way, all that stuff. So, you know, let me know if I should even be here doing this right now. Michael John Scott just give me 20 quid. Have a brew, mate. Yorkshire tea. That's so nice of you. That is so nice of you, and I really appreciate it. I've been here for 4 hours. You're the only one that's decided. I mean, obviously there's no expectation here. $27 chat revenue, £20. You know, obviously there's no expectation here. You're a really generous person. That's really lovely. Obviously everybody else that tuned in earlier on didn't feel like they should do that. I really do appreciate it. It means so much to me. It means so much to me that you do that, and I really appreciate it. You know, so fantastic. Dom says, "Get some sleep, mate." Great daily open for Ethereum. There we have it. Just came up there with the alert. Thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. I hope it showed up on your screens, by the way. If it didn't, let me know. Try right-click on the chart and reset chart. Michael John Scott. Yeah, cool. Right, cool. Not seeing a massive outpouring for me to stick around, which is fantastic. So I can run through it. John, you're a nice guy, right? And you're generous, and I really appreciate that. And I think in the future it could be the case that you get looked like that you see this sort of thing happening a lot. I do believe that the content value, and you believe it too, which is why you do this sort of thing too, that the value of the content warrants this, and we will see this on the channel at some point when this happens quite a bit, and all the rest of it. And that'll be nice because it'll be the outcomes and the world reflecting the actual value of the content that we have here, and it'll be in parity at the minute. But you coming along here and doing that, when nobody else is, and it's not like you need to for me to see your comment or anything like that. It's all dead relaxed here. I mean, in the future there'll be people who donate 20 quid just so they can get a message up on screen, which I may choose to read out if I want to or not, like that type of thing. And at the minute, you're doing it, you don't need to. I was already going to tune out anyway and all that sort of stuff. The actual genuine, I appreciate it. Right. Anyway, reverse roll call time. Michael John Scott, you get the first mention, as is right and proper. Zoner, you're a good laugh. I love you, mate. Dom Underhill, fantastic person to have here. I really do appreciate you coming along and chatting as ever. Tradespotting, you're a legend of a person, and I love you because you're my brother. Shalom, well, let's hope to see you tune back in. I'm actually emotional at the minute because I'm thinking about the future, and I shouldn't be, but I am. I appreciate it. I just so fucking massively do. But you don't need to, and I appreciate that. Whatever. Right. Cool. Tradespawn, thanks so much for tuning in. Shalom. We had a bit of a laugh earlier on. That was funny. Then we had Active Loop Zone. I didn't actually give Active Loop Zone a shout out earlier on. Really should have, especially whenever you jumped in to say spot on TA here. So thank you so much for that very much. I really do appreciate it. Shalom, been in this space since 2012. So you've got the likes of Shalom tuning in here, who isn't donating anything to the channel, but he's been in the space since Bitcoin was worth. Let me just bring up the Bitcoin chart and show you the lack of generosity. This is the truth, right? This is why I appreciate Michael John Scott. Let me just show you how ungenerous Shalom is, because he advertised in our faces that he's been in crypto since 2012. So let me just show you the complete disparity in activity from some people. 2014 prices were down here. Let's just so in this particular Bitstamp has it. Don't worry, Shalom. I'll show the lack of generosity on your part compared to Michael John Scott here with full efficacy right now. Don't worry about it. I've got you covered. You've been in crypto since the prices were down here, right? And we're now up here. So the prices have gone up. What is that? Let's try and read the number. 90, 390, 2,390, 32,000, 73,000. So the price of Bitcoin has gone up 173,000. No, more. The price of Bitcoin has gone up 1,732,390%. The price of the thing that you invest in, Shalom, since 2012, which you don't believe TA works for. You do, but and all this. I'm still, and by the way, you've got a thick skin. I'm actually taking the piss here. Not everybody around the world gets satire and irony, right? What I'm doing right now is massively satirical. Michael John Scott from the UK, pretty good, pretty strong feeling he'll get it, okay? Not too sure you will, so I'm just putting a disclaimer out there. This isn't actually attacking you and putting you to shame. It's not actually doing that. Not actually. This is called satire. But nevertheless, right, the price of the thing that you started investing in 2012 has gone up 1.732 million%, and you've donated 0 to the channel. Whereas Michael John Scott just donated 20 quid. So I really appreciate his 20 quid that he has donated, because I know that he's doing it because he's a nice guy and it's a human thing. Yourself, not so much. Right? That's where we are right now. That's where we are. No, look at the UMA chart. No, by the way, I know that you're talking about UMA. I know you were. I know that it's that you're talking that UMA doesn't respect TA. Oh, sorry. I know that I don't need to keep apologizing to you. But then again, as well, if I knew you were Scottish, like, you know, if you were Scottish, for instance, I'd not be saying any of this at all right now, because it wouldn't matter, right? Because you're Scottish, right? Because you'd get it. This is an entirely Scottish sense of humor. You'd be sat there laughing if you were Scottish, but you're probably not Scottish, right? Does this respect TA? Well, my God, it's a disgusting chart. Yeah, I get it, right? I get what you're saying there. Yeah, I mean, like, what's going on there? We'll have to look at this some other time. Don't have time for it today. It's not not bearishly divergent though. How could it be with that move? Anyway, that was a good joke. Cool. And I got the point across anyway with the whole chat. Right, reverse roll call. Shalom, actually funny. Hope you've got a sense of humor and get it. I don't know, right? Michael John Scott, great guy. That guy with the kendama. Love seeing you in here, by the way, my friend. It's good to have you back again, and I'll see you again next time. Nav and Ethan, by the way, if you didn't actually watch this entire stream earlier on, there was something to do with you that I talked about earlier on. Fuck, I can't remember what it was now. But there was something that I did. It wasn't specifically. What was it? Yeah, we were talking about. Yeah, it was when I was doing the Tezos TA, and how we were talking yesterday in the Discord about how I've been spelling the prices out for everybody. I was trying to laugh about that. Give you a shout out during that time. I don't know if you caught that at the time or not. Zoner says, thanks for TA. Thank you so much for tuning in, mate. Always do appreciate it. Again, Shalom. I hope you don't think I was actually personally attacking you there, because I wasn't, and I don't care that you didn't give me any of your 1.72 million. Look at that, the guy with the kendama putting Shalom to shame. Putting Shalom to shame. Haha, that's that's so funny. Haha, that's how. Have a second on me. That's so funny. Anyway, putting Shalom to shame there with your donation. That guy with the kendama. That's so funny. Thank you so much. Right, anyway, look, that might not be funny to everybody, but if K-Doc were to tune back in tomorrow and watch this stream, he'd probably laugh at all of that. Yeah, reverse roll call continuing, looking my way up the way here. Active, sorry for not giving you a good shout earlier on, really should have done. Rick, again, I'll stop there. Oh, you changed your name again. You fooled me twice. You fooled me once. What was it that George Bush said? Fool me once, then you fool me once, but if you fool me twice, then look, I'm not going to let you get away with it again, or whatever. You fool me twice, I'll invade your country. Whatever it was that he said, I can't remember. Thanks for tuning in, Rick. Hope you're having a nice sleep right now. Link Detective, this is Rick again. Fuck, man, how many shoutouts are you going to get? It's a Tov said earlier on, was talking about holding a GME at an average of $166. Am I okay? Lol, surely the short squeeze is inevitable. It is, it's inevitable. Let's not panic. Keep those diamond hands in place. I hope you're not too much underwater though. Only ever trade with money that you can afford to lose. If you can't afford to lose the money that you're losing already, then seriously consider what you're doing. Properly pretty good opportunity coming up with this thing. I discussed it in great detail earlier on for you, so sure to check out all those sections of the video as well if you want to. You can scroll back in, flick around. By the way, I make it quite easy for people up there at the top of the screen, top left up there. If you're looking up just above where the mouse is, you can see the ticker. So if you're flicking around the video, you can flick in, you can always see the ticker at the top, know what it is that we've been talking about last. If I'm not actually talking about the chart at the time, then obviously it was prior to that I was talking about it. Kevin K King 1367, you're a legend, and my God, by the way, Kevin had a great trade the other day. He was telling me about it on Twitter. He put in something into some coin. I'm not going to go shilling a coin, and as well moves over, blah blah blah. But he put in something like $700 or $500 or whatever. And the next day it was $59,000 or something like that. I can't remember what it was. Pretty funny. John Range, amazing stuff. Well done to him. And again, you know, if I actually meant what I was saying to Shalom, which I don't, God, this is the qualifiers you have to put on it, and when you've got a global audience and you don't know how many people understand satire and tongue-in-cheek and just whatever, then I'd be giving K King the crap for not donating to the channel, right? Wouldn't I? With his 59 grand he made just 3 days ago, probably. But you know, I'm not, because we're pals and whatever. Michael John Scott, yes. Who else didn't get a shout out yet? Sinark, a guy, he was a subscriber, didn't realise it. Who let the Bulls out? Actually, again, I feel sorry that I didn't actually give him a shout out. He said earlier on, you are the Abraham Lincoln of brain cells. Don't know if that was in regards to myself or somebody else, but it might have been trade spotting, because of course he's always in here giving people all the good answers. Then looking up the way, who else did we have in here? I want to get the reverse roll call. I know that nobody tunes in. I mean, right now we've got 12 concurrent viewers and all that. Gank, man, Gank. I didn't give Gank a shout out. Should have done at the time. Sorry, I meant that one. K-Doc, he usually gets about 5 shout outs a show, so I don't feel too bad about missing him. Navin Ethan again in there, the guy with the best name in trading in the world. And that's everybody from the last 200, including John Range. Pretty sure I said his name. Dom, and that's it. Cool. Let's just scroll down and see. That's right, Shalom's not responded to anything that I've said since I said that, so there we have. Do we have any down likes on the video? Let me just check and see if we've got any down likes just here. 36 likes. Can't see if I've got any dislikes, but you all know who put the dislikes on this video if it gets one. If not, then he's going to come back, and you know, it goes one of two ways. He comes back, we all have a big laugh about it, and he's everybody's hero, right? Okay, because that's the way it works. That's the way it would work. If he came back in and he was like, hey Rocky, that was funny how you were taking the piss last time, blah blah blah, everyone would be like, shalom, shalom, I love you, shalom, 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 shalom. However, if he actually gets upset about it, then doesn't that looks ridiculous, right? So anyway, that's the world we live in. Right, who's saying anything that needs to be said back to anything here? Nobody's here saying anything. That's it. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Yeah, I know that's the phrase. Sorry, Dom, if you didn't get the joke I was making, it's just the George Bush thing. Let's just do it here at the very end of the show here. Let me just oh, by the way, harmonic patterns. I didn't even need that tab that I opened up to talk about the XR, the Ripple, the Monero thing that I was talking about. Let's go take a look for the last couple of seconds here at George Bush fool me once. Okay, just in case you didn't see it.
My state of the union, or state.
Sorry, you can see he's struggling already. I just need to turn off my microphone during this so that it doesn't echo loads. So just a second, where I find my. Where the fuck's my microphone thing at? There it is.
My state of the union, or my speech to the nation, whatever you want to call it, speech to the nation. I know the human being and fish can coexist peacefully. And America needs a military where our best and brightest are proud to serve and proud to stay. If you're a single mother with 2 children, which is the toughest job in America as far as I'm concerned, and you're working hard to put food on your family. Rarely is the question asked.
Moron. I muted myself and then spoke and then didn't unmute myself. Classic moron tips. You know, there you go. I can relate to George here is basically what I'm saying. I can relate to him. I understand what's going on in his brain when he's making mistakes constantly, because that's what I'd be doing.
Is our children learning? Too many good docs are getting out of business. Too many OBGYNs are. There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. If fool me, we can't get fooled again.
Yeah, so that was the quote I was actually looking for. That was that quote I was actually looking for, by the way, Dom. Right. Okay. So, well done for knowing about the song. But there you go. I think that was something that you needed to know about. I think. You know, just if you ever worry about whether or not you can make it to the very, very top, if you ever worry, ever in your life, ever worry, then just go over and check out some George Bush moments and you'll not worry about it. You'll know that you can indeed make it to the very top. Pull $750 billion in a GME and ask for a 30-minute chart and you didn't give it to him. He put $750 million. Who did? Wait, 30-minute chart. Who did what? I need to scroll back up a bit. What about Oscar? Does he got a shout out? Oscar gets a Oscar gets a shout out. He just wasn't in the last 200 comments on the thing for the reverse roll call. You get in the reverse roll call if you're watching the video and you're here chatting in the box and you're in the last 200 comments, and that of course is difficult. But Oscar gets a shout out. My God, yeah, he deserves a shout out for that. Feels like I'm going crazy talking about Oscar, but if FFS $4 million is a large trade to take off the back of the TA and then not get a mention. Wait, did he actually do that off the back of my TA? What? He did. Shit. Yeah, he deserves a mention. I hope it goes really well for him. If he's doing that off the back of, if he's doing that and he attributes any of his success to my TA, then he'll be getting a ripping if he doesn't donate to the channel when he comes back. He'll be getting a ripping worse than Shalom ever did. Don't worry about that. Imagine that. Avi, nearly $400. Woo! What did I say about Avi recently? Pretty sure we talked about Avi having some good upside targets, right? What did we say about Avi? I really have to go, guys, right? Like, we can't, I'm taking the piss at myself by allowing this to continue, but just, fuck it, right? This is it. Avi, the coin. My God, so there's been a few things that have done this thing tonight. Drawings back on here. There's nothing useful here for anybody at the minute, necessarily. Wait a minute. What's going on? Where's this 236 coming from? That's a 2.24. I read that wrong. Cool. Yeah, anyway, good. Nice one. Glad to see Avi performing so well. Hope some other ones are as well from the shitcoin world. Just bring up a wee list here. Binance USDT, percent change. Not a massive amount of amazing percent changes versus USDT. I guess Avi and the likes haven't made it onto this list. Oh, it has. It's only up 3%. It's only up 3%. Oh, because it's the 20. Because it's taken from midnight. It's not 24 hours. Aye, well, cool. That's obviously, you know, well past time for me to go. Shalom GME hedge fund 100% short. Been shorting Bitcoin since Mt. Gox. Shalom Rocky. That's a really funny little paragraph that Michael John Scott wrote there. Anyhow. Fucking love Avi. Bags getting heavy. Oh, I need to apologise if Julian Vanilla is watching this and I'm swearing during it. But I think we're probably okay on that front. And that's it. You are amazing. Keep it up, everybody. You're the best. If you do ever make any friends in the real world, when's that going to happen? Then be sure to introduce me to them. Because a friend of yours is a friend of mine, and we're all friends together. Best community in crypto, unless you're Shalom, and then you feel like you've been, like, you know, persecuted. Sorry. Ended an Avi long at $353. Well, there's some balls. Well done. 353. I couldn't have done that because I've been streaming for the last 4 hours. Well, there you go. That's the price you pay. It's decent though because I got given 40 quid by the likes of the man with the kendama and Michael John Scott, so I don't feel too badly out of pocket over here. But when I talk about how I could make more money not doing this and just simply concentrate on my trading, yeah, you know it. And if you're right, okay. Yeah. So Again, it's not the money itself that I necessarily appreciate. It's the gesture, it's the kindness, it's the generosity of spirit. All of it exists inside all of you. I know it does, and all that. And I'm looking forward to when the channel actually does, make me some money, so that I don't look at this Avi chart afterwards and go, do I regret being a YouTuber? I mean, legitimately, good question to ask, right? Good question to ask. Do I regret the last 4 hours of my life? Right? Do I regret the last 4 hours of my life? Do I? That's not the last 4 hours though, or is it? Anyway, no is the answer. No is the answer to that one. And at some point in the future, this channel will actually give me enough income so that it's that's not a regret ever, and I can focus even more on everybody in the chat as well. Right, shalom everybody. So shall that be, in fact, maybe that'll be something. I don't want to do, we don't want to persecute him too much, but maybe we should all say shalom to each other now, just as a joke, as part of the community. It's the first roasting on the stream. It is the first roasting. It is Trace One, you're right. It's the first roasting on the stream. Couldn't resist. I mean, the guy says I've been. We can all see what he said, right? I mean, you can see my misinterpretation as well, scrolling back up the chat here, but right, so came on and he says, the altcoin market is about to go parabolic. Just Ema cryptos do not respect TA, lol. And then I read that wrongly, and I thought he was saying, in his opinion, cryptos do not respect TA. Then I was all like, no, they do. TA works. To which various people kind of said that they agreed, including himself. That he says, I agree, haha. They said BTC was overbought at 10, 20, 30, 40, and that was me talking about overbought and oversold and everything else as well, and he agreed about that. And then I spent about 10 minutes apologizing to the guy because I felt so bad about feeling like I'd attacked him, even though I clearly hadn't, and all that in the end, and we agree with each other and everything else. And then he follows it up by saying, been in this space since 2012, and that's it. And it was that comment there, been in this space since 2012. That's what led to I mean, he was asking for it by saying that. I'm sorry. He said, I watched BTC go from 1,200 USD down to $1 on Mt. Gox. Most people have never seen how a real market works. And yeah, there's a degree of arrogance. Now, of course, he might be being just like me. He might be being just like me when he talks like that, because I say, yeah, most people don't understand this. Oh, it's bullshit when people use the phrase overbought and oversold. And I was talking like that when he talked, so I'm going to completely give him a pass on that. But that's that type of language that led to that. And then it was all just for tongue in cheek. But then he's been away ever since, right? Which means he did take it personally, right? Probably. I mean, quite possibly he took it personally. In which case, then it all goes back again, because if somebody took it whatever. So yeah, so roasting. Not cried so much with laughter for ages. Oh, fantastic. So there's been some good stuff. Anyway, shalom, everyone. Shalom. It's been fantastic. What is shalom? Is Jeff Bezos? Is he Jeff Bezos? Well, you know that word shalom in Hebrew? Shalom word Hebrew. Yeah, what does it mean? Is meaning peace, harmony, wholeness, completeness, prosperity, welfare, tranquility, used idiomatically to mean both hello and goodbye. Yeah, perfect. So shalom, my friends, and thank you so much for joining me. I'm away off ski now. Have a fantastic night. I'll see you again in the next stream. See when I stick up a bunch of videos on the YouTube. Would be great if you all came back and hit the likes on them and everything, even though you sat through 4.5 hours of TA, which I think we all pretty much were in agreement on could have ended long before 3 hours. But here we are, here we have it. Fantastic, great stuff. Really enjoyed the show with everybody. Really do appreciate you all being here. And I'm literally about to hit the goodbye button. So fantastic. 38 likes, Rocky. Yeah, thanks. Is this a record? It's 37 likes on my screen. Let's hope it's 38. Maybe that's Shalom coming back to hit the... He's like, oh, I better come back and hit the dislike button because I hit like by accident. Imagine that. Stop taking the piss out of Shalom. I'm not taking the piss out of Shalom. That's the thing, though. I'm not. I'm taking the piss out of the situation. I think that's the whole point. God, we missed 40 by just 2 likes. Yeah, I know. Well, we have a record, right? Next time we'll take a look out for it. Big thumbs up to the 38 likes that we got, though. I mean, that's fantastic. I'm pretty damn chuffed with it. You never know. Some people might come along and hit like in the next wee while anyway, you know, in the post-production, in the after I've stopped doing this madness that I'm doing. Means put a kettle on in Hebrew. God, it probably does, right? Tranquility, farewell. Going to get some of that stuff. What? Rick, man, you're supposed to be in bed. There you go. Have a beer. Maybe we can have a real one sometime in Scotland or France. I'd love that, Rick. You know, at some point there will be a future. At some point there will be a future. Positive aspirational phrases for the entire family. Brought to you by Rocky Outcrop. Shalom. Yeah, at some point in the future, we will have to have a big get together, and it'll be fantastic, and there will be much love all round. And I tell you what, if there's no COVID, every single last one of you is getting a big hug from me as well. I look forward to it massively. I love every single last one of you. You know that I do. I know that Rick ain't from France, but it ain't going to stop me from saying bon nuit, merci beaucoup to you, my friend, my very bon ami. Thank you, and good night, all of yous. Okay, I'm